Your home of basketball.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Federal Treasurer Jim Chalmers has not ruled out the Coalition's proposed increase to the job seeker income-free threshold. In his budget reply, Opposition Leader Peter Dutton withheld support for the government's $40 a fortnight increase to the welfare payment. He instead called for recipients to be able to work and earn more before payments are reduced. Mr Chalmers has told the ABC's Insiders program the government is always looking at ways to help people enter the workforce.
You know, we would ordinarily contemplate in the usual business of government, whether it's the employment white paper or in other ways. What we've said since Peter Dutton came out with this on Thursday night is we've already got a substantial agenda when it comes to workforce participation.
The Anti-Defamation Commission has renewed calls for the Victorian government to criminalise the sale of Nazi memorabilia following an online auction yesterday. The group is also pushing for the federal government to criminalise groups promoting Nazi ideologies following violent protests in Melbourne on Saturday. 2 people were arrested for assaulting police after neo-Nazis who had gathered to protest immigration policies clashed with counter-protesters on the steps of State Parliament. The state government has described the rally as disgraceful and cowardly. Search parties are scouring beaches on South Australia's Eyre Peninsula to try to find any trace of a man taken by a shark while surfing. Imogen Hain reports.
Local teacher Simon Bacanello was among a group of about a dozen surfers near Elliston yesterday when witnesses reported seeing him being attacked by a shark. An extensive air and water search has so far only retrieved the 46-year-old's surfboard. Superintendent Paul Barr says teams will now focus their efforts on land.
Those searches will continue into the next few days as we continue to look for indications of our victim.
In a statement, Mr Bacanello's family said they were grateful for the support of the Elliston community, family and friends.
Police in Kenya have exhumed 22 more bodies from mass graves linked to a religious cult in the southeast of the country. The BBC's Tamaskin Deviski reports.
As forensics teams continue to dig, more bodies are being found. This latest discovery brings the total number of victims of a starvation cult led by Paul Mackenzie to 201. Mackenzie allegedly ordered his followers to starve themselves and their children to death so they could go to heaven before the end of the world. The Kenyan President, William Ruto, has appointed a commission of inquiry to investigate the deaths and a task force to review regulations governing religious organizations.
The governor of the US state of North Carolina has vetoed legislation that would have banned nearly all abortions. In a show of defiance to the state's Republican-controlled legislature, Roy Cooper, a Democrat, vetoed the bill in front of a large crowd. The legislation was the Republican response to last year's US Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Swedish singer Loreen has won the Eurovision Song Contest for the second time. The BBC's Marianne Mashiri reports.
1 point, Finland was in the lead, but at the very last minute, Sweden's audience votes were counted. They needed 187 points to beat Finland, and they got over 200 points. So, history is made. Loreen, a Eurovision legend, already the queen of Eurovision, is now a 2-time winner. Only Johnny Logan from Ireland has done that before. This also means that Sweden is now a 7-time winner of the Eurovision, and that puts it again on an equal footing with Ireland.
Former Liberal turned independent Tasmanian MP Lara Alexander says her decision to quit the party has been vindicated by the thousands who rallied against the proposed AFL stadium yesterday. Lucy McDonald reports.
Ms Alexander and fellow backbencher John Tucker quit the Liberal Party earlier this week, throwing the government into minority. The pair claimed one of the main reasons was a lack of transparency around the proposed $715 million stadium on Hobart's waterfront. In a statement today, Ms Alexander described the deal as shady, saying her decision had been vindicated by the thousands of Tasmanians who gathered on Parliament lawns yesterday to voice their opposition to the project. She said the stadium had caused political turmoil and the Premier had no one but himself to blame.
To the weather now for the state, a mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, sunny. We're heading for a top today of 20 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, 21. Tuesday, showers, 15. Wednesday, a shower or two, also 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 18 degrees. ABC News.
I grew up in one of the last intact wild places left on the planet.
Discover the wonder of Ningaloo through the eyes of celebrated Australian author Tim Winton.
Its custodians call it Ningaloo.
Ningaloo.
This is the story of a World Heritage treasure. It's one of those living miracles that keeps hope alive.
Ningaloo.
Ningaloo.
Starts Tuesday, May 16 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
Hey Dons, it's Joe here. I hope you're keeping well. Joe Danaher with a career best 6 against the Bombers last night. Brisbane, a genuine premiership contender, and how many of those are even in the competition?
Driving kick to full forward. Redmond gets back almost marked, but it's pinched from his grasp by Hipwood. Lays number 6 on a platter for Joe. He equals his career best against the Dons.
The art, or lack thereof, of booing. What have we learnt as an industry after the week that's been?
Rosie says, come to me. But Rosie goes long. It might just bounce through it in Horn Francis. Got a hand on it. Now he grabs it, steps around the body and kicks a goal. Wow.
And did Fremantle keep their season alive with a win over the Sydney Swans? And is it curtains for last year's grand finalists?
Plays on quickly, O'Meara to Sarong, looking for Jackson at half forward, marked it, kept going, Luke Jackson with pace, can he get away from the tackle? He does, snaps on goal, brilliant goal from Luke Jackson.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. As you heard, we're on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the Listen app. My name's Corbin Middlemass. In studio with me is Mark Murphy, Carlton 300 gamer, All-Australian best and fairest, the whole nine. And let me just be the first to say, happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. And Murph, I'm sure you got a few shout-outs to give as well.
Great to be here with you, Corby.
I hope so. Oh, we're off to a bad start.
Yeah, thanks, Corby. Good to be here with you, mate. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Obviously, my wife, who is a beautiful mother to my 2 children, and my mother-in-law and my mum. So happy Mother's Day to all out there at the moment.
All right, this is Grandstand AFL Sunday. We got the wrong mics up here. So this is what happens. We have a few people away, and all of a sudden there's all sorts of stuff falling down in the studio. We leave it in the capable hands of Ben Cameron, and this is where he leaves us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. We got a little dual site double header going on here for Grandstand AFL Sunday today. So not only myself, Corbin Middlemass, and Mark Murphy in studio at Adelaide Oval. I'm very pleased to welcome Adelaide Premiership player, part of our crew for 20 years now on Grandstand AFL. His name is Rod Jamison. Hello, Jamo.
Corby, good morning. Murph, good afternoon to you too, or good morning to you. And yeah, happy Mother's Day to my mum. She's on her way to a football match in Victoria now to see her grandson, and my wife also too, and my mother-in-law, who is over in Canada. So she'll be celebrating in 24 hours' time.
Shout out to my mum, Helen, as well. Helen, I'm sure, will be listening in WA. There's no doubt about that. Never misses an episode. Big fan of Grandstand AFL Sunday.
Well, took you a while to warm up, Corby.
I know,
too, by the way.
Did. Good slow to get
yeah,
back.
good to see you there, Rod. But my mum, Judy, she just loves this time of week, 12 to 1 on a Sunday. So hopefully, just be more so for you, Corbin.
Right,
big Corbin fan.
Shout out to Judy then.
Yeah, absolutely. So my mum too, Corby.
Look at this. I'm popular with all the mums everywhere around the footy universe. Tom Liberatore is going to join us, popular footballer himself, on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Plus, we got the top 10 cheesy game show. So, Jamo, I've heard good things about your trivia form, so I'm expecting a lot from you when that rolls around a little later in the program. And the reason you're at Adelaide Oval is there's a pretty big game of footy to come. Adelaide up against St Kilda. Just the 2 games on this Mother's Day Sunday, and then later today it's Collingwood and GWS. Little scene setter for us, Jamo. What's the weather like over there, and what are we in for today between the Crows and the Saints?
Yeah, cracking day, Corby, at the moment. Both teams are out just doing a light warm-up. Adelaide at the city end, and a few of the St Kilda players running around at the northern end. Number of the crowd in at the moment. Sunny, expected 22, 23 degrees. Look, great defensive side. Can't wait to see St Kilda run around. Matthias Philippou, who will be coming back to Adelaide Oval for the first time, played for the Eagles, picked up and is performing very well against Adelaide, who need to get back on the winners list after going down to Collingwood and also Geelong last weekend. So big game for both teams.
I mentioned the key question off the top. How many premiership teams do you see in the competition right now, Mark Murphy? When you look around the landscape, how many teams do you actually think are in the premiership window?
I think there's certainly 4 from mine that are right in the premiership window. And it's easy just to go to the top of the ladder, but I feel that... Sorry, there's 5. There's 4, the top 4 at the moment. So we've got Melbourne, who I've tipped to win the flag this year. I still feel Brisbane, they play so well at home. They'll get in the top 4, I feel.
Yep.
And Collingwood, I really like the way in which Collingwood play. Port Adelaide, I feel they're the other one that's really risen their stocks in the last few weeks. They're playing a really good brand of football. And then I still feel Geelong are right amongst that. I know they went down to Richmond on Friday night. They were certainly depleted with some of their injuries, but they're still thereabouts, Geelong.
So Melbourne, Brisbane, Collingwood, Port, Geelong.
Yep.
The 5 in the premiership frame for you. Any challenges to that, Jamo?
Look, I'm similar to Murph as well. Melbourne, Brisbane, Collingwood and all Geelong's dropped away. They're slowly working their way up. The one thing I will add, which might be left field, we might be seeing a contender here today at Adelaide Oval, and I'm going to say St Kilda. The best defensive team in the competition is always in the top 2 to top 4. Doesn't always necessarily they win or make it to the grand final, but they are enormously competitive. They're still got to kick goals, but it's normally the best defensive team makes it, pretty much most of the way through.
Yeah, that's they're the other team, which I'm fascinated to see. But that's a huge game today. Obviously, the fact it's in Adelaide, St Kilda, seemingly with a really good system, started hot. Have they cooled off a little bit? Can they get their offensive game going? There's a lot to watch on the St Kilda front. So just as we work our way through a couple of the contenders at the top end, so Brisbane, they win last night, Murph. They kicked 10 goals to 2 after half-time. Reverse a deficit at the long break, trailing by 10, and Joe Danaher, plays like the key forward that so many people want him to be every single week. He kicked 6 goals and really had a career night against his old mob.
Well, if Joe Danaher can do 80% of what he did last night, they're going to go a long way to playing deep into September. I still feel that their midfield is the real key, and if they get enough ball going inside 50, the likes of Joe Danaher having a night out, Charlie Cameron, we know how much of a star he is. I still feel their firepower's thereabouts. Their midfield is certainly their real, that's their real positive, and that's where they will get a lot of sides. They've got such great balance in there, stars right across the board through the midfield. So I like the way in which they're going about at the moment, Brisbane.
Copped a bit of criticism earlier in the year, Joe Danaher. So a career best 6 last night. He actually kicked 6 on 2 occasions for Essendon and does it for the first time as a Lion. Here's his coach, Chris Fagan, post-game.
Yeah, he's since the Dogs game when all the world caved in on him about his performance, he hasn't played too badly. So, it's not just about kicking goals, though. It's the contest that he gives, and he does some good stuff when he goes into the ruck as well, albeit sometimes it's a little unusual, but he just brings a lot to the table, and his last 5 games I guess have been really good.
They're an interesting team to prepare for at the moment, Jamo. So you've got the sort of big key forwards, and yet they roam up and down and hit the wings in Hipwood and Danaher. They got Charlie Cameron, who's an absolute weapon, when you leave him all alone inside the forward 50, and then guys like sort of Bailey and McCluggage that can bob up and kick goals. I think there was a stat doing the rounds last week in their round 8 game. They had something like 10 or 12 players with 30% time or more on the forward line. So they continually change that mix. Are they a better version of the Brisbane teams we've seen in the final series in recent years?
I think so. Cam Rayner also up forward, just the ability that he and the option that he provides. I think Daniel Rich across the back line too, just his penetrating kick, albeit I think didn't play last night, but he's just so important to that team, and putting Josh Dunkley into the midfield too, and what he provides and the way he plays. So I certainly think they've improved. For me, it's Hipwood and Danaher that need to do it a little bit more consistently too. That they, if you can get all 3 going up forward, and that's Charlie Cameron as well, look, they're going to be scintillating, particularly up at the Gabba. But in the big games, we haven't seen Joe Danaher step up, but was happy to see him do it against his old club.
Murph, Melbourne are one of the other premiership contending teams, so 5-5 to 1 behind at quarter time, and really the game was a wrap from that point on. They celebrate Stephen May's 200th game in style, so 4 wins on the bounce. We had Christian Petrarca on this show last week, and I asked him a question about his game streak. He's played 116 in a row, which is second only to Jack Crisp, and he actually made a comment at the time about, I hope you haven't mozzed me now going forward, and I was as shocked as anyone to see in the waning moments. He was limping around with what looks like a rolled ankle late in the piece.
He'll be all right. He won't miss. But it's they're just ticking along, Melbourne, at the moment. They did well enough, obviously, last week to get over the Suns, who, especially up there, they're tough to beat. But against Hawthorn, I think when sides are playing against Hawthorn North and West Coast at the moment, it's about how far, really. And that's not really to say that's an indictment on the footy club, but they're in certainly a big rebuilding phase. Hawthorn, Melbourne are right at the top of their game, so they did enough just to get the job done on yesterday. So and Stephen May obviously played his 200th game. Did he have an after party at Entrecote or anything like that, Corby?
I'm not sure what he got up to late last night, but certainly post-game he caught up with our own Karen Peterson. And Kez asked Stephen May about his comments at half-time, where he said, look, I think we're playing a little bit Hollywood at the moment, half-time that game against the Hawks. He extrapolated on some of that.
Yeah, so what I meant is, like Hollywood, we've just been a little bit, showing off a little bit and not playing the right way, and I could sense it. Like, it didn't really hurt us, but I could sense maybe we're starting to get a bit comfortable and a bit complacent. And we got our right whack, and so I could feel that coming, and it did. And to Hawthorn's credit, they put us to the sword for a good 10-minute patch. So that was my nerves, because I could see the way we were kicking the ball and handballing over our head and doing that sort of thing that we wouldn't normally do, and it was the right whack that we needed to straighten out.
And you guys are heading over to Adelaide. You take on Port Adelaide Friday night next week. What can you take from tonight into that game?
Just keep playing the same way. Port Adelaide plays sometimes similar in terms of defending with the ball in their hand, but did they win today? They played North Melbourne, so they'll be fired up. They love playing at Adelaide Oval Friday night. It's going to be a cracking match, and it'll be another chance just to learn and see where we sit and how we can get better.
It's a juicy game to look forward to. Jamo with the D's coming to town to play Port Adelaide on Friday night. So, that'll tell us a bit more about those two teams. But the teams down the bottom end of the table, so depending on how broad you've got it, either 3 to 6 teams very much in the premiership frame, which we touched on off the top. But we've got 3 teams down the bottom that are a little bit of a worry for the competition. What do we do with the Hawks, the Eagles and the Roos and the way that it's situated at the moment?
Well, I think particularly with the Kangas, it's just going to be patient. At the moment, you're having a look. Their average age is 22. Their average games is 47. There's a couple of key players in there that have played a lot of football, so that probably drags it up. But they got smashed yesterday, not only on the field, but also through injury. I think they got 5 or 6 from yesterday's game. So it's going to be the health. You're going to have to be seriously patient with that team. We called it in the gather round Brisbane and the Kangaroos, and it was really, they looked they were trying to play a game that they just couldn't execute in the end, and I think that's where they're at the moment. So you're going to have to be patient. I think Hawthorn, look, I think May probably a little critical of their team. 10 minutes where Hawthorn pressed them. They're not dissimilar as well. We called them down in Tasmania a couple of weeks ago against Adelaide, and they're trying to play a game or a brand of football that's not dissimilar if we align ourselves with Richmond when they're up and about. They keep it alive, they run hard, but they just handball and kick it to people under pressure as well. When it pays off, it looks super hot and good, but when it doesn't, it just goes straight back over their head at the moment. And for West Coast, it's just a healthier list. Murph, you know that too. You just need a healthy list, and they've just got incredible injuries to key players, and they're playing kids, so you're just going to have to see out the season and hope that they're just competitive.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said then, Jamo, and West Coast, they're almost a waffle side, at the moment. With the amount of injuries that they've got, even the best sides, if you were to have 6 or 7 of your best side out, you're going to really battle to win. But when you are West Coast, who certainly in a rebuilding phase, they've got some senior guys and they're all injured, unfortunately, that it's just going to fall too few. And it's even the training-wise, being able to train your way out of it is difficult when you've got that amount of injury as well. So it's a tough spot for all 3 clubs, especially the Eagles at the moment.
How's this for timing? So we've got as Ben Cameron's calling it, the Seed for Reed game coming up next week. So round 10 of the AFL season, Hawthorn and West Coast down at York Park in Launceston. And Sam Mitchell, despite another heavy loss yesterday against Melbourne at the MCG, believes his team is making progress.
Yeah, I mean, we're on our own journey. We know we're trying to make progress and we're trying to get better. And I think even if we don't necessarily win games of footy, I think we know when we've made significant strides. You know, even though today we lost to a very good side, I think we still made some progress towards the direction we want to go. Whereas last week against Freo, I couldn't really have said that. I would have said it was a backward step. Today, you know, it's not a giant step forward by any stretch, but I thought there were some parts of the game that looked promising. You know, Seamus's game, I thought Josh Weddle's game. I think guys like that, Miki I already mentioned, I think the consistency of the midfield took another step. So there's players there that are, you know, becoming part of our core group, which is really important. And the reward for effort and to actually get to sing the song together is something I hope that the boys get soon.
It'll be interesting to see what happens down in Launceston. Do you want to win the game, Murph, if you're a West Coast or Hawthorn fan?
If you're a fan, I thought you were going to say player. Fan. You want to see them play a really strong brand, whether or not you want to see them win. It sort of goes back to when I actually spoke to Matty Cruiser last week, and we talked about the Cruiser Cup back when Carlton played Melbourne, and there was all this build-up about who was going to lose so they could get Matty Cruiser, and Cruiser didn't give me anything. He didn't even realise there was a cup named after him leading into that game, but I remember every fan hoping, let's play well, but we want to lose so we get the best pick. But I think it's a tough one. The players aren't going to be thinking like that. They're going out there to play good football, to get the win. As fans, you want to see them get the best possible pick.
What do you reckon, Jamo?
Oh, you win. You go out every week, Corby, to win. You can't tank on radio, my good man. So, yeah, it's all about winning the game. And, look, there's some quality players in the Hawks. We saw Connor Nash, again, the Irishman. He is a quality, hard-hitting, in-and-under type player. Max Lynch has got something to offer up forward. Luke Brewster's on the way out. So it's going to take some time. And we know the competition challenges you and you're not going to be up all the time. So probably to Sam Mitchell's point, they've lost 9 out of their last 10, and the only one they'd won was against the Kangaroos too. So, it's all about winning. So you just cop your lot and you'll find out who you're going to end up with. And I'm sure whoever they get, 1 or 2, they're going to contribute to the list in time.
Harley Reid looks like a sort of generational player. It feels like we say that every year about the presumptive number 1 pick, but unfortunately got a head knock yesterday playing in the curtain raiser to the Carlton Western Bulldogs game. Actually got hit twice, so copped a lower leg to the head, and then as he was falling back, copped another leg from the other direction from a different player, so sat out the last quarter. The Australian AIS team actually beat Carlton's VFL, Murph, in that game yesterday by 4 points.
I did catch that. I went to the football with my son, and he asked, Who are Carlton playing in the reserve? I said, that's a junior side. He goes, shouldn't they be winning? I said, possibly.
Max is all over it, even at this
5.
Even this young age. It's fascinating, the conversation. It's not fascinating, actually, the conversation around West Coast. It's actually quite dull and boring. It feels like we say the same things about them every week. Even the back page of the West Australian had a story this week about whether they should bring back the banner because the Eagles just run through this big inflatable head. And so that's basically what it's got to try and come up with new narratives around the Eagles. But I'm nothing if not prepared. I've come with a little statistical anomaly which I've noticed occurring in the West Coast Eagles season. Murph, you know I love my numbers.
Yep.
For 5 consecutive games, the Eagles have been 2-3-15 at quarter time. So they were 2-3-15 on Friday night, and the week before that, and the week before that, and the week before that. And in fact, through their 9 games this season, 6 times at quarter time, they've been 2-3-15, the exact same scoreline.
That's unbelievable.
That's a bit unusual. 5 consecutive games in a row to have the same score at quarter time.
You know what that means?
It means absolutely nothing.
No.
But it's
you need to find some other things to do.
I just found it was a little bit
busy at the moment.
It was a little bit of an unusual stat, which bobbed up to me. So what we've got is 3 teams struggling down the bottom. We got 5 or 6 teams. I think you guys have been generous even to have that many in the premiership conversation. And then what we have is every other team in the competition that are right in the middle that look like they could beat each other on any given day. So that's when we get to teams like the Western Bulldogs and Carlton and Fremantle, and that's where we're going to start here with the Dockers. So a win for them yesterday, Jamo. It was really a win of significant substance for Fremantle. So they were challenged on multiple occasions away from home at a venue in which they hadn't won at in over a decade. and they were able to close out and keep their season alive. And it felt like a huge difference. I know it's only one game, but it felt like a big difference between 3-6 and 4-5, where the Dockers find themselves and all of a sudden back in the season.
Look, I certainly didn't pick them. I thought Sydney would rebound. They've lost a couple of close games, particularly at home too. You just know that John Longmire prepares a physical team at the moment. But like Luke Jackson stood up, he kicked 3. Lockie Schultz probably best with his 4 his return. Look, I haven't seen Fremantle enough at the moment to get a real line as to where they're currently at. They've dropped a couple that they probably should have won as well, but probably the alarming one out of all is probably more Sydney at the moment in terms of what's that, 4 losses in a row, I think it is too for them, so not ideal.
So 4 losses in a row for the Swans. They're also 1-3 at the SCG this year, so they're not winning their home games, and it's slipping away from them. They conceded 100 points again, Murph, yesterday, which is so unlike a Sydney team, and we know they're depleted down back. They lose Callum Mills on the run yesterday early in the game. They only had 4 games last year they conceded 100 points, and they've done it in the first 9 rounds of the new season.
Yeah, and historically that's the one thing that Sydney's always been able to hold their hat on, was the defensive element of their game, and it's always been a constant. They added in their offensive flair last year, and that was where we saw real benefit and them take another level or go up another gear. But at the moment they've had quite a few injuries this year. They've lost a few of those close games, but a bit concerning that they're 1-3 at home at the SCG, because it certainly is a big home ground advantage, because it's like no other ground in the AFL. And to be able to be scored against another 100 point against is a bit of a worry for them. And it's a lot of their stars aren't really firing at the moment. Heaney's had a bit of a down year. Obviously Mills got injured yesterday, which doesn't help, but Parker still played his role like he always does. But yeah, that's sort of that next tier coming up sort of haven't really played their role this year.
We'll talk a bit more.
Sorry, Corby, I was going to say, just jump in. Like the contested footy and the clearance stuff is really where Sydney win the game, don't they? And they've got the talent up forward, they can rotate, but they got touched up. Centre clearances 20-9 in favour of Fremantle yesterday, 157-143. Probably not such a big differential in the contested, but they're the 2 indicators you would think if Sydney are going to win. They normally win those 2 pretty well, but that's testament to Fremantle too to go to Sydney and do a real number on them.
Yeah, and it's a testament to the key tools, Darcy and Jackson. They can work at that combination. It's always going to take a little bit of time when you've got a young player who's so highly regarded coming in to a new team. He's only 21 years of age, so he played really well yesterday. Darcy was huge again. He had 44 hit outs, so just giving his midfielders first opportunity.
I was asked this morning on another program about sort of whether the events of the week had an impact on Lance Franklin. It's obviously impossible to know. We haven't heard Buddy speak. He didn't want to buy into it during the week, which is completely understandable after what happened at the MCG last Sunday. But all we know for sure is that he didn't play well. He only had 3 kicks. He obviously had one moment, which I'm sure will be highlighted during the week, where he went to play on in the goal square and ran straight into a Fremantle player he didn't see. So it feels sort of emblematic of Sydney's bigger problems that their key forward didn't get near it yesterday and didn't have a big day. So problems for the Swans, and for Fremantle, it's a win that might kickstart their season. They get the Cats at the right time this week, with obviously Geelong having a heap of premiership players out. It's back at home at Perth Stadium. And Andy Brayshaw spoke with our own Poppy Penny post-game about the significance of the win for Fremantle.
Yeah, it's massive. We knew today was going to be really tough. We've had a big focus on our away trips, and we were united today, played really well as a team, and it's a massive 4 points.
You've really built into your season. What's been the secret? I guess the last couple of weeks have been fantastic for you. What has changed for you, I guess?
Probably been more focused on the contest, cracking in as hard as I can, and just trying to make my teammates as good as they can be. So whether that's opening up opportunities at stoppages, trying to create 2v1s like I was trying to do today, but yeah, mainly contest.
It's pretty handy to be roving in the midfield to Jackson and Darcy.
Yeah, it is. They do a really good job. Give blokes like Caleb and myself really good looks at it. So they were huge today, and also when they go forward and take clunks, it's great to run out there with them. You stand a little bit taller every time.
Andy Brayshaw on Grandstand AFL in victory yesterday for the Dockers. The other interesting talking point is Nat Fyfe as to what Fremantle do with him. So they've got him back. He was able to get a quarter and a half in again yesterday, being used as the tactical sub. And Justin Longmuir was asked about what that means for him going forward.
We'll work that out, but he's handling it really professionally. He's involved in the decision-making.
process. So he's heavily involved in that. So, but he's handled it really professionally. And, I thought he had an impact when he came on. After his drop mark, he moved on really quickly and had some important moments. He's someone who shows really elite composure to win it and give it to those on the outside. So we'll keep looking at the best way to build his game.
So if it's a third week, Murph, as the tactical sub for Nat 5, is it no longer conditioning and more selection, or is it still conditioning even 3 weeks back?
It's good. Good question. I still feel that it's another week wouldn't hurt him being in that role, but I think if he plays sub again next week and then is a sub again, I think that's when you have to start questioning whether or not he needs to have a full game playing at some level. And then that's a matter of which level is he going to play, injury-wise, or is it on form? But I think when he's come on the previous 2 weeks, he's done well. Whether or not it's like, well, we need to play a half now, does he go back and get that in the reserves?
He's in my time every week, yeah. Look, I think you play him, whether it's tactical or you give him a game. Just the quality of the bloke, the leadership that he has, and he's in that side, and he's got to be around the club. He's 31. It's a little bit probably like Lance Franklin. He's 36. What do you expect of someone that old? It's the body, doesn't it? And that's what's probably letting Nat Fyfe down at the moment too. And I'd probably ask you, Murph, like towards the end in that last year of yours, I was thrilled to see you get to 300, but, like, were you going to get there? And your body just lets you down. But I'm sure if you ask your teammates, they just want you around. They want you in the team. It doesn't matter whether you play a quarter or whether you play two or the whole game.
Yeah, I still feel he's certainly in their best side. He's still got enough football left in him. I think Longmuir was right in terms of the way in which he's handling it. You can be a sook and sit there as sub, or you can be invested and be a leader, which he's obviously been throughout his entire career. And he has come on the last couple of weeks and played with great poise and composure, and that's something that he's been around the block. He's been an absolute superstar for a number of years. You want to see these stars still playing football, and he looks like he's invested. He still looks like he's in unbelievable condition, Nat Fyfe. So I think he adds a lot of difference to their midfield if he is going to play through the midfield, with the likes of Brayshaw and Sarong being the smaller types. So I think the balance of him playing, whether it's a half next week and it's or he plays 3 quarters, he starts on the ground, comes off after 3 quarters, it'll be interesting to see how they go about it.
I've got some quick-fire questions for both of you here off the SMS. So 0437 774 774. Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy and Rod Jamison. One for you, Jamo. How good is Geelong to be competitive with at least 8 players out of their team? From Andy in Wodonga on the back of the Cats' effort on Friday night.
Oh, you can't write them off. I mean, they've got such great midfield, their back line, and their key forwards. Like, I think they're still performing there. Probably the one team or one of the teams at the moment. They integrate youth into their group, and there's just this maturity, and it's probably not dissimilar to the Sydney model, isn't it, too? Like just the no D-heads in there, and they just get them in, and they all just play, and they all seem to be really humble. So I guess that's what, if you're not a Geelong supporter, that's what you despise about them. So they offer a fair bit, so don't write them off.
Hi, guys. Can the Bulldogs and Port be under-the-radar contenders? You've already got Port in your premiership mix, Murph.
I've been pretty impressed with the way in which Port's gone about. I like their balance through their midfield. I really rate their younger players coming through there, mixed in with some senior blokes, obviously, and Ollie Wines and Travis Boak. I certainly have got them ahead of the Bulldogs at the moment. I feel they're playing a better, consistent brand across the board. The Bulldogs have impressed me since being zipping 2. I thought they looked a long way off it, but they're still building, but I feel Port are a notch ahead of them at the moment.
We'll still touch on Port Adelaide coming up shortly as well, when the rest of our audience joins us in South Australia, and Tom Liberatore to stop by for a chat too from the Western Bulldogs. Michael from Wyndham Vale in Western Australia off the SMS. In all my years of watching the West Coast Eagles, I've noticed they are never just hanging around the middle of the ladder. They are either at the top or they go to the bottom and they crash and burn. They've always been a team of extremes. I think good news for you, Michael, that they're more often than not up the top than down the bottom, aren't they? And they seem to bounce quicker than most people expect, the West Coast Eagles. And hey, footy panel, the Hawthorn Football Club have a lot to answer for. They lost a brilliant coach in Alistair Clarkson of North Melbourne, a past champion in a past champion in Tom Mitchell, and now a coach of Hawthorn by West... Sorry, let me start this again. Hey, footy panel. The Hawthorn Football Club have a lot to answer for. Lost a brilliant coach Clarkson to North, a past champion, Sam Mitchell, now a coach at Hawthorn, but via West Coast. Look where they are on the ladder. That's from Mike in Tassie. I think that's what he was getting at by the S. That's too many Mitchells, too many Hawks, too many coming and going, but that's essentially the gist of it, where the Hawks are at. Does that make sense to you, Murph?
I'm still a bit, unsure about that message, but
I'm not sure it makes sense to me either. But
Yep.
the SMS number is 0437 774 774. Corbin Middlemass, Rod Jamison, Mark Murphy on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Rest of our audience to pick up in just a moment. We're counting down to the first game of a doubleheader on Mother's Day. The Sunday of round 9. It's Adelaide and St Kilda in about 25 minutes from now. Tom Liberatore to join us next.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass. AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
So Williams is marked all alone at left half forward. Hand passes in board to Liberatore, who gets through to ball. He sends it towards goal. Liberatore!
Oh, what a goal!
A bit of magic from Liver.
We had to wait a little while for it last night under the roof at Docklands, but the second half it came to life as the Carlton club did. They started scoring, and we had 4 lead changes in a 7-minute burst in the final term, having not had one at all previously in the night, and the Dogs finishing over the top to get the 4 points. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass and Mark Murphy in our Melbourne studio, and Rod Jamison, Adelaide Premiership player, with us from Adelaide Oval ahead of the Crows and the Saints. Tom Liberatore is about to join us. But before that, Murph, you rode the Carlton roller coaster last night at Docklands. As you were, as a Carlton man leaving the ground last night, what should you be thinking after that performance?
Good question. I left scratching my head a bit because I saw a really poor first half. It looked like they lacked any real aggression to move the ball at any speed. And in the second half, they finally played with a bit more dare, a bit more risk, started to back in each other and have a go at that handball, have a go at that kick. But in the first half, it was still some of the same of what we've seen already this year, playing a methodical style, playing a slower style. But yeah, they left with, I think the Carlton fans were left with a lot of disappointment about the way in which they went about it in the first half, but what could be after the second half. But yeah, they still got...
They had to wait until the game was almost slipped them by to throw caution to the wind and open up and be able to move the ball with any kind of freedom.
Yeah, they did. You know, the Bulldogs, to their credit, were great around the contest, and they were slicker by hand and foot, so they certainly gave Carlton a bit of a lesson in how to use a football in that first half, even though it was a pretty tough first half football to watch all up. But yeah, the Bulldogs looked like they were classier at the end of the day.
We'll come back to Carlton because there's a bit more to pick apart on that front, but we should celebrate the winning team. This man was sensational last night, as Jason in Geelong notes off the SMS. Tom Liberatore is the most underrated player in the competition. He was best of field last night. I'm pleased to say he joins us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Tom, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
How do you sum it up, what took place last night?
Yeah, I mean, similar, contrary to what Murph was saying. I think it's, we played a pretty strong defensive game in the first half, and then, we just had to stop their run in the second half and recover a bit of momentum, and that was good. It was a good win for us, and good to sort of get a win like that where we had to sort of regroup a bit and fight back. So it was a good test for us, and we came through.
Yeah, Tom Murphy, well done. I thought you were best on ground last night. Do you feel that you're starting to get the game back on terms of the way in which you guys like to play, be a bit more aggressive, go forward rather than go wide? I felt like the first couple of weeks looked very stagnant, whereas you seem to be getting back to just backing each other in, hitting that first kick and getting great overlap and giving your forwards, first opportunity.
Yeah, spot on. I think having JJ gone back, sort of frees up Dale a fair bit, and having sort of Caleb Daniel now going through the midfield, it sort of allows those different pillars of attack to just slowly work forward. And now we've got better ball users all throughout the ground.
I'm glad you mentioned JJ.
Yeah.
Was that a player-asked move, or was that something that Bevo's adjusted back to, obviously, when you won the flag?
No,
Claim it.
I got no idea. I'll claim it. Yeah, I actually had to sit down with Bevo. Told him to put JJ back. No, I'm not sure. I don't know. Just Bevo made the call again and sent him back, and it helps that sort of chip mark game out of our back line, which is what we usually do. Which is what we do at our best. So I think getting our half-backs in the game and then, rebounding off that is a platform.
Tom, Rod Jamieson, good win last night. I look back at round 1 and 2, and it must have been a kick in the shin for you just to start the season off that well. You're looking at the indicators in round 1 against Melbourne. There wasn't that much a differential, I must admit, but the margin was so significant. Yeah, definitely. We scratched our head a bit thinking back to round 1, particularly round 2 as well. But I think we've had a fair bit of change, sort of thing. So I think have just a bit more continuity, play together for a couple of weeks, and it's probably what we need, I guess. So it's never always a positive to come out of those slow starts. So we went to work and just put a bit more chemistry and get a good platform from round 3. What do you recognise as one of your key attributes or strengths as a group? Like, straight away if you're either on or you're off last night. I guess, was it in that last quarter, Carlton came back at you, but what was the change? Like, what's the attribute that you go, right, we've got to turn it on here? I think initially our pressure's the one in our contest, and we sort of build around that, but I think we're pretty smart when structurally things change. Bevo made a few key changes in the last quarter, and I think the boys responded pretty well. Those sort of high half-backs with Ed and Caleb and JJ particularly, their intelligence of the game is pretty high. So I think, the contest aligning with just that structural intelligence, allowed us to get back on the front foot.
You obviously played a lot of your career now under Luke Beveridge. We find him a fascinating figure from the outside, and we heard a lot, obviously, in the pre-season, Tom, about he's changed his persona a little bit and he's softened up somewhat. How have you noticed, I guess, that the differences in him this year compared to last? I wouldn't say he's always been a softie, I reckon. He just puts on a good front. No, I mean, there's a little bits here and there, but I think he's just sort of adjusted to, I mean, we had just in the off-season, we had a decent little chat around trying to get better next year, and I think both players and coaches, sort of figured out what we need to do better, and maybe that's sort of a byproduct of that, but he's certainly in a very good place like the rest of us. And the young lad, James O'Donnell, who made his debut last night, he didn't even have a contract 36 days ago, and now he's an AFL footballer. What's that story been like to obviously witness internally? Yeah, it's been great. It was pretty special having Simon and both his parents in during the week. To present his jumper and hear the story behind it, and it was cool to hear the perspective of his old man and speak about how good a kid James is. And, it's a good story, and I get to run out with him last night. You would have grown up with Simon O'Donnell on Channel 9, I'm sure, watching cricket as a kid. How many of the younger lads ever knew who Simon O'Donnell was and what he did? Yeah, I don't think many. Bevo was the main fan favourite. He was fanboying him hard when he came in. I could probably stick my hand up a little bit too, Tom. I remember him still playing. And, and he's actually had his own battle too. He battled a bit of cancer there through, and he's come out the other side really positively. I actually saw that speech when he gave it to his son in front of the room. It was pretty emotional for him and the family. Yeah. I've only known him as a pretty calm and confident sort of commentator. So it was pretty cool to see that emotion behind, and it's certainly got the boys going. Tom, well done on the win last night. Appreciate your time today. No worries. Thanks, boys. Cheers. Tom Liberatore from the Western Bulldogs. Back to the Blues. Murph.
I thought we were done.
No, we're not. Long way to go. We had a bit of external noise this week, which I saw Bruce was up to his old tricks, having a few strong hot takes on the Carlton Football Club, and Michael Voss was asked about the external noise post-game.
Oh, well, it's hard not to when it's surrounding you, but for us, the answer's not looking external; it's looking internal, and what we get to be able to control is what we do and how we train and how we turn up and how we get better and how we execute in those moments, and that's for anything to sort of change, that's what we've got to get after. So, for us, it's eyes down, it's eyes in, and we've got to go again. So we've got another, an extended break this week to go to work on our game, and that's what we'll do. So we'll turn on Monday and we'll look at the realities of the game, try and strip away some of the emotion, some of the disappointment of the performance, and go to work at it and hopefully just improve a little bit better for next week.
Any Bruce Matheson-style quotes, Murph, from you for Carlton for the week ahead?
No, none from me, Corby. I think that's probably enough. But I think Vossi's right. There's a lot of expectation on that football club. Such a big, proud football club that expectation was huge at the start of this year and last year. The club fell short by just a bit last year. They haven't played the type of football that they were playing last year. They were so strong from stoppage last year and scoring from stoppage, and they've lost an element of that, and they've been struggling to find a way forward when it's not being able to score from a stoppage, not Patrick Cripps getting it out and dish it out and giving the forwards first opportunity. They've been going probably a bit wider than what they were last year from stoppage, and it hasn't given their forwards probably first crack at it, and then they're probably being a little bit too slow in their ball movement, aren't they? Just around the ground, and aren't really challenging opposition hard enough at the moment. But I think that the best opportunity when you've got an 8-day break is you get to train a few things, and there'll be a lot of conversation about what worked, what didn't from last night. And I certainly feel they've got strong leadership within that football club to turn it around. You can turn it around in season. I think the Bulldogs have shown that from the way in which they started the year. They were written off by a lot of people in the media after 2 weeks, and they've rebounded, adjusted a few things that Tom spoke about from their point of view. So you'd expect a few adjustments here and there from Vossi, and then they get to challenge themselves against Collingwood next week.
And you'll be in the commentary box for that game. So Carlton-Collingwood Sunday week at the MCG. It feels like Luke Ball spoke on our coverage. The 3 facets of the game, they're ticking the box in 2 of them. Contest work's good. Defensively, they're good. They can't move the ball with ball in hand, so that's what they got to work on.
Yeah, and sitting with the fans last night, they can't question the endeavour and the intent, because they're certainly having a crack. They're not shirking the issue whatsoever, but there's courage in football and there's courage around the contest. They're getting that right, but the courage to back yourself in with ball in hand, to hit that first kick or to hit that handball, that's what's sort of missing at the moment, and it's because they're not being proactive. They're probably thinking too much about football, so trying to strip it back sometimes is the best way forward.
Don't think, do.
That's it.
The famous line, of course, from John Kennedy Sr. Port Adelaide have won 6 in a row, Jamo. They win yesterday down at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. It was a wide victory for Port Adelaide. They've just been quietly going about their business. It feels like since that long-range set shot from Ollie Florent fell short, it was a huge turning point in the context of their season, and they haven't lost again. How legitimate are they, do you think, in season 2023?
Oh, look, I think they are. I felt that they were a top 4, top 6 team coming in before a game was played. The health of the list, once again, really important. Charlie Dixon's gone down. They've had a couple of off games, particularly early. I think the game against Collingwood at the MCG, where they got blown away by 12 goals, was a real surprise. Come back here and then Adelaide touch them up and finish. They kicked the last 6 of that particular game, and ever since then, and of course there's been, one of their greats has come out and said it's untenable too, and ever since that particular point, they've gone on and won 6 in a row. So, look, it's never easy. They've got to play Melbourne next week, Richmond away, and then you think the Hawks, and then we talk about the Western Bulldogs. So I think they're going out. Sam Pepper is really matured and really performing very well, more so up forward, not necessarily in the midfield. And a couple of their keys, like Ollie Wines really hasn't, he's had a really quiet season. Travis Boak has been really quiet too. And for me, Georgiades done a knee, but Ollie Lord's been one that's been able to step up too. So they've always sort of found a way. The defence, at times, some of the matchups for me have been a little surprising. But other than that, I think they're a reasonable side. I'd still like to see a little bit more of them in Melbourne before I really jump on them and suggest they're a top 4 side.
Jason Horne-Francis was booed yesterday when he touched the footy, as you'd probably expect, coming up against his old team, and Ken Hinkley spoke about him post-game.
Yeah, it was good. A good game day for Jace to get out of the way in some ways. You know, it was always going to be a little difficult against your old side, and, you know, he embraced that all through the week. I thought he attacked the week really well, and he knew he didn't have super expectations on what he needed to do. He just needed to be his part in the team, and I thought he did it really well.
So booing in footy, it's been a big talking point all week. It feels like there's a strong differential between what we saw yesterday down in Hobart with a guy coming up against his old team compared to, say, what happened at the MCG. What do you think we've learnt, Murph, in the last week when it comes to, you know, crowd behaviour and booing in the game in general?
I've learnt that if you tell your fans not to boo, they'll boo. So I think watching last night, watching Liam Jones, who he left the game of football because he didn't want to get vaccinated and has a year off of football and gets picked up by the Bulldogs, that Carlton fans booed him. And yeah, I think people do it to I don't know, get under the skin of opposition players for whatever reason they feel like doing it. Don't tell your fans not to boo because they'll just boo inevitably anyway.
I'm in line with you, Murph, too. I think it tends to be booing of the better players in the competition, or if you have been at one side and gone to another. And in the last 10 years, we've seen that more regularly with players that are choosing to move around as well. I think we've learnt, and I think the Indigenous connotation was really quick by the AFL and the clubs to jump on it when Buddy got booed. So I don't feel they want to head down that path. So it'd be unfortunate if that was the case, but I think at some particular point, like, I guess I've never really been a booer myself, but, you know, you certainly pay your hard-earned to come and support your club, and it tends to be the opposition better players that you try. There isn't too many things now that you can do on a football field to get under the skin. You can push and shove, so be it too, and you know, I think the crowd and all your members feel like they can help and support in that particular way.
Yeah, that's the theory I think that's been tested. As to we saw Craig McRae's sort of unflinching response sort of last week was, "Oh, you pay your money, you can do what you like at the footy." I think that's changing, and even Ken Hinkley said a couple of weeks ago with us that, look, it's not your right to roll up and just heckle players basically over the fence because you've paid your money. And I'm not certainly putting down my broad brush. I'm not trying to say at all that, you know, there was racial connotations in what happened last week, but it is a good reminder to remember context with these things. So, guy plays against your team, there's in-game context, it makes sense. Whereas if you're a member of a marginalised group and you walk out onto a sporting field and you get heckled by, you know, predominantly people that are all from the same background, then that has a different context historically to other things that happen. And so that's what I think where they're trying to differentiate for footy fans. And that will take a long time. I mean, when you think about the Nicky Winmar thing that happened, the Nicky Winmar gesture, which happened 30 years ago. It was only recently that we introduced life bans for racism into the game. So things take a long time to change attitudes over a prolonged period.
Yeah, they do, and you don't want to see players not want to play football because they get booed. But I remember going to games. I was a North Melbourne fan, and then a Brisbane Lions fan towards the back end, and Wayne Carey used to get booed all the time playing against opposition sides because he was the best player in the game. And then Jonathan Brown was pretty similar at points. I used to love going and watching the Lions early 2000s, and he'd get booed every time he played in Melbourne whenever he got the ball. So I think it's a part of opposition fans booing the opposition greats. And unfortunately, I don't know why we do it as Australians, but I'd like to see everyone just stop doing it.
Collingwood fans were hot on it. Like, to read the social media reaction and Talkback Radio, that they were filthy that there was a statement almost put out on their behalf to apologise for their behaviour last week. I'm fascinated to see how they respond today at the MCG as to what kind of reception they've got for their own club, as much as anything, what happens today at the MCG. And we'll be there, Murph, for that game a little later on. There's no late change at Adelaide Oval. The subs, Jack Bytel for St Kilda, so Jack Bytel, and for Adelaide it's Ned McHenry. So the full call coming up next with Rod Jamieson. He'll be joined by Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Liz Walsh, and I can see Nathan Burke in the background. He's made his way over to the City of Churches, so looking forward to hearing Burkey as part of our coverage, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, in a few moments' time. Just to mop up a little bit of news out of Tasmania. So this is an intriguing story which continues to unfold. So Jeremy Rockcliffe, the Premier of Tasmania, now leads a minority government. So there's only 25 seats in Tasmania. 2 Northern MPs have become independents. So as a result, he needs 2 votes from other MPs to pass any kind of legislation. Now, the AFL say that there's a binding agreement, obviously, for the new stadium to be built, but there is growing momentum, or it is certainly gaining momentum, the push against the stadium. So I find the whole story fascinating in the sense that we were told while the whole debate was going on, particularly from people that were native Tasmanians, we're sick of mainlanders telling people in the Upper Isle how to think and feel. And now we've got this scenario where are the Tasmanians actually, or certainly the government and the feeling in Tasmania, are they listening to their people enough? Because there's a strong push from people in the state of Tasmania that the funds are better used elsewhere. And certainly, Murph, I'm not going to sit here and tell people in Tasmania what the best use of state funds are.
And neither am I, Corby, so I've got absolutely no idea. But, I think everyone was pretty buoyed by the opportunity to see a Tasmanian side come in 2028. So let's hope it stays on track, but who knows?
I think we all acknowledge that there are, some challenges in the community, whether it be hospital, housing, living, all those types of challenges. But what you find is that I think minority groups can be really painful, and you've got to listen to them. I think we listen to them too much. If I wear my Adelaide Football Club board hat, we over here, there's been minority groups that have challenged our new facilities in recent time, and we've hopped around, we've spent a lot of money on it, and 40 to 60 people holding up over 1.6 million people in a state. You're just trying to do the right thing, and the removing of 2 trees or 3 trees, or the light's going to be on a little bit longer. If I use that as experience. So I acknowledge, I think it's a great thing for Hobart. I'd love to see the stadium up, but yes, I acknowledge too there's some other challenges in the community that need to have focuses.
There was 6,000 people there, Jamo. That's half the population. They were all the way up there yesterday. I kid, of course. I'm joking, Tasmanians. Don't
plug it in the other side of the town.
Yeah. Interesting to note, though, that the cost per capita, so for something like the Adelaide Oval, for example, was about $600 per citizen. It's about $1,400 in Tasmania, obviously smaller population, a little way further down the track, and obviously inflation and all the rest of it. Yeah. Everything's inflation nowadays. Just if you're unsure about the cost of anything, Murph, just say inflation. People think, he's smart, he knows what he's doing. It's time for our favourite part of the show. It is the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show. Jamo, it's a complex game, but I think you'll be able to get your head around it. Basically, I've got 3 top 10 lists, and you and Murph will alternate 1 to 1. And if you can't guess one of the 10, you're out. You cede the rubber to the other person. Quick fire game show. So the first topic, or the first top 10 list I have, top 10 in the ABC Footballer of the Year as it stands right now. So who are the 10 best players in footy at the moment, according to our experts?
You want to give me the whole 10, or just got to pick one?
You just got to pick one to start with.
Marcus Bonapelli.
He's on top with 12 votes.
Nick Dacos.
Nick Dacos is equal third on 10 votes.
Patrick Dangerfield.
Patrick Dangerfield's on 9 votes.
Jeremy Cameron.
Jeremy Cameron second, 11 votes.
Clayton Oliver.
No, Clayton Oliver.
Oh, stiff. I would have...
Really?
Noah Anderson's on there. I would have taken Jack Sinclair, Jordan Dawson, Kel Wilkie, Christian Petrarca, Jordan De Goey, or Charlie Cameron. So they've got 8 votes or more. Clayton Oliver on 7. So you've just narrowly missed. Here we go. Topic number 2. Murph's one ahead. The last 10 men to have coached a single game for the Carlton Football Club. So the last 10 coaches that the Blues have had. Start us off, Jamo.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, no.
Any of the last 10? Last 10 coaches for Carlton.
Rob Walls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll go back. No, there's more than that.
No, Robert Walls. You could have had Michael Voss. I would have given it to you.
Oh, just...
Any of the last 10. Murph, give us one.
John Barker.
He was on that. We had Ash Hansen, David Teague, Brendan Bolton, John Barker, Mick Malthouse, Dennis Pagan, Wayne Britton, and David Parkin. Robert Walls was just outside, so you're one off.
Stiff.
I've got this category for you though, Jamo. I prepared this ahead of time because I know you're a hockey fan. Last 10 Stanley Cup winners. Who are the last 10 teams to have won a Stanley Cup?
Boston Bruins.
The Boston Bruins won in 2011.
That's what I was going to say. Sure, the Rangers won one? Surely.
This has not been the best edition of the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show, but you've won it, Murph. That doesn't happen every week, Jamo. So
what did he win by? Was it
he won
3-1, 2-1?
He won 2-1. Won two of the rubbers. So I would have given you the Colorado Avalanche, the Tampa Bay Lightning, St. Louis Blues, Washington Capitals, Pittsburgh Penguins, Chicago Blackhawks, LA Kings, Detroit Red Wings, or the Anaheim Ducks.
Yeah. The Blackhawks have just secured the number 1 draft pick. They'll go with Connor Bedard, I would think, coming up in a couple of months' time.
There we go. That's what we wanted.
I feel if I got 3 or 4, I still would have been done.
Jamo's sticking around for the game call. Loved having you with us, Jamo, on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Good luck with the call. That's coming up next, the Crows and the Saints. I'll see you at the G later today,
See
mate.
you there, Corby. Thanks, Jamo.
For extreme entertainment.
Let's do it.
Stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView.
Oh, nice one.
Extreme feel-goods with Summer Love and Fisk.
Oh, I'm having a greengasm.
Extreme funnies from Superwog and Peep Show.
You, my friend, are a stone-cold maniac.
And extreme good times with Braid and Starstruck.
And let's get ready for some fun.
It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
I know.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so quick.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To going, chest down, goal.
Something big is coming.
Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end. Step up in the big moment.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot. His drop punt is pure. It's pure. Here they come. What a finish.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant. He hits. He goes.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
His heart up against the boundary in the right.
Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Checks on. Bends it home. You cannot teach that. Brings it back superbly. Has a shot in the pocket. He is smoking tonight. That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
40 out. What a superstar. Goes for home. They're red hot. Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. It's high. It's long. It's straight. Unguarded goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Attack wins you games, defence wins you titles was the mantra of the great Sir Alex Ferguson. And this afternoon at the Adelaide Oval, the AFL's equivalent Ross Lyon brings his defensive brand on the road as the Saints look to overcome the Crows. Adelaide desperate to knock off a premiership contender. They've fallen short in the past fortnight. Meanwhile, St Kilda is rolling despite an abomination of a game against North Melbourne. But their top four credentials will start to be questioned if they suffer their third loss in 5 weeks. It's the opener to your Sunday doubleheader on Grandstand AFL. It's Adelaide and St Kilda from the Adelaide Oval. No late changes. Ned McHenry, Jack Bytel, the subs. Aaron Bryan's with you to call the action. And alongside me, as always, is Neil Cross. Happy Mother's Day, Neil.
Yeah, thanks for that. It doesn't really mean much.
Doesn't work
me,
for you, but yes.
No, beautiful day, isn't it? And really, if anybody is going to have a chance to test Ross Lyon's defensive setup, it's going to be the Crows on an afternoon like this. There's not much breeze to speak of. The sun's out. The ground looks firm. And if the Crows are to knock off a side that's up there this season in the top 4, then this is their opportunity.
It does feel like the perfect matchup. We've got one of the better forward lines in the competition with Adelaide, and as you mentioned, the best defensive team in the competition right now in St Kilda. A blockbuster game like this requires some of the bigger names, so we've sent out the call, and we've got one of the biggest legends crossing the border back from the St Kilda Football Club. Nathan Burke is with us this afternoon. Welcome, Burkie.
Hello, Aaron. So what you're saying is you couldn't find anyone else, so you dragged me across here on Mother's Day. But lovely to be here. What a day you've turned on for me. It's looks absolutely a picture of this ground, and in for a treat, hopefully.
Great to have Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson here as well. Welcome, Jamo.
Aaron, thank you. Crossy, and welcome, Burkie, as well. And I've got to go back and say, I can't believe how many coaches Carlton have actually had.
This is for those who didn't hear Grandstand AFL Sunday, where you completely botched the quiz.
For the Carlton coaches, that was. Really looking forward to Adelaide today. Up against St Kilda too. Only 2 losses for the season. Ross Lyon, just an incredible coach coming in, and Burkie, I don't know how he does it. Every time he coaches a team, they just find a way to shut down, and they defend stronger than any other team in the competition. He just does it.
He's got a method, and the interesting thing is he's managed to instill this method in one pre-season. Normally we see coaches say, we'll get to this point, and then the next year we'll get to this point, this point. He gets them from A to B in one pre-season, which is an amazing effort.
Yeah.
They've still got Max King, Jack Billings, and also Zach Jones as well to come back into this 22 as well.
Jack Hayes.
They're almost overperforming St Kilda.
When you look at their forward line, I saw them play one pre-season match, and it was against Melbourne, and they had Caminiti up forward, they had Mitch Owens up forward, and I'm thinking, if they're relying on these 2 young fellas to be their key forwards, they're going to struggle until round 7, round 8, until Max King comes back in. If they can win a couple of games up until then, well then, happy days. But the fact that Caminiti misses 3 games, is the last player on the list, misses 3 games, but comes straight back in, just goes to show that he was playing his role, doing what Ross wanted him to do for the team. So it really has been a makeshift tall forward line for most of this year, and the proof's in the pudding. They've kicked enough score to win more than they've lost.
Mason Wood comes in, and he's probably playing as good a football as he's played as well. Tim Membry's only played the 3 games, and he's a quality forward. And Mateus Philippou as well, he's adding a little bit more to the St Kilda game. And I guess the variety for me, it's just the spread of goals, Burkie, that they're all coming from, isn't it?
It's important, but you can't underestimate Butler, Gresham, Higgins. Mitch Owens can get goals as a small as well. For the Saints to kick a big enough score, those guys have to hit the scoreboard, because you're not going to get half a dozen out of Mitch Owens. You're not going to get 4 out of Caminiti and those sort of players. Membry's never been a really high goal kicker. If he gets his couple, that's probably good enough. So those small players, they're vital, that they all need to chip in and hit the scoreboard today.
From an Adelaide perspective, Jamo, we talked a bit off air about how if you're a Crows fan and you look at where you are now in this season at the start of the year, you'd take that 100%. There's clear improvement in this side, but because they've done so well, there's now this expectation that maybe they should be fighting for a spot in the finals. And unfortunately, the past couple of weeks, they've fallen short against Collingwood and Geelong, and they'd want to win today just to showcase that they belong in that conversation.
Yeah, and so they should be too. And I think that was the feeling at the start of the season, but the club were humble about the approach, and I guess you do what you need to do. But for me, it's the execution. That's the level now that Adelaide are at. And the last 2 weeks against Collingwood and Geelong, in front of goal and around the ground, the execution has let them down, and they now come up a quality defensive side where execution is going to be critically important today. And you go back over history too, and in the last 3 years, St Kilda came here in round 10 last year and beat Adelaide. Adelaide then defeated it in Melbourne, but then you go back to 2020, St Kilda came here and they beat Adelaide again. Now, That was 2 years, 3 years ago, but they're a better quality side now. So St Kilda have been pretty successful when they have come to Adelaide Oval.
Might head downstairs early this afternoon because there's some big news on the benches. Liz Walsh is soaking in the sunshine on Mother's Day. Liz, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Aaron, and it is a pretty perfect Mother's Day for me. I got pancakes in bed, a new pair of pyjamas, and now gifted the absolute perfect weather for sitting along the bench. We're about to see Riley O'Brien come to the bench, which just seems absolutely bizarre, but he'll be sitting on the bench alongside Ben Keys, Rory Sloane and Patrick Parnell with Ned McHenry, the Crows tactical sub. We've got blue skies down here. We're expecting a top of 23. Currently it's 22. The crowd's building behind me. The Crows have won the toss. They're going to be kicking to the Cathedral scoreboard end. Looking to the St Kilda bench for you, Hunter Clark, Ben Patton, Cooper Sharman and Anthony Caminiti will start on the bench with Jack Vitell, the Saints tactical sub.
So Riley Thilthorpe set to line up in the ruck for the Crows to start this contest. Rowan Marshall flew in yesterday for St Kilda after an ankle injury last week against North, but he's good to go. Interesting tactics, maybe some mind games. Who are you tipping, Jamo?
Adelaide at home. So I think they, again, you've touched on, they have to win Adelaide here.
Berkey?
Yeah, look, the heart says the Saints, but I think their head at home, I think Adelaide are a very, very good team here, and the Saints got their work cut out for them.
The text line 0437 774 774. It's Adelaide and St Kilda to start your Sunday doubleheader. Neil Cross to kick us off.
Could be a pivotal game in the season for both these clubs. On Mother's Day Sunday, with a half-filled house here at the Adelaide Oval. Ball comes straight down towards Adelaide and towards the wing now. Overrun by Scholl. And players gather in. Without a clean possession, it's finished about 10 metres in from the boundary on the eastern side. We're going to see a lot of this if Ross Lyon's team has its way. Lots of stoppages, lots of physical contest. Adelaide through. Murphy got the hand pass out. Saligo was there, and then Scholl down the line. Mark taken by Pedlar. He's at half forward, the left footer. Comes inside, goes long and direct. And it was Wangani Malira across the front of the pack. It comes to ground, picked up by Rochelle, and he's dragged down in a tackle just 20 metres out from the goal face.
Jordan Dawson, Jack Steele, Burke.
Jack Sinclair starting in the back line. It's always interesting to see where he starts, but obviously they need his run off that back line today.
In the ruck contest, it spills the way of Higgins. Just fumbled it at his toes. Now a gang tackle laid on Battle. Ball up to come. Still 15 out inside Adelaide's attacking 50. Slightly right of centre at the moment. Tossed up. Thilthorpe's in front position. Won it down. Tried to put it in the path of Rochelle. A couple of Saints cut it off. Burns flicked a handball out. May have actually dropped it trying to get it to Wilkie. Clearing kicks a tumbling ball up towards Higgins. Handball off to Ross. Now Hill. Stocker can exit for the Saints out to the eastern side. Filippo's underneath it. Just cleared him. Membry's at the back. Pushed as he kicked it. Dropped the footy. Gets another chance. Handball wide. Filippo back towards Butler. A little 1-2 through centre wing. He slips over on the boundary line though. And as a result, escorts the footy over for a boundary throw in. No score so far in the opening 90 seconds. On the text line, Derek says, hopefully Berkey hasn't brought his bad luck with him. He hasn't worked the Crows game this year.
They're on to you early, Berkey.
No, I've seen one Crows game. They beat the Hawks, just got over the line against the Hawks down in Tassie. So it hasn't been too much of a bad omen for them.
Off the ruck contest, straight back over the boundary line. So it's between wing and half forward, eastern side for the Saints.
Really clean coming out of the back line, both by hand and foot.
All back in. Thilthorpe with a tap down. Saligo takes it, tumbles the ball to half forward. Wanganeen Miller takes it and was taken straight away by Rochelle. Grabbed one arm at the same time. That's holding the ball, said the umpire. Wow, that was hot. Rochelle now. Out to his right, goes into the scoreboard pocket. Numbers there, and Dougal Howard comes over the top for the Saints and belts it over the boundary line for the throw-in. 2.5 minutes down in the game, no score.
Great to have you with us on Mother's Day. As Crossy mentioned, the crowd's probably
still coming in.
If that, maybe they're out at a lunch, but we're about half full here at the Adelaide Oval. There's a free kick in the ruck contest. It'll go St Kilda's way. Thilthorpe up against Marshall has given away a holing free kick. So Riley O'Brien's waiting to come back on. Interesting decision there by Matthew Nix as Marshall retreats back to Stocker. They'll switch across defensive 50 to Battle. What about exiting? He did have an option in Wilkie, but just didn't go to him. Murphy's now enclosed in the space, so he'll have to go long. Battle up towards right half back. Sitting underneath it, Rochelle. Also Wood. Off hands, it spills to Laird. Hands it back towards Dawson. The skipper lowers the eyes with a flat kick, although it's coming back as it rolled, or it was taken over the boundary line rather. So it'll be tossed back into play. Left half forward for the Crows, are kicking to the northern end at the moment. Still no score. Hopefully not a mirror of last week's game between the Saints and the Roos.
Ball back in. Off the hands, it went to Jones for Adelaide. Tumbles the ball inside 50. Stocker went back, dropped it. Ball on the ground, picked up by Battle. Under pressure, so was Wilkie. Battle eventually got a hand pass back. Wanganeen Millera is back there and goes out wide straight away. Other side of the ground to Burns. So he's still inside defensive 50. Drops it in short. Adelaide comes in, smashes it away. Quick hand passes, finds Rochelle. Then off to Pedler outside of his left boot. Hit it on the wrong side and put it out on the full in the right forward pocket, the scoreboard pocket at the Adelaide Oval.
Controlling play so far, the Crows. Saints are really struggling to get the ball up their end of the ground. They're setting up a really tight zone that the Saints just cannot get through at the minute.
Or inside 50s too, and just holding it inside their forward 50.
Howard clears it to left half back. Burns nearly juggled it in the pack but lost it late. It rolls into the 50 for Adelaide, but the Saints have numbers. Steele heads back to Stocker, bangs it up towards the eastern wing. Michael Annie got a hand on it, bringing it to ground against Higgins. Membry charges through, hands it in the path of Snags. He gathers, caught one high, and was clotheslined from behind by Butts. Free kick to Higgins, wants to play on immediately. It's an awful kick as he stabs it towards the 50. Bounces off the shins of Membry, gathered by Scholl for the Crows. Back to Millera. Now Dawson looks to switch. Nice kick to Murphy. They look to exit through the left back pocket.
Didn't like his options. Went back to Dawson. Still inside defensive 50. Third kick of the afternoon for Dawson. I reckon everyone's come off the wrong side of the boot. It did that time. Wilkie intercepted straight back into the corridor for the visitors. Off to Crouch. Inside 50. He goes with a kick. Off hands. Higgins picks it up. Hand passes over to Filippo. Off the left foot. His natural leg, and he's astray with the hook, away for the minus score. So the first score of the afternoon, it's taken 5.5 minutes. St Kilda leads by the 1 point. Adelaide quick to bring the ball in.
Out to right half back. Duday will clear it up to the eastern side. It's an awful ball that tumbles towards Saligo. Can't quite get there in time, and has scored it over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play behind centre wing for Adelaide.
That's what the Saints sweat on. Any errant kick coming out of their forward line, they really set up well behind the footy and go back quickly into space. And twice there we've seen a Crows bad kick coming out.
Marshall in front position, won it down. Sinclair at the back. We thought maybe Keys would go to him today. Tried to weave through traffic. His handball was poor under pressure. Turned it over. The Crows trying to force it forward. Sitting back now is Burns, who again walks it towards the boundary line. We saw one goal kicked in the opening term between the Saints and the Roos last week, and it looks like Ross Lyon's men are trying to echo that today.
Oh, it's the way they play. It's the way he set them up, and already you've seen that in the early part of this first quarter.
Marshall with the tap down. Picked up nicely by Owens. Swept a wide hand pass to Crouch. Fumbled under pressure from Laird, who then had to take it over the boundary line. Right on centre wing, eastern side of the ground. Still, that scoreline holds at St Kilda with the one behind. The only scoring effort through nearly 7 minutes of this contest for the ball to be thrown back in.
10 more disposals, the Saints going at 80% as well.
One down by Marshall to Brad Crouch. Handball back to Burns. Plenty of footy early for him. Up towards left half forward. It was a skyward ball. Brought to ground. But Marshall managed to get a handball out to Owens. Arches the back from 55. He's heading all the way. Bounces across the face and stays in the field of play right on the boundary line. Forces Millera to kick out towards space at left half back. Wanganeen Millera is there for St Kilda, of no relation. Hands it off towards Wood, towards the 50. Leading out, Higgins couldn't control it. Dawson now looks to exit. Little chip kick to Pedler. Adelaide's on the counter. Out to the logo centre wing. Walker presents. Takes the mark in front of the benches. Wheels, dummies. Got around Wilkie. Up towards the 50. He's kicked towards Rankin. Nice spoil from Stocker. And forces a boundary throw in on the paint.
Josh Battle just coming across, 3-on-2. And that's going to be the key to Adelaide going forward, isn't it? Just the way that they deliver, as it is in most games, into their forward 50. But such a strong defensive side. You've just got to hit your kick and find your teammate.
O'Brien having his first run in the ruck, just coming on there. Marshall won the ball out. Adelaide retains it though through Laird. Just a hook around the corner, or O'Brien comes through, delivers a hand pass to Saligo off the non-preferred left foot from 25 metres, right across the face out on the full. Big disappointment. First touch for Riley O'Brien. Let's go down the boundary. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, Riley Philthorpe's actually just come from the ground. He's got a left knee complaint. He's currently on the doctor's bench, and they're taking a really close look at him.
That'd be a big blow for the Crows if they lose a tall early. Off the clearing kick from St Kilda. Miller went back. Now McElhenney forward. Off hands from Murphy. Got it to Rankin. Sold some candy. Then brushes off the tackler and kicks for home. That is special. Fires up the crowd. Isaac Rankin. And Adelaide has their first on Mother's Day. 1 straight 6. St Kilda 1 behind. It took 9 minutes to get there. But Adelaide's up by 5. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, Riley O'Brien probably dropped a sitter in the end. Adelaide were able to get their hands on the football. And Lockie Murphy involved, who's such a defensive and good defensive small player, gets it over to Isaac Rankin. Dummies one and fends off the other. And as you can see, just the excitement machine just puts one through on a banana.
I think Ryan Burns would love that opportunity to tackle him again. I thought Rankin had done the wrong thing because he saw the play coming at him but didn't panic, didn't throw it on the boot, just stuck out the left hand and fended him off fairly and gave himself that extra couple of steps to put it through. So, good reward for effort for the Crows. Had the better of his first 10 minutes.
So O'Brien to go against Marshall, and they'll go again because that bounce clearly favoured St Kilda. Well out of the bigger of the two centre circles. So the umpire goes back, retrieves, and here we go again. This time it's Marshall with a beautiful tap down. They'll come clear through Crouch. So St Kilda go forward. He's kicked it long, and McElhenney. No, McElhenney took a nice mark, but in front, thrown out of the way, was Smith. So he takes the free kick. Shorty goes to Rochelle and then flares wide to the eastern side off the shoal.
Long ball up to right half forward. Little one-on-one again. Rankin uses the body to get away from his opponent Patton, but then fumbled when he turned to go. Almost put on the afterburners but didn't have the footy. And it rolls over the boundary line to be tossed back into play right half forward. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, the doctors down here are still working on Riley Philthorpe's knee. He's clearly in a lot of pain. In the meantime, their sub, Ned McHenry, is up doing a few stretches. I'm keeping a close eye on it all.
Leaves Riley O'Brien in the ruck up against Marshall. He won it down. He's looking for Keys. Sloan wrenches it out in the end. Quick kick into the 50. Walker's caught behind. Enough to bring it to ground. Diving onto the footy battle, gets a handball out, only as far as Fogarty's trying to charge his way through. Ended up getting it out to Murphy, who kicks around the body for a minor score on the right-hand side. 1-1-7 Adelaide, the Saints 1 behind. 11 minutes into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
The Saints relied very heavily on the intercept marks forward, so it's going to be crucial for Fogarty, Philthorpe and Walker, these guys, to bring the ball to ground like they did then.
Saints chip it out to Battle on the 50, and then he chips it short into Mason Wood at half back on this broadcast side. Down the line he goes, read by Sloan, or rather McElhenney, intercepted off to Parnell on centre wing. Brodie Smith forward hand pass was dangerous. Inside kick from Jones didn't work either, so they've turned it over. Ross comes off half back, turns it over for St Kilda. It's picked up by Brodie Smith. He's got it 55 from goal, and an open goal to kick to. Crowd tells a story there. Mistake at half back by St Kilda, and Brodie Smith with a long goal. Adelaide's got 2 on the board. 2-1-13 plays St Kilda, just the 1 behind on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Campanini was the player that the Saints were trying to hit to, and Adelaide just peeled off and came. It was 3-on-1. Got hold of the footy. I like Chase Jones' kick in the mid. It was just too hot for Rory Laird. Went over the back, and then Adelaide had to do the work, and the Saints couldn't get it out.
Yeah, just a little bit of panic there from Seb Ross. He knows he's not the fastest player. When he felt the player coming from behind him, going to run him down, just did the Hail Mary handball over his head to nobody, hoping for Hunter Clark, and well capitalised by the Crows.
Great to have St Kilda Hall of Famer Nathan Burke in town alongside Rod Jamieson. The Crows by 12 early. The text line 0437 774 774. Marshall goes early, missed the footy. Went to ground. Filippo with an errant handball forward. Hill slaps it as he tries to get it towards centre half forward for the Saints. Sitting back is Jones. Hands it off Now Parnell out towards Scholl, marks it right half back. He'll head up the eastern side with the long ball to a pack at centre wing. Good fly and the spoil from Howard as well. Fortunately only went as far as Sloan. Got it to Rankin, then Miller up to right half forward. His kick for territory bounces on the boundary line, or does it just over the paint? According to the umpire, free kick for out on the 4 to St Kilda. As we hear a pin drop at the Adelaide Oval. Here's the Crows by 12 points midway through the opening term.
Good to see Paddy Parnell back in. He was the one that against Richmond got concussed and had a couple of weeks off and worked his way back into the side.
Wilkie went down the ground. Off the pack it went to Smith. His delivery for the Crows was the keys. He's outside 50, goes for Walker. Got rid of his man Howard. Dived to his left and took the mark in the scoreboard pocket. 20 metres out on a fairly severe angle, but you wouldn't think Walker would have too many problems from here.
Quick footy inside 50, Berkey at the best of times is going to touch up any defence, but you can see that's what they're trying to do against St Kilda, who we've spoken about already how good they are defensively.
Across the season thus far, Adelaide's only got one winning quarter. That's the opening quarter. So they're continuing on their path as Walker comes in and slots their third of the afternoon. 3 goals, 119 the Crows. St Kilda just the one behind after 14 minutes, but a few problems down on the boundary. Liz Walsh.
Look, it actually looks like good news for Adelaide down here. Riley Philthorpe, he's come off with a left knee injury. He's done some jogging along the boundary, and he said to the doctors, and this is a direct quote because we could hear him, "I think it will be okay." So he's currently getting some strapping, and hopefully he'll be out there soon.
Straight from the horse's mouth. He can't do much better than that.
You wouldn't expect a player to say anything else, to be totally honest. But danger time for the Saints now. They've got Mitch Owens in the ruck with Marshall off having a rest. So Mitch Owens is not going to jump over Riley O'Brien. So hopefully the Crows can get a bit more proactive in here and really put the foot down.
Adelaide by 18. O'Brien wins it down up against Owens. He got some good fly. Gathers his footy as well. He's caught in the tackle and it was high. O'Brien gives it away. Owens flicks the handball out quickly for the Saints. Got it to Clark through the centre square. Heads into the 50. Coming across from the side. Big fly and fall as well.
Shepherd.
A heavy plummet there. Gee, Filippo got right up trying to almost emulate his performance from last week, but only tumbled heavily. Butts was shepherded out of it. Free kick to the Crows. Filippo's popped up okay.
The Saints.
Down the line he goes out to the eastern side. Owens went early over his head at the back. Picked up by Stocker, back to Hunter Clark, and now Crouch. Gives it off towards Wilkie. His kick is very poor. On the 45, trying to hit Clark again on the boundary line. He's gone too wide and just off hands for a boundary throw in true centre wing. Neil mentioned Adelaide's impressive opening terms. They've averaged 27 points per game, ranked third in the lead for opening quarter scores.
Ball comes in off the ruck contest. Clark tried to get it out. Ball still bobbling around in there. Murphy with a good tackle. Burns did well. Just got it forward for St Kilda. Picked up by Brad Crouch. A few boos for the former Crow. Gave it back to Clark off the left foot. Down the line he goes. Adelaide with a goal mark over the top. Patrick Parnell, the little man, inboard. He picks off a good kick. Right on the point of the square at half back. Taken by Dawson. Straight across the ground he comes. Michael Annie. Adelaide want to complete the switch.
Great catch.
No time to talk about that. The ball's moved on.
Parnell disposal number 4 as well. Looks sharp.
Michael Annie went to Parnell, then out to left half, back to Butts. Long ball up the broadcast wing to a pack. Another fly. Battle tried to crunch the pack. Couldn't quite get there and off hands. It's a boundary throw in front of the benches.
Good pressure from Adelaide out the other side too, just forcing St Kilda to win the football, go back. Another handball, went back 30 metres, and then the kick missed the target, and then it comes into a neutral contest.
Toss back into play. O'Brien front position. Slapped it in the path of Sloan. Can gather wide of the logo. In the tackle, he got a handball back. Hinge off to Saligo, now inside to Murphy. They're away through the square. Brodie Smith heads along towards the 50. Walker's on the lead, used the body. Wilkie did very well to stick a hand out and cut it off. Keys now wrapped up in the tackle. Spills to Walker. Snaps from 35. What a finish. Back-to-back majors for the Texan. Walker has 2. Adelaide has 4. They're up by 24 points. 4-1-25. St Kilda 1 behind as we approach time on in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Jake Saligo with disposal number 5, just really clean, getting the footy to his foot through the middle of the ground. The run from behind and just getting the football, and it's making it difficult for the Saints to set up.
It is. The Saints are asking quite legitimately why Ben Keys wasn't caught with holding the footy. He did fend off one player, span out of another tackle, didn't get rid of the ball correctly, and Taylor Walker capitalised on that. So well done, the Crows. But it's the winning the ball around the wings. Whenever it's loose around the wings at the moment, it's the Crows who are coming up with that, and that's where the Saints really pride themselves on getting numbers to the footy, and they're just not.
16-14 the ground ball gets in favour of Adelaide. Out of the middle they work their hands all the way to Brodie Smith. The long kicking half-back sends it to half-forward. Ball off hands to Sinclair. Couldn't take it. Came away for Adelaide. Pedlar went it wide with his hand pass looking for Scholl. Burns makes sure he goes over the line. We'll get a throw in. Hasn't been a great start for Jack Sinclair in game number 150. When I've got about 5 minutes, I can run through all his family that are here watching this game.
It is a big travelling party, Crossy. Toss back into play. Marshall in front position, but O'Brien wins it down. Slapped it straight to Clark, though. Centering kick for the Saints. Finds Wood. Hands it off. He had a runner in Phillippo. Fumbled it. Now he's under pressure. Smith brought him to ground. Coming with the assist. Patton turns it over. As does Murphy with his handball. Brings down Phillippo without it as well. The Saints trying to force their way forward. Cue the Benny Hill music. Wood finally gets it out to Ross. Centre half forward. Chips it into the 50 and hits Higgins. It wasn't perfect, but St Kilda have a shot on goal. 35 out, straight in front.
Well, they made hard work of it, but got there in the end. But it's going to count for nothing without Jack Higgins going around the corner.
Plays on, snaps around the body, and finishes straight over the goal umpire's hat for St Kilda's first goal of the afternoon. 4-1-25, plays 1-1-7. Time on in the first on Grandstand AFL. Laurel and Rushworth sent us a text and said, what a great Mother's Day. Feet up listening to ABC Footy. Very excited. Great to be with you, Laurel. And Fran from Melbourne says, hi team, enjoying the call. Always look forward to listening to my favourite SA team with a pinch of Melbourne. Go Pies. I do love when Fran texts in. She's too kind to us.
Oh, wow. Happy Mother's Day, everyone, too. Out there tuning in at the moment. But I think there's a bit of pressure here, both from Adelaide. 32 kicks to 33 handballs. The Saints, 43-28. So Adelaide's got the ratio right. The Saints are really just under pressure, haven't been able to cover the ground with their kicking. To your point, Berkey had to work seriously hard to get it forward.
Marshall with the tap down. Picked up by Steele, flicked a hand pass as he was falling to Ross. Adelaide with a tackle, forced the ball over. It's taken by Dawson. Out of the middle with a good first possession. Inside half, forward goes the kick. Streaming through was Pedlar. Oh, they just got out of the way. And he thumped for the goal. What a finish. Powerhouse performance by Pedlar for Adelaide. And they stream away again, 5-1-31. St Kilda 1-1-7 on Grandstand AFL after 21 minutes.
Well, it's a handy piece of work there by Pedlar, wasn't it? It was very classy. He just sort of scooped the ball with one hand, scooped it up with a left hand, dodged around a Saints player and put it through from 45. That was almost training ground sort of flash stuff that you do when you're not under much pressure. The big fella didn't really care about this big stage. Put it straight through. The Saints have only had the 6 tackles to this quarter, stage of the quarter. The Crows have had 12, so doubled their tackles. I'm pretty sure Ross Lyon might have that as one of his KPIs on the board that he won't be impressed with at quarter time.
I think Dougal Howard will have a look at that midweek as well, just to put the body in line with the football as opposed to the right arm. He tried to drag it in, and Pedlar was able to run through way too easy.
Floodgates seem to have opened at the northern end. Bounce recalled at the moment. So Marshall and O'Brien go for a second time. O'Brien with a double tap down. Bounced off Ross, the 2-time best and fairest winner. Spills out towards Saligo. May have been taken without. It certainly sold it that way. Jones came in. His kick poor. Only went as far as Ross. Now Crouch, the former Crow, heads up to right half forward. He kicked it in the path of Owens. He's entangled with Duday. Spills past both of them and over the boundary line at right half forward for the Saints. It'll be tossed back into play. 5-1-31 Adelaide. St Kilda 1-1-7. Great to have you with us on Grandstand AFL.
Saints just outside, attacking 50 on this broadcast side. Marshall wins it down. Oh, that was holding, surely. It'll be Steele, who didn't take possession, and Rory Laird threw him to the ground. So Steele with the free kick. Inside 50 he goes for the Saints. It just carries to the hot spot, and Duday just picks it off. Low chest mark. Flares wide to the eastern side, straight away to his fellow defender and Butts. Just inside defensive 50, 5 metres from the boundary line. Holds it up.
Sorry, mate, it's a terrible inside 50 from Jack Steele. As captain, has to do better than that.
Butts heads up towards centre wing. Big pack away. It's nearly taken at the back by Howard. Still to the toes of Filippo. It's ripped away. Scholl got it to Rochelle. Now Adelaide can clear through Parnell. It was a hit and hope. Never favoured any of the forwards. Cut off by Howard. Hands it off wide to Hill. Takes a bounce to the defensive edge. He's got Murphy on his tail. He's trying to weave his way around him. Did very well in the end. Nice kick down the line to Sharman. Hands it off out wide. Charging through. The kick into the 50 for St Kilda. Just over the head of Higgins at the back. Gathered by Duday. Hands it off towards Dawson. Legs it out to the left back pocket. It's a little far though. Didn't quite hit O'Brien. Coming through. Hill overran the footy in the end. St Kilda just can't capitalise. Smith now mauled by a couple. He's brought down at the pain of the attacking 50 at right half forward. Will get a ball up.
I think the happiest man is Riley O'Brien there. He saw Wanganeen Miller about to pick up the footy. Think, I've got to tackle this fella, but luckily the ball rolled away from him.
Adelaide with Chase Jones taking it off the ruck contest, gets it out of the defensive area. Burns, though, got the ball on the ground, gave it to Howard for St Kilda. No luck there. Pedler swooped on it, dropped it in a tackle. Umpire calls play on. It's to Ross in the middle, or towards the middle of the ground. He picks it up, non-preferred right foot, sends it long for the Saints. It's come off that contest between Owens and Duday, and somehow the umpires picked a free kick, and it's gone to the Saint.
As soon as they see any form of arm wrap around the front from behind, apparently that's a free kick these days.
So Mitch Owens sends it 25 from goal. Huge pack, straight down to the front. Came to Steele, handed off to Butler. Butler was seized upon, and after a few moments, it'll be the free kick. Saint down behind players. Filippo.
Yeah, not good.
Looked like he had another leap. I think he's concussed just looking at him. He's struggling to get back to his feet. And he's about 10 metres from where the man on the mark is standing. So the umpires have held things up. Couple of trainers out to see him.
He's got a bit of a limp, so hopefully that's more leg than head.
Just struggled to move down on the ground and almost looked glassy-eyed. Duday, or Parnell rather, out to Duday. Smith at the right back pocket. Inside to Miller. So Filippo staying out there at the moment into attacking 50 rather, as Adelaide look to exit. Butts finds Duday, left half back. Adelaide up by 24 at the moment. Time on in the first term. Short kick from Duday finds Michael Annie. What an impressive rising star this kid is. He's actually ranked 4th in the league in terms of defenders right now.
Incredible start to his career.
Up through the logo, Dawson with a nice fly across the front of the pack. Pulls it down and has a runner on the outside as well. Gives it to Laird. Lowers the eyes, puts it in the path of Rankin. Just a tiny bit too shallow. He slid in and tried to sell the mark, but he definitely didn't get there before the bounce. Wrapped up in the Stocker tackle, it'll be tossed up on the pain of 50.
I think he told the umpire, that's a clear mark too, by the way. Looking at the replay, the umpire got that horribly wrong.
Off the ruck contest, ball held in close again. Still remains just outside attacking 50 for the Crows. Hard against the boundary line on this broadcast side. Umpire throws it up. Both ruckmen looking to tap it to the same place, and Clark was taken down, or rather, yeah, it was Clark who was taken down immediately in a tackle by Murphy for Adelaide. So the Saint wasn't going anywhere. Riley O'Brien takes it away. Scrubby kick, but it worked for the Saints as it turns out. Ross clears the ball out to the eastern side. Foot race out there. Crows have the advantage. Scholl will come away, chip it inside forward 50, and Thilthorpe comes from behind. Wanganeen Miller, who is there as well. It comes out to Walker. Can't get a clean possession. Saints will come away from their defensive area.
Butler just skies it up towards the eastern wing. Flying across in front. Membry tried to bring it down. Bounced out towards Hinge. Spun in the tackle, but got a handball to Dawson. He's under a lot of pressure right now just inside the square. Gets it back to Miller. Now Laird looks wide. Spots Smith. Hands it over the top. All alone in space. Scholl can bang it towards the top of the goal square. Thilthorpe's got to run at it. Did he pull it down in time? The umpire paid the chop of the arms anyway. Free kick to the Crows. 15 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
Just relentless by Adelaide in this first quarter. Inside 50, around the half-back line for the Saints. They just don't have the numbers, and they're clean with their hands. Adelaide going out wide, allowing time and space because the Saints are pushing back, and then it's just multiple numbers up. And Riley Thilthorpe's 200 centimetres, big hands. Difficult to get a hold of the football when he's in front of you.
A heavy knee strapping after an incident earlier in the quarter, but he looks good to go to snap a 4-game goalless run. Riley Thilthorpe puts it through. Adelaide has it 6-1-37. St Kilda 1-1-7. 29 minutes to the opening term on Grandstand AFL. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Just for St Kilda, Mateus Philippou has come from the ground now after that incident that saw him on the ground. It seems less head, potentially more lower back. He's just running a few jogs on the boundary, talking to physios, but he does look okay down here.
One of the issues for the Saints is when they're under the pump down back, all their half forwards, your Higgins and Butler, and Hill, they get inside their defensive 50, and that's what they do. But when they kick the footy back out again, it's a half back line for the Crows who are pushed up high and outnumber wherever that ball lands and just keep sending it back in. So it's 6-1, half a dozen the other. Do you trust your defenders and let them go one-on-one and stay back, or get down and help them?
O'Brien almost gathered his own tap. It was pulled in by Saligo. Had to get the hand pass out for the Crows. Towed forward by Ross for St Kilda. Miller intercepted for Adelaide. Back they go through Dawson and then Laird, and he flares wide looking for Chase Jones, who's being chased. Pursuing him was Mason Wood, and enough pressure for the ball to go over the line. So it's out on the eastern side of the ground at half forward for St Kilda.
Jordan Dawson, 11 disposals, but what you'd like from Adelaide is Brodie Smith, Wayne Miller are the two half-back line players with 8 each. Seb Ross with 8, Brad Crouch also with the 8.
O'Brien wins it down, straight to Steele though. Wrapped up by Laird. Ball up to come, Rory Laird with 14 tackles last week. Marshall wins it down this time, straight to Brodie Smith though. His handball ricochets off a couple of bodies. Clark's kick smothered. Dawson comes through for Adelaide, gets it to Murphy. Off a step, it's high up towards the logo eastern side. Walker comes late in the pack and nearly pulls in the mark against Wood. Spilled down to Saligo, a beautiful tumbling ball. Hit Murphy, wide kick, puts it in the path of Rochelle. He marks 45 out. Thilthorpe was alone in the goal square, but he won't use him. He'll go back and have a shot on a slight angle to the left.
Clearance works 11 apiece at the moment, so the Saints are really good, as did Adelaide around the football. But again, Jake Saligo just gets hold of it and just gets it to foot really quickly, just along the ground, and then that opens up a couple of options in Rochelle and or Thilthorpe.
Josh Rochelle had a season low 8 touches last week. This will be his 5th in the quarter. 10-10 for the year. Could go anyway, and it's gone right in the end. Minor score. Adelaide 6-2-38. St Kilda 1-1-7 as we approach quarter time.
Going back a couple of weeks ago against Collingwood, he kicked 1 goal 4.
Saints come in long from the kick in out to this broadcast side over the boundary line. So our first quarter where Adelaide's dominated territory. Saints haven't been quite able to shut down like they have in previous games. Ball comes back in. Off hands to Clark. Got a hand pass out just. And at quarter time, Adelaide a significant advantage. Brilliant opening quarter from the Crows. 6-2-38 plays the Saints 1-1-7.
The Saints' defence is unravelling on the road. The goal scorers at the first break for the Crows, 2 to Walker. Singles to Thilthorpe, Pedlar, Rankin and Smith. Meanwhile, for the Saints, their only goal of the term to come through Jack Higgins. It's Adelaide by 31 points. The first game of a doubleheader with Collingwood and the Giants still to come at the MCG. Wherever you're listening around the country on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, this is Grandstand AFL.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Murphy got it to Rankin, sold some candy, then brushes off the tackler and kicks for home. That is special. Fires up the crowd. Isaac Rankin. And Adelaide has their first.
Ross comes off half-back, turns it over for St Kilda. It's picked up by Brody Smith. He's got it 55 from goal. And an open goal, the kick to. Crowd tells a story there.
Walker's on the lead, used the body. Wilkie did very well to stick a hand out and cut it off. Keys now wrapped up in the tackle. Spills to Walker. Snaps from 35. What a finish. Back-to-back majors for the Texan. Cue the Benny Hill music. Wood finally gets it out to Ross. Centre half forward. Chips it into the 50 and hits Higgins. Plays on. Snaps around the body. And finishes. Straight over the goal umpire's hat for St Kilda's first goal of the afternoon.
It's taken by Dawson. Out of the middle with a good first position. Inside half forward goes the kick. Streaming through was Pedler. Oh, they just got out of the way. And he thumped for the goal. What a finish. Powerhouse performance by Pedler for Adelaide. And they stream away again.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Adelaide have shot out of the gates at home. They've exposed St Kilda's usually sturdy defence. They've piled on 6 goals to 1 in the opening term to march out with a 31-point lead. 6-2-38 to St Kilda's 1-1-7. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Nathan Burke and Liz Walsh with you on Mother's Day. The text line 0437 774 774. Grant's message in and says, G'day team here at the Cambridge Oval. Enjoying the call whilst watching the Indian Premier League, which is Hobart's Indian community playing their Sunday social cricket competition. So great to have you with us, Grant. Jan from Euroa has also messaged in and says, Hi ABC, your footy calls are simply the best. Thanks. Well, Jan, if you're enjoying this one, still to come, Collingwood and the Giants at the MCG from 4:20 Eastern. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, Jess Webster. All-star lineup.
Quality lineup. Probably second to this one.
Although, that being said, we have one of the game's greats in our box, Nathan Burke, this afternoon. Berkey, what did you make of that opening term?
Well, very unlike the Saints, the way they're actually playing at the moment. If you look at the marks, 29 to Adelaide, 13 to St Kilda. Saints like to chip the ball around, maintain possession, but they just can't find any free ball at all. And the last thing the Saints want is to actually bomb the ball inside their forward 50 because they don't have the guys down there to mark the footy. So the only way they're going to score is get that free ball, find a few loose targets, get some handball running past, get the ball into an open forward line. They've done it once and Higgins got on the end of it and they kicked the goal, haven't been able to do it again. But the key for me is Adelaide just winning the ground balls around the ground. It's 33 to 26, just winning those ground balls. And what they're able to do is shoot straight back at the St Kilda defence to an open forward line. And because it's an open forward line, Saints aren't able to get any intercept contested marks, which is what they're really good at. Battle, Wilkie, Howard, they're really good at taking those intercept marks and then going straight back at the opposition. But because the Crows are winning that ball through the middle so easily and so well, getting it into a Phil Thorpe one out who got a free kick, kicked a goal. Tex Walker, one out, kicks 2 goals. There's smaller players running into holes as well. Open forward line, holes and kicking goals. So very unlike the Saints, but they're playing that way because the Crows aren't letting them play that way.
25 more disposals, Adelaide, and again the kick-to-handball ratio. 44 kicks, 44 handballs to the Saints, so the pressure from Adelaide around the contest, they're not covering the ground. The other way, 47 handballs to 67 kicks. So again, I think to Berkey's point, the pressure that Adelaide are applying around the footy is good, but also on the defence because they're getting it forward and they're getting it forward really quickly, which is making it really difficult for that strong defence. And they're high forwards of St Kilda pushing down, and when they do get it, they have to handball out, and they haven't got the kick and then the run and spread to be able to get hold of the footy.
Just had the binoculars on Ross Lyon. The first thing he did, bring them in, speak to them. Then he dismissed them to go to their line managers, their line coaches. And then he spent the next few minutes just playing with magnets on the board. So it'd be very interesting to see how he turns things around now.
What was with the packet of chips he used to carry around after the game? Are you aware of that?
I think once he said that he likes a particular type of chips, and the supporters were loving him at that stage, and they were throwing packets of chips at him, and so he's a big fella. He gets hungry and used to hoe into him every now and again.
Yeah, right.
So Adelaide by 31 points, St Kilda's lowest opening term of the season and a second consecutive week where they've only kicked a goal in the first quarter. Meanwhile, Adelaide obviously love a first term, but the second is their worst so far this season at 83%. So door could be open for the Saints, but they need to find something right now. Bounce in the middle. Marshall flies early, beats Thilthorpe, but straight down to Laird, who's immediately wrapped up by Ross. We'll get a ball up in the centre circle. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Yeah, just interesting to note, Riley O'Brien starting the second term on the bench.
Thilthorpe won it down that time. Straight to Steele, though. St Kilda with the clearance up towards half forward. Owens underneath it, spoilt away from him. Laird gathers, got it out towards Millerer. Now Sloane, wide to Jones. Adelaide clear it out to the eastern outer side. Rochelle leading up, takes the mark. Wheels around Wanganeen Malira. Up towards left half forward. Walker's underneath it, battling with Wilkie. Used the body, lost sight of the footy. Millerer was there, though. Hands it back to Tex. Gives it off to Jones. Runs to 45 and finishes. Magnificent. Adelaide's speed overwhelming the Saints here at the Adelaide Oval. 7-2-45. St Kilda 1-1-7. Opening minute of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, to me, that was Isaac Rankin. He pushed up to the wing and the ball went over his head to Tex Walker in a one-on-one contest, and Tex did really well, brought the ball to ground. But it was Rankin who sprinted from the middle to get to Tex's feet to just get that extra number there, overlap handball, and a great finish. And he worked harder than his St Kilda defender, and that's why they got the goal.
Incredibly clean from one end to the other too. Saints with the clearance out, and then Adelaide win hold of the football and just run in number. Incredibly clean.
Chase Jones with the goal.
Isn't he playing some good football?
Launceston product. Interesting with Tassie to get a team in the AFL in a few years' time.
He'll be 42 by the time of that.
In the middle. Bit of a fumble by Ross on the ground. Socked by Sinclair. Forward for the Saints. Miller looked like he was held on to. Got the ball to Sloane. Dropped it. Crouch picked it up for St Kilda down to half forward. Higgins took possession. Surely threw it. The umpire said play on. Filippo got it out to Hill off his left foot, and Duday went to ground somehow. I'm not sure. He was looking back to see if somebody tripped him. Caminiti leading up, taking the mark, 25 from goal. He'll back up over the boundary line.
Even then, that was a bit scrappy by the Saints, just primarily due to the Crows' pressure.
All right, what do you think, Berkey?
He's a good young kick, this fella. These young legs, they tend to make 50 metres easily these days.
Returning from a 3-match suspension earned here against Collingwood in the gather round, and he's just stray out to the right with a kick. So second behind of the afternoon for St Kilda. 1-2-8 plays Adelaide 7-2-44, 2 minutes into the second term.
I don't condone the violence, but I thought Caminiti's response in that game, he got the 3. It was, I think you'd cop that.
Adelaide out to the broadcast wing. Rankin with it. No look away, or look away rather, handball. He's trying to get it to Dawson, who's filthy with him because he gave it straight to Steele instead. Inside 50, Smith put one down. Trying to get it out into St Kilda, but in the end it's Duday to Millerer. Nice kick, exiting to Walker at right half back. Adelaide now, head up the wing, kick down the line. Leading target, Rankin takes the mark. This time he looks inside and kicks to Laird, but his disposal is very poor. Over the head of Dawson. Just hasn't got any luck in this second term. Membry turns, gives it off towards Caminiti. Called to play on, he stepped off his line. Sloane with the diving smother attempt. He wheeled away from that and gave it to Crouch. St Kilda go wide out to the eastern side to Wood. He finally wants to go inside 50. Long ball, scoreboard pocket. Membry couldn't fly. Sports away from him in the end, and Butts gathers. Hands it off towards Laird. Little dinky kick out to Duday, and now Hinge can exit.
Hinge's kick partly smothered. Wanganeen Malira fended off Butts, and then, well, balls ended up going over the line. Crowd wasn't happy. The fend-off looked high, but the ball will end up being thrown in. Fended off Chase Jones. I thought it was Butts, but then Hinge came through and smothered the ball. Anyway, it's at right half forward, eastern side for the Saints.
Big turnover by Rory Laird in the middle, going at 56%, unlike him. Normally high 70s and 80s.
Marshall took it out of the ruck, but rushed the kick forward only as far as Brodie Smith, who sends it back where it came from. Centre wing, eastern side. Thilthorpe was in the hole, but lost it in the sun. Bounced off his hands and over the boundary line. It would have been an uncontested grab. And he apologises to his teammates in the process. It is Adelaide by 36 points.
That was actually rather funny.
He headed it in the end.
You would be happy in the English Premier League to come up with that one. It was very powerful.
It did. Got him right in the left ear roll.
So now he's back at it, working in the ruck contest, follows up with a tackle, forces a ball up.
Ted Lasso, isn't it? Great series if you haven't seen that.
So Thilthorpe and Marshall go at it. Adelaide clearly working on wearing down Marshall. Mason Wood just hand passed in hope. Chase Jones picks it up. Quick one to Dawson. Inside his hand pass, turned over. Crouch took it. Now they swing it through their hands. Owens has got it at half forward. Stumbling, got the kick away high. Butt says, I want to pick it off. Instead it went down to Duday. Off to Jones by hand. He stabs a kick long. Adelaide with an opportunity as the ball falls over the back. Numbers, though, favour the Saints. Dougal Howard picks it up. He sends it back towards centre wing. Boy, forgettable brand of football at the moment.
Hinge flew and brought it to ground. And now Wood's wrapped up by a couple of tacklers. True centre wing, eastern side in front of the Max Bashir stand. Adelaide by 36 points at the moment. On the text line, Donna from Sejuna says, enjoying the game, fishing on Mother's Day. Luke Pedler's from my hometown in Kingston. From the ball up, and it goes as far really as the boundary line, about 5 metres, and there's a little bit of afters as well as Jones and Steele get stuck into each other. Crouch was trying to get the disposal away. Dawson in the end with the tackle. So we'll try again here. Just forward now of centre wing for St Kilda. They're attacking the northern end.
Pedler had a good first quarter, kicked the one goal, hasn't touched it early in the second.
Thilthorpe with a double tap down to Sloane. Rushed as he kicked it under some pressure and turned it straight over to Wanganeen Malira. He's at the defensive edge of the square for the Saints. Had the chance to, ran into Luke Pedler's dad once at the Docklands. Came for a game. He drives all the way from Victoria for a fair few of them here at the Oval.
I think most parents do that too, the amount of travelling they do.
So long ball down the line for the Saints. It was poor. Patton tried to get it up to right half forward. Wood did fly, but he was beaten in the air by Smith. So a bit of messy footy here to start the second term. It was the same in the first before Adelaide ran away with it. Speaking of, it's a bit of ping pong. Smith went down the line, gave it straight back to Patton. He hands it forward looking for Crouch. It floated up in favour of Jones. He couldn't control it. Steele comes through and capitalises. Gives it to Crouch. Up to right half forward. Caminiti with the fly. Bounced off him. Spilled to Higgins though. Gives it off. Owens now to Membry from 45. Tight angle. Will kick across the face. 1-on-1. Butler nearly pulls it in with one arm against Miller. Couldn't quite control it, and it rolls over the boundary line in the left forward pocket.
Probably had the right to have a shot there, Membry. He was about 35 metres out, a tightish angle, no one around him. Time to steady, time to run, gain an extra 10 metres and put that one through.
And needed it.
Ruck throws a bit short. Marshall comes, taps it out in the direction of Hill, trying to get a hand pass and a tackle. Couldn't get a clean one out. And now diving on the ball, says the umpire, no. It was Steele who was first man there, and Laird was over the top of him. Ball up. Just inside attacking 50 for the Saints. Down it comes to Thilthorpe. Got the hands free. Slipped a hand pass in the direction of Dawson, who half volleyed it and then was snaffled straight away in a tackle by Steele.
Tossed up just outside the 50. Sloane charging through. Got a handball out to Hinge. Now Scholl can clear it. Out to the broadcast wing. Front position. Howard dives forward. I reckon he's pulled that in, but they haven't paid it. Ball up to come as Fogarty wraps him up in the tackle. So we saw Thilthorpe in the opening term snap a 4-game goalless run. Fogarty hasn't kicked one in the last 2 either. So he'd be hoping for a big game this afternoon. Marshall wins it down straight to Saligo. He slipped, but got a handball off the deck towards Parnell, becomes the tackler in the end on Clark, who got it out late. Filippo towards the 50. Membry rather from 45. Wheels around, heads for home this time. He's got plenty on the kick, but it's across the face. So learn his lesson to be a bit selfish, but didn't have the accuracy that time. St Kilda 1-3-9. 9 minutes into the second term. Adelaide 7-2-44. They play on quickly. Duday goes to Parnell, and now to the eastern side.
Long with the kick. And Walker just reaches around Wilkie and takes a one-hander on centre wing. Down to half forward he goes in the direction of Fogarty. Howard's got the ball in hand. Fogarty's got him. Takes him to ground. Umpire stands and says no. He didn't have an opportunity to dispose of the ball before he was tackled. So 5 metres in from the boundary in the left forward pocket for Adelaide. Ball will go in the air. Off hands. Standing at the back of the pack was Jones with the snap across the goal face. Bounces up, gives Hill a chance. Takes it just before Keys arrived. Got around him, dropped it short for Sinclair. With the mark and the quick kick for Wilkie. On the outlet, the left-footed defender will just take his time. Runner-up in the best and fairest last season at the Saints.
Saints haven't been able to change the angle of their entry or their ball work at all. They've been going up and down that far side the whole quarter. Finally come to this side of the ground, but again, hemmed in along the boundary line.
Stocker at left half back went short. Patton now on the boundary line. Doesn't have a lot to go to, so he'll bang it up towards the attacking edge of the square. Big fly from the back by Caminiti. Couldn't control it. Spilled down. Tackle laid on Sharman. He loses control. Scholl out wide towards Murphy. Then Smith. Back to Scholl. Wheels around on the boundary line and hits Fogarty on the chest. Too far out to score. He'll head inside 50. Could have got long to Walker and almost faked everyone out. Went short to Rankin instead. 40 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
To your point, Berkey, too, like the Saints, 3, 4, 5 kicks coming out, but when Adelaide win the football in that close area or contested area, they're just so sharp and spread, get it out, the short kick, and albeit that Fogarty kick I don't think was intended to Rankin. I think he wanted Walker and would have been intercepted otherwise, but the pressure again inside 50 is too much for the Saints to handle at the moment.
What a season Isaac Rankin's compiling. A goal every game. He continued that with one in the first. Crosses the paint of 50. He won't have two. He shanked it off the side of the boot and out on full. Free kick to St Kilda in front of the Riverbank stand. They're trailing by 36 points. 35 points, I should say, rather. And it's a low-scoring second term.
Saligo, Pedler and Rankin have all kicked out on the full in this game.
Battle. Brought the ball in. Owens led up, took the mark straight away to Hill into the centre of the ground. Was a good kick. Found his man in Sharman. Sharman now can flare out to the eastern side of the ground. He finds Mason Wood. Wood just pops one over the top. Hard running by Steele ahead of O'Brien. And so he should be. The midfielder goes inside 50, right to the top of the square. Duday was there. It came off his hands onto the ground and socked through in the end by Caminiti. Oh, Duday will be cursing himself, just dropped the ball down, and Caminiti was able to just stroll and soccer it through. So the Saints get a badly needed one. 2-3-15. Adelaide 7-2-44. We've gone through 12 minutes of the second term at the Adelaide Oval on Grandstand AFL.
The difference there was, I think it was Mitch Owens marks the ball, handballs the ball to Brad Hill off the half-back line, and they actually get the ball through the centre corridor and actually change direction of the footy, not going up and down the one side, which just opened things up a little bit more, gave Caminiti the ability to work a little bit one out. Did a really good effort by the young fella, worked hard to bring the ball to the ground and then pounced it on himself. So a bit of a one-man effort, but for the Saints it's probably the first time that they've taken the ball from one side of the ground to the other into an open forward line.
Now got the handball kick ratio spot on. 30 kicks, 16 handballs, so just getting and covering the ground.
O'Brien won it down straight to Pedler, whoever ran the footy, but rips it out, shrugs a couple of tackles and gives it to Saligo. Clearance for the Crows into the 50. Philthorpe's outnumbered and Howard did very well to escort him under the footy and then take the intercept mark. He'll switch to Hill. It's a bit short. He did very well to slap it on the bounce towards Stocker. They're under a bit of pressure there. They've turned it over in the end anyway. Fogarty got rid of Wilkie. Rochelle can run to 30 and finish for Adelaide. They capitalise on a poor defensive error. And the Crows Back up by 35. 8-2-50. St Kilda 2-3-15. 13 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Again, the pressure, the kick. Brett Hill worked so hard to get it back. And it was just Stocker's really poor handle at that particular point when the pressure came. He just had to lower the eyes or hang onto the football or get it closer to the boundary than what he did, rather than just handball straight over the head. And look, Shelley and Adelaide had the numbers, didn't he? Just an easy bounce and allowed him to run flat on goal and took a bounce 30 out.
Yeah, speculative handballs over your head, inside your back line, they're fraught with danger, and it got what it deserved.
So Adelaide by 35 points. They led by 31 at quarter time. Halfway through the second term, Ross looked like he was held as the ball came clear of the ruck contest. Now he taps it forward, picked up by Saligo, taken to ground in a tackle. Surely that is holding the ball. Marshall, the ruckman, will receive the free kick for St Kilda. Sends it long and high. And Butts comes across and thumps it 20 metres for Adelaide outside defensive 50. Picked up by Steele, whacks it in again for St Kilda. Almost a mark, comes to ground. Through came Duday with the head down. Ball still available. Yeah, it's bobbling around. Adelaide tried to clear it away. It only went as far as Butler with a snap. Over the shoulder. The pressure was on Chase Jones, just spilled into the open. Butler picked it up with a quick snap and another goal for the Saints. 3-3-21 now. Adelaide 8-2-50. Lead is 29 points at the 15-minute mark. Boundary line is Liz Walsh.
From a conditions perspective down here at ground level, it is starting to get really warm. So when the Saints players are coming to the benches, they're actually now being handed wet towels to help cool themselves down.
Well, badly needed one there for the Saints. What they can't do is allow the Crows to go down and counter very, very quickly. They've got to somehow manufacture. They're still 30-odd points down. They've got to manufacture 2 in a row, 3 in a row, and get this back to a catchable margin by half-time. There's still almost 10 minutes to go in this quarter, so time for a couple more, but they can't allow the Crows to bounce back and do what they did last time they got a goal and get one straight back.
In the middle, O'Brien down to Laird. Almost caught his knee with Clark and went to ground with the footy. Turned it over. Clark can gather for St Kilda. Heads into the 50. Higgins on the lead. Spoiled away from him by Michael Lanny. Spills out towards Millerer. Battling with Membry. He did enough, the Saint, to paddle it forward. Butler off the deck with the volley. A minor score on the left-hand side. This second term almost mirroring the first. It took 9 minutes for the game to break open in the first term. It's taken 12 here at the Adelaide Oval. 28-point game. On the text line, Henry in Melbourne says, is the Rocky theme music playing when Rochelle kicks a goal? It is. The Crows have mimicked Brisbane's decision to have the players pick a song each, and he's decided to go with the old Sylvester Stallone classic. Big sit as Adelaide looks to exit defensive 50. The fly from Owens, intercept mark, hands it to Wangani Malira, who kicks inside 50 to Higgins. Great play there from St Kilda on the counter, all set up by this young star, Mitch Owens. Got a great hanger here on the broadcast wing.
Really good. Great catch. And then Higgins too. Just Michael Lanny really hard and behind. Higgins take a really strong overhead contested mark. And this is the 10th time Saints have gone inside 50 this quarter. They kicked 2 goal 3. They just have to finish this off.
Heading for home, Higgins starts very right. Doesn't get a lot of curl on it either. He'll sit up on the right-hand behind line and rush through for a minor score. So the Saints have 6 of the last 7 scoring shots, but haven't been accurate. 2 goals 4. They trail by 27 points. 8-2-50 plays 3-5-23 as we approach time on in the second term.
Then conversely too, when Adelaide have gone forward on the 4 occasions, they kicked 2 goals. So that's the concern, just the efficiency from the Saints.
Smith plays on from the kick-in. Gets it towards centre wing. Off hands Dawson. Couldn't get a clean disposal. Clark got it out to Crouch, and then he turned it over. Adelaide working hard through the hands eventually. Out to Chase Jones. Now they've got control. On the wing. Eastern side taken by Keys. He decides to play on. Off the left foot and long. Going back. Fogarty. Well protected by Thilthorpe. Battle couldn't get there. And Fogarty effectively took an uncontested mark. 45 from goal. On a 45-degree angle.
I think that was either Wilkie or Howard had pushed up the ground and didn't get back quickly enough. It was Seb Ross, the closest man to Fogarty, and I'm pretty sure he's not his direct opponent. I hope not anyway, for the Saints' sake.
So Darcy Fogarty. 17 games last year, he had 33 goals. He's kicked 13 thus far this season. In he comes. Shouldn't have a problem with the distance and no problem with accuracy either. Crows again answer the St Kilda challenge. It's free-flowing if you're an Adelaide supporter. 9-2-56. St Kilda 3-5-23. And we're just coming up the time on in this second term at the Adelaide Oval. Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke, your experts on Grandstand AFL.
Well, 8 goal scorers to Adelaide, and Taylor Walker has 2, which came in the first quarter. And that's exactly what I was just trying to highlight there. Adelaide 5 inside 50 for 3 majors, 10 inside 50 to the Saints to 2 goal 4. They do the work, they get it in, and they seem to be scrapping and battling the Saints to get it forward to kick goals, but they haven't finished off in this quarter with the chance they've had. But when it goes the other way, it's going into the forward 50, and Adelaide are really hurting.
33-point margin. Stan from Victoria says, hi team, enjoying the call. Talk about flying under the radar. The Crows coach is doing a great job. Matthew Nicks certainly has the players after a couple of years. They really battled through this rebuild in the middle. O'Brien won it down to the feet of Dawson, couldn't control it. Tackle laid. As Steele wraps up Sloane. We'll get a ball up just inside the centre circle.
That's where you're going to see the Hawks and the Kangaroos probably go through another year, 2 or 3, just to get themselves where they need to be. Adelaide have just been through it.
Marshall wins it down. Dawson slid into the footy. Marshall fell on top of him, almost holding the ball played. He got it out late. Picked up by Sinclair. Clearing kick for St Kilda into the 50. Bit too long for Caminiti. At the back, it's picked up by Michael Lanny. Handball put Duday under a lot of pressure. Higgins brings him down. 30 out from goal. Ball up to come. Straight in front for St Kilda. Trailing by 33 points at the moment.
It's better forward pressure by the Saints, laying some good strong tackles.
Ball goes up. Comes down to Steele for St Kilda. Flipped a hand pass out. Wood wanted a free kick. In the tackle, released the ball. Keys took it for Adelaide. Then to Duday. Keys receives it back from Laird. And now on the left foot, he kicks outside defensive 50. Fogarty came and met it, knocked it to the front. Rochelle came through. Gee, good awareness. Got it towards the boundary line where Keys was. Keys released the ball. Smith came through and took it. Beat one, then gave it back to Keys. He did a millimetre long kick. Follows it up, and they managed to get it down towards half forward before it crosses the boundary line on the eastern side. Good work, you'd have to say, from the Crows. None of that was easy, but they did manage to force the ball 30, 40 metres down the ground.
Just the simple things in the game, they never lost. If you've got a bloke in a better position, just give it first time.
Toss back in. Marshall wins it down, charging through. Picked up by Crouch. Hands it off to Ross. Some faint boos there for the former Crows best and fairest winner. Down the line go the Saints. Off the hands of Miller, it's picked up by Caminiti. Gives it off to Filippo. Had a couple of options in the end. Just pops it high up towards Burns. Sport away from him towards the centre square. Sinclair charging through but couldn't control it. Sloane gets away. Hands it off. Dawson now out wide towards Saligo through the logo. They're out here. Picked up by Thilthorpe. On the 45, he heads to half forward. Rochelle up against Stocker. Couldn't control it, then wrapped up in the tackle. Ball up to come at right half forward. Fans in attendance certainly happy with the Crows' performance so far. A 33-point lead as they look to snap a 2-game losing streak. Almost overcame Collingwood. Looked decent at times against Geelong. This would be a statement today. O'Brien down to Sloane. He rushed his kick into the 50 and too long and wide out on the full in the left back pocket for St Kilda.
And for the reason being, just the teams are too good. Their tackling now is just incredible. You don't have the space and time, the anticipation to be able to then read where the football's going to go. If you're under pressure with the handball, it starts to get looping and you're just putting your teammate under enormous pressure.
Dougal Howard straight down the line with a kick. 2 grabs, and Dawson was looking for a third one and couldn't take it. So over the line for Adelaide at right half forward. I'll keep it in the forward half though. 9 goals, 2 for Adelaide to St Kilda's 3-5 as the ball comes back in. O'Brien at the back, just tapped it forward, inside 50. Steele picked it up, thought Keys took him high. It's play on, rent the Crouch, and then off to Wilkie from the boundary line. The former North Adelaide player drives it down the line. From behind came Butts and knocked it forward. Picked up by Ross over his head down the line again. Almost a mark taken there, was it? No, over the line. It'll be thrown in. Membry was going back with the flight. I thought he may have been taken high as well, but the umpire said throw it in.
I thought he was stiff.
You mentioned Kawaluki with the Roosters, Crossy, one of 4 South Australians out there. He's also a premiership player in the Sandful. Toss back into play. Marshall wins it down straight to Keys, though, for the Crows. Retreats with a handball to Smith. Will go long. Not sure what he was trying to do. He hit it up to right half forward, but St Kilda had all the numbers back. Battle takes the intercept mark uncontested. He's behind centre wing and called to play on. He head up towards the attacking edge of the square. Marshall's in front position. O'Brien nearly clunked it. Spills to the toes of Miller. Handball back to Smith, now Parnell. Out wide for Saligo. Takes it just inside the field of play. It's a little long, the kick. Speaking of long, over the head of Jones goes Saligo. Now under pressure, the Crows. Centre wing. Spills out to Sinclair. Off a step, he heads up towards the 50 for the Saints. Membry's outnumbered 2-on-1. He did well to spoil against Butts in the end. Make a contest with Butler and gets a handball out as well. Butler hit it out of the air with the boot, rolling towards Higgins, who gathers from 35. Handed off towards Crouch, he fumbled. Marshall didn't. Gathers. Not sure what he was doing. He heads to the scoreboard pocket. It worked. Wood flies across and takes the mark. Marshall looked like he was heading for home. Caught the side of the boot. It won't matter. St Kilda have a set shot. 15 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, that's the benefit of Mason Wood, that he's really shown this year. He's playing on a wing at the moment, but any opportunity he gets, he pushes forward, and he's a big fella, stretches those arms up in the air with a big leap. It's very difficult for a defender to get over the top of him.
Contract year for Mason Wood. He's certainly impressed. 7 goals, 5 so far this campaign. Kicks from 25. It's a gimme goal for the Saints. No issue for Mason Wood. Back down to a 27-point game. Adelaide 9-2-56. St Kilda 4-5-29. 25 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
And I guess some players just flourish at other clubs, didn't he? He's probably more half forward, I think, maybe more key forward player at the Kangaroos, and come across to the Saints now, I think in his second year, and certainly playing his better football. That might come with age too. I thought he was a little younger than that. He's 29, so all class.
Saints are evening up things around the ground at the moment, 22-25. They're still down in ground ball gets, but they've evened up the contested possessions area, 35-32 in front for this quarter.
Murmurs around the crowd. Not liking the stop or the halt in entertainment, especially now. Sinclair streams out of the middle for St Kilda, goes for Membry. Ball knocked away from him, picks it up again. Off to Sharman, into the pocket he goes with his kick. And it was good work at the front from Hinge, who took it over the line for Adelaide ahead of Higgins. So 20 metres around from the goal face for St Kilda, attacking that cathedral end of the ground.
What about that flowing mullet? Sinclair coming into the middle of the ground.
Game 150 this afternoon. Toss back into play. Marshall wins it down. Bounced off Rochelle's toes. Sloan have a handball to his ruckman O'Brien, but didn't really have anywhere to go. He's wrapped up. 25 out. Still in St Kilda's attacking 50. O'Brien wins it down straight to Butler, but he fumbled. Handball came out from Crouch to Sinclair. Retreats back to Clark. He's got Murphy on his tail and missed the boot in the process as a result. Holding the ball. Free kick Adelaide in defensive 50, up by 27 points. I'll head back with the switch now. Murphy to Miller. Now out to Scholl. He turns. Kick was a bit lackadaisical. Out towards Keys. Wanganeen Malira came across and scored it over the boundary line. Right half forward for the Saints. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Yeah, now it's Luke Pedler who's come for the ground for the Crows. It looks like maybe he's got a corky on his left quad. He's just in the hands of the physio. I'll keep an eye on him for you.
Crows by 27 points. Ball goes over the ruckman. Clark came through for St Kilda. Don't know how he disposed of that in the tackle in the end. O'Brien was on the ground, flipped it out. It went to Murphy and off the ball. The umpires picked up a high shot on Scholl, it'll be. He'll take the free kick for Adelaide.
Marshall's doing an incredible job in the ruck. 32 hit-outs to Riley O'Brien, 15, and 13 of those to advantage. Crouch, Steele, Clark all benefiting from their clearances.
Adelaide spring the ball from the eastern side across to this broadcast side. It eventually ended with Hinge, who went down the line with his kick, knocked over where the interchange gates are. Both clubs with signs up indicating it's late in the quarter, 28 and a half minutes down. Adelaide by 27 points, nearing half-time.
1:49 to go, Crossy.
Toss back in. Marshall, beautiful tap, straight down the throat of Sinclair. Kicks around the body, high up towards half forward. Forced to spoil as Owens from behind. He did well. Put it in the path of Filippo, who gets it to Higgins from 45. Handball back inside to Owens, who slapped it straight towards his skipper. Steele needs to gather under pressure from Murphy. He threw an arm out, may have collected him high. Whistle stays away. Handball comes out from Owens to Burns. Off a step, finishes for St Kilda. The Saints well and truly in this contest. Margin down to 21 points. 9-2-56, plays 5-5-35. We approach the 30-minute mark in this second term. Bill's described it well on the text line. He says, for all the Crows' good work, at times they can be very ordinary.
Oh, look, you're never going to have it all your way too, St Kilda, as we know, and they've only lost the 2 games and performed really well and admirably this year. They go deep into their forward line. The pressure was there. They had the numbers. They kicked 4-4, 15 inside 50s, and I guess what would be disappointing was Matty Nix to be scored against deep in the second quarter.
Jack Sinclair's made a big difference here going into the midfield. He's probably had the last 3 clearances, got that clearance, got the ball forward. It hasn't always been pretty. He's getting his hands on it, driving at the ball the Saints' way.
So important contest in the middle now.
Another
and it's
one
again, this time by Clark, but he was pulled down and tackled by Sloan just as he kicked it. Scholl took the mark on centre wing for Adelaide. Comes back into the corridor to Dawson. So from the eastern side across to this western side, Miller with the mark. Goes wide and short, and Rankin takes the mark and holds it up. Signs up on the benches saying 1 minute to go. Rankin just drops it over the top. Hinge with the mark, right where the interchange gates are. He takes his time. He can go back if he wants and decides to go down the line and long. Fogarty was the target, but they'll take the result, which was off Battle's hands and over the boundary line, just outside the attacking 50 for the Crows at right half forward.
Alan Wilkie did a great job too, just leaving Taylor Walker, came to assist and put the football out of bounds.
Chance for a late score here. Toss back into play. O'Brien locked up with Marshall, neither got a clean tap. Ricochets out towards Membry, slapped it out towards Hinge. Footy is stuck between his knees, wrapped up in the crouch tackle, will get a ball up.
I think both teams will be happy to have no score before half-time siren.
Attacking edge of the square, Marshall down to Steele. Kick was smothered coming through by Sloan. O'Brien flicks one out straight to Brad Crouch. He tumbles a footy up towards the square, but Parnell's waiting. Here come the Crows. Miller sells some candy around Steele. Spears the ball up towards the arc. Sloan takes it right on the paint, looks inside and hits Saligo. A couple of punters catching their breath there. They thought O'Brien may have came across and almost cut it off. But it is Jake Saligo who'll have the last word in this half. Man on the mark, 45 out, straight in front.
Right, Gemmo, I put the muzz on Caminetti when he had his shot. The young fellow's got the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Classy, both by hand, by foot, and really stood up this year, particularly in and around the football. Finishes well.
He's certainly taken that next step, a career high for Jake Saligo, 17 disposals per game. He kicks from 50 and it goes all the way home, and he loves it. What a statement on the halftime siren for the Crows. 27 points the margin after they led by 31 at quarter time. 10-62, plays 5-5-35. Goals at the major break, 2 to Walker, singles to Jones, Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Pedler, Saligo, Rankin, Fogarty and Smith. For the Saints, all individual as well. Burns, Butler, Higgins, Wood and Caminetti. Feels like Adelaide's game at the moment. St Kilda, past couple of weeks, haven't been overly impressive after their hot start, and it does make me wonder what Rod Jamison, Nathan Burke, if teams are starting to figure them out a little bit. I mean, Port Adelaide seemed to have that fast pinpoint movement. They didn't want to bomb it long. North Melbourne last week decided to hold on to the footy at times and control it in the back half. It didn't work for them in the end, but it certainly didn't leave St Kilda out there to dominate. And this afternoon, Adelaide certainly injected some pace into their movement as well.
Well, you've certainly got to execute it. That's the thing. You know how to manoeuvre and get your way through a solid defence, but you've got to be able to execute. And we've spoken about in the early part of this season with Adelaide, they've tried to do it, and they've done it better this year than what they've done the last 12 to 18 months. And when they've done it in the past, they turn it over, and it's actually cost them games. So, look, St Kilda, tremendous second quarter. They kicked the 4-goal 4, and that was the thing that really let them down. But their clearance work was great. Ryan Marshall in the ruck. They got the run. They started to rebound. They had the targets up forward, Berkey, and I was really impressed with their response after their first quarter.
Yeah, that last one will absolutely kill Ross and the coaching staff. They work so hard to get back within 21 points, and that's not a big deficit we know in the modern day football, but one after siren to get it out to 27. It's that little bit of a dagger that they didn't need after getting themselves back into the game. Got back into the game primarily by getting far better at the contested footy, far better at the ground balls, and keeping the ball inside 50 when it went in there. In first quarter, all of those three areas were pretty abysmal, to be totally honest, and the Crows dominated that area. The worry is that the Crows have kicked 10 goals, and that's 62 points is what Ross wants for at least 3/4 of the game, or the whole game, not half time. So that's the real worry for the Saints. But the Crows have been really efficient going forward, finding holes. What I've loved is their work rate to quite often get extra numbers to the contest than what the Saints do. I think the first half a dozen rounds, the Saints dominated a lot of the games because they did work hard and get extra numbers. And it was really the Port Adelaide game that I think, Aaron, you mentioned, have they figured them out? Well, Port Adelaide, the thing that they did against the Saints was they got extra numbers to the contest and outworked the Saints in that area. And I think since then it's a case of, well, we've got to work hard. You can't beat the Saints by not getting numbers, not winning that really congested part of the game and getting the ball going your way. And I think that's what the Crows certainly did well in that second quarter. First quarter, Saints evened it up in the second. And who knows what's going to happen in the third and fourth.
Well, it's a big tick to Adelaide this season. The Saints, their average points against are 59. Half-time Adelaide are already at 62. So that's a real big tick for Matty Nixon and the Adelaide team. And again, you look at the stats. It's Brodie Smith off the half-back line, Miller a half-back, Dawson half-back, but more so midfield, Scholl midfield, Parnell back, Saligo midfield. So, the run and carry from behind, the defence has really held up for Adelaide too, but well supported ultimately by the efficiency around in which Adelaide have used the football.
You mentioned the extra number around the ball, Berkey, as well. I mean, Rowan Marshall's dominating the hit-out count, really, 36. Riley O'Brien's only had 15, but it's obviously not really doing anything for St Kilda.
No, they're not getting clean exits out of there. And what we're seeing is after each bounce, there's 2 or 3 tackles immediately and some bumble handballs and a bumble handball, and eventually somebody gets it and boots it forward. So there's no cleanliness coming out of the stoppages at all. So we have to find a way to get some advantage out of Rowan Marshall. But at the moment, I think it's the Crows are going in there saying, you know what, we're not winning the taps, so let's play really, really tight, put as much pressure as we can on the Saints. And if we don't get that first hands on the footy, well, we'll either get the second, third or fourth one, and that's what they're doing really well.
Marshall too, 36 hit-outs, 16 to advantage, so he's had a tremendous game in that first half. Riley O'Brien started on the bench, which Liz highlighted, and he'd be disappointed that that was actually the case. He's not having one of the better games. He's getting hand to his footy. He's normally really strong aerially, but hasn't been able to do that. The clearance work, Brad Krause, Jack Steele, Hunter Clark, before you then touch on Chase Jones for Adelaide with his 4 and Rory Sloane. So the midfield of the Saints really doing what they need to do. They just haven't been able to finish off or cover the ground to put the Adelaide defence under pressure.
Not trying to single him out too much here, but Rowan Marshall's come in underdone. He had an ankle injury last week, flew in yesterday. Obviously dominating the hit-outs numbers, but isn't actually having a lot of disposals, which we can see at times. He can get around the ground and almost be an extra midfielder, but I think O'Brien's doing pretty well to make sure every possession is hard-earned this afternoon.
Yeah, Riley O'Brien's only had the 3 himself too, and he's probably better suited. He plays the game because you've got Thilthorpe up forward, Walker takes the ruck, Fogarty occasionally, so he only has to work from centre back. Now, significant, but he's got to feel the hole, but he normally does it really well, drops back, takes some marks and clunks. Probably has that 10 to 15 disposals. So in terms of his game return, Riley would be really disappointed that he's had little influence on the game. He has not taken a mark, yet Rowan Marshall has done exceptionally well. He's got the 36. We spoke about the hits to advantage. He's only had the 5, so if he's underdone, you take that in the first half.
Yeah, it's a second half that's pretty warm out there. And I just thought the Saints were very fumbly to start the game. These conditions where it's really bright sun, quite warm, when you've been coming off playing under the roof for a couple of weeks, you don't contest with the sun, you haven't got the heat. It is a very different environment to play football in. And if it's going to manifest itself anyway, it's going to manifest in little fumbles, in handballs not hitting the target, and just choosing the wrong option or hurrying every now and again. I'm pretty sure that was pretty much the characteristics of the Saints' first quarter at least. They settled in that second, but I think the conditions probably had a fair bit to say in how they started this game.
From an Adelaide perspective, I imagine most of the punters here and those that listening at home would want them to put away the Saints here. They've had a couple of really big wins earlier in the year. I mean, they really handed it to Carlton, to Fremantle, but the last couple of weeks, and you look at that Collingwood game in particular, they can't leave that door open for St Kilda in the second half because they are a top-tier team, the Saints, and Adelaide just need to showcase that they're worthy of a finals team, and to do that, close this game out.
Well, I think you reflect on the GWS and the Richmond games. The GWS, they should have nailed it. The Richmond game, they gave them a head start. They got back in, couldn't hang in there. Richmond were able to finish off. And the Collingwood also, the game, Adelaide should have won that one, but the quality side of Collingwood just kept coming in the way that they did it. Port Adelaide, they kicked the last 6, so they were able to do what they needed to do. So I think that's what you're alluding to. This is where you need to see the opportunity and the efficiency of what they've been able to do, to come in at half-time and kick 10 goals too, which is the area where Adelaide have really failed in the past, is that they just, they've had 15 shots and it might be 5-goal 10, and game should have been almost dead by quarter-time or half-time. But the margin being 27 points, it is not unconsidered. This could turn in 2 to 3 minutes and Saints will be well and truly back into it. So Adelaide need to continue to move ahead. The Saints, really good second quarter.
The voice of Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamieson. Great to also have St Kilda legend Nathan Burke with us in the box this afternoon. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you for the call. It is Adelaide by 27 points. Still to come later this afternoon. Collingwood and the Giants at the MCG from 4:20 Eastern Standard Time. We'll give you some scores from around the country in a moment and read through some of your texts on 0437 774 774. But for now, it's time to take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Social Services Minister Amanda Rishworth is dismissing the Coalition's proposal to increase the job seeker income-free threshold, arguing it could have unintended consequences. In his budget reply speech, Opposition Leader Peter Dutton withheld support for the government's $40 a fortnight increase to job seeker. He instead called for recipients to be able to earn more before payments are reduced. Amanda Rishworth has told Sky News the proposal's a thought bubble with no substantive analysis behind it.
What we don't know is how this will actually encourage workforce participation. He's provided no evidence to suggest that this would alleviate barriers that many people on job seeker have in gaining employment.
The search is continuing for a missing man believed to have been fatally attacked by a shark on the west coast of South Australia's Eyre Peninsula. Imogen Hain with the details.
From first light this morning, authorities have been out at Walker's Rocks combing the beach. Teams are looking for a local 46-year-old man who's believed to have died after Saturday's attack. He was out surfing when the attack happened around 30 to 50 metres off the shore. The town of Elliston is reeling. The man was well known and the community is in shock after what's happened this weekend. Police are expected to give an update on the search this morning.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has landed in Berlin. He's posted to social media that he's arrived in the German capital ahead of talks to shore up support from Western allies. Earlier, Mr. Zelensky was in Italy, where he met with the country's president and prime minister and held talks with Pope Francis at the Vatican. Meantime, Russian news outlets are reporting 2 Russian jets and a pair of high-tech helicopters have been shot down. An Su-34 bomber and an Su-35 fighter jet, along with 2 electronic warfare helicopters, were reportedly downed in an ambush near the Ukrainian border. The aircraft are some of the most advanced in Russia's arsenal. Security has been stepped up in Turkey ahead of the country's crucial presidential election. The BBC's Orla Gurin has more.
This may be the most momentous election in Turkey's recent history. Voters in this polarised country are facing a stark choice. They can continue with their authoritarian Islamist leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, or choose a secular Democrat, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. He has urged election observers to watch over every ballot box and guard against interference. Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu has also accused Russia of trying to influence the outcome, which the Kremlin denies.
The Democratic governor of the U.S. state of North Carolina has vetoed legislation that would have banned nearly all abortions in the state. In a show of defiance to the state's Republican-controlled legislature, Roy Cooper vetoed the bill in front of a large crowd. The legislation was the Republican response to last year's U.S. Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Swedish act Loreen has won the 2023 Eurovision Song Contest with her song Tattoo. One of the favourites going into the competition, she had a strong lead after the jury vote. Finland, Italy and Norway moved up the leaderboard after the public vote, but Loreen maintained her position to beat the 26 countries vying for the title. Australian synth metal band Voyager finished in 9th spot with their song Promise. The Queensland Government says it will roll out new technology aimed at preventing road crashes. The system will use radar to detect cars that are about to run a red light and stop opposing traffic lights from turning green. Queensland Transport Minister Mark Bailey says it will be installed at 15 intersections by mid-next year.
We'll see these in Western Queensland, in far north, central Queensland, in the southeast. They'll be at a range of different locations, but we're choosing the sites based on their safety record, and that's the most important thing.
New South Wales will have a dedicated paediatric heart transplant unit at Westmead's Children's Hospital. Currently, children are forced to travel to Melbourne for the operation. New South Wales Health Minister Ryan Park says nearly $2 million will be spent funding the service.
And this is all about trying to keep families close together, reduce the social, psychological and, of course, financial stress for parents and family members who are having a young child go through this operation.
The service will be initially focused on children over the age of 12. Those younger than that will still need to travel to Melbourne for the operation. ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Mr. Dulac, how long have you been dead?
2 immortal classics from Anne Rice.
I offer my life story.
The newsreaders Sam Reed and Jacob Anderson from Game of Thrones in The Interview with the Vampire.
I can swap this life of shame, swap it out for a dark gift.
And Alexandra Daddario from White Lotus in Mayfair Witches.
You don't know what I'm capable of.
Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Villarreal was there though. Hands it back to Tex. Gives it off to Jones. Runs to 45 and finishes. Magnificent. Adelaide speed. Overwhelming the Saints here at the Adelaide Oval.
Sharman now can flare out to the eastern side of the ground. He finds Mason Wood. Wood just pops one over the top. Hard running by Steele. Ahead of O'Brien, so he should be. The midfielder goes inside 50, right to the top of the square. Duday was there, it came off his hands onto the ground and socketed through in the end by Caminiti.
He'll switch to Hill, it's a bit short. Did very well to slap it on the bounce towards Stocker. They're under a bit of pressure there. They've turned it over in the end anyway. Fogarty got rid of Wilkie. Rochelle can run to 30 and finish for Adelaide. They capitalise on a poor defensive error.
Taken by Keys, he decides to play on. Off the left foot and long. Going back, Fogarty, well protected by Thilthorpe. Battle couldn't get there. And Fogarty effectively took an uncontested mark, 45 from goal, on a 45-degree angle. In he comes. Shouldn't have a problem with the distance and no problem with accuracy either. Crows again answer the St Kilda challenge.
Steele needs to gather under pressure from Murphy. He threw an arm out, may have collected him high. Whistle stays away. Handball comes out from Owens to Burns. Off a step, finishes for St Kilda. The Saints well and truly in this contest.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Adelaide in control to start your Sunday double header on Mother's Day, but the Saints are certainly hanging around. It's a 27-point margin. The Crows up 10-62 to St Kilda's 5-5-35. Still to come later this afternoon, Collingwood and GWS from the MCG, 4:20 Eastern Standard Time. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy and Jess Webster will be there with you for the call. If you are listening on the ABC Listen app, a reminder that this game and the next one will be on the AFL button, not on the extra button. We only usually use that when there's overlapping games. So the AFL button is your home of Grandstand AFL this season in 2023. The text line, if you do want to get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. Dave's done just that and says, hi team, no excuses from here. I want the Crows to teach the Saints a lesson. On my way home from the fruit and vegetables market. Great to have you with us, Dave. Do let us know where you're listening in from on Mother's Day. If you're up to a late lunch or just enjoying or kicking back on the couch, feel free to let us know what you got up to today. And even if you do have any messages for your mum around the country. Another listener's texted in and said, thanks, team, for the great coverage, driving from the Riverland to Adelaide from one daughter to another. Keeping me awake nicely. Go Crows. So do remember to leave your name and where you're from as well. But hopefully the drive has been enjoyable for you.
What's your favourite Mother's Day lunch?
What's my favourite Mother's Day lunch?
Is it a roast?
Jeez. I mean, it has to be one that I have to put on, isn't it? So something involving chicken's pretty easy. So,
yeah, the only way I get a roast is if my mum cooks a roast. So it's probably not her favourite Mother's Day lunch.
That being said, here in Adelaide, Jamo, I haven't had the chance to do a Mother's Day in the last couple of years. It's usually over the phone. So shout out to my mum back in WA.
So you should. Took you half a game again.
To what?
To wish her a happy Mother's Day.
Oh, she knows. I called her this morning.
She knows.
She knows. She knows. No, it's a very special day. It's a very special day around the country. We do need to celebrate our mums. But yes, she's always been very supportive of the journey and the distance. It's all right.
It's always hard.
We've got a few good mums in the department anyway. Andrea looks after me pretty well, so she can be the SA one. Around the country in terms of scores, NRL's on today. There's a double header. The Knights and the Titans, the first up. Titans lead 12-6, 34-minute mark. Sea Eagles and the Sharks to finish the day. And the Super Netball, they've got two games on as well. The Lightning and the Vixens battling at the moment. Melbourne is up over Sunshine Coast by 9 goals in the second term, 23-14. And then the Magpies and the Giants to play later today. How do you see this going from here, Jamo? I still think St Kilda are going to hang around. Adelaide, as we mentioned before the break, do have a tendency to not put the foot on the throat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we stay around this 20, 30-point margin.
Well, I think for me, Adelaide need to arrest the centre clearance work too, and Ryan Marshall's influence. That's a clear start to be able to defend and sort of split that in the middle of the ground. But again, if they continue on their first half performance, which again, efficiency going forward, 10-2, use the footy quick and hard, it'll then continue to apply the pressure on the St Kilda defence.
Berkey, do you have belief in your Saints?
I do. They're not going to come from 5 down in the last quarter, so they have to win this quarter by 2 or 3 goals.
Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Nathan Burke with you. The third term underway on Grandstand AFL. It's the Crows by 27.
Marshall with the first tap out of the middle. Negated somewhat by Adelaide, but eventually they get it away through Steele. Off his left foot, down towards half forward. Miller got his man, Butler, under the ball and took the mark for Adelaide. Straight away to centre half back to Dawson. Straight away to Saliga with a forward hand pass who goes to half forward. Mark for Rochelle. Wheels around on the right foot. Sends it long. Walker's there. Walker was the target. And he battled Wilkie and the ball came to ground towards the boundary line. And eventually the umpire will come in and ball it up left forward pocket for Adelaide.
Darcy Fogarty should have been the target too. He just had to lace out an easy 20-metre kick. But once again, St Kilda winning the clearance in the ruck to advantage.
Riley O'Brien again starting on the bench. So Thilthorpe's in the ruck contest with Marshall. To go too far, they scored it to the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play. So Thilthorpe, almost their main man, up against Rowan Marshall this afternoon. Interesting to see what Matthew Nix has to say about that post-game. Toss back into play. Adelaide's attacking 50 50. Thilthorpe straight down to Rankin, hands it back to Dawson. Now Laird, great chain, although he skied it straight up with the kick from 40. Fogarty's underneath it with the fly, spoiled away. Murphy's front and square, gathers, didn't want to go for home. Almost panicked and retreated with his kick. And finds Pedler. 45 out. Tight angle to the right. Could have gone for home, Murphy there, but unselfish in the end.
Well, I think what he found, he was running to the pocket in front of the old scoreboard here at Adelaide Oval and Northern End, but he would have had to kick it over his left shoulder on his right foot where he's a natural left footer. Just went for the smart, higher percentage kick with Pedler going back, should kick the distance.
Looking for his second, he'll kick from 55. It's a monster kick, but it's across the face. Stays just in the field of play. Thilthorpe brought it down and Stocker will rush it through. Minor score for the Crows to start the third term. 10-3-63 they lead, 5-5-35 St Kilda. Opening couple of minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Wanganeen Malera went short into that scoreboard pocket to Wood, who goes long and high, and Michael Annie, crowd out there thought he took the mark ahead of Higgins, but instead the umpire said no, didn't hold it long enough, we'll have a throw in. So it's still ahead of centre wing for Adelaide on the eastern side of the oval. Crowd up around 30,000, maybe 35 now as it comes off the pack, and Crouch goes inside half forward with his kick. Ball comes to ground. Duday struggling hard, finally got it out. Hinge was taken in a tackle high, said the umpire. So a free kick for Adelaide. Owen's the offender for St Kilda, and Adelaide will come from its defensive 50.
Hinge on the 45. Laird close to the boundary line at right half back marks. Looks inside to Jones. Takes it uncontested as Adelaide look to move across the half back line. The switch is on. Back to Butts. Charges towards the arc and then puts it in the path out on the broadcast wing of Pedler. Almost lost the flight on the bounce. Wanganeen Malera is waiting back for the Saints. Gave it to Hill. Now Butler can take a bounce through right half forward. Hands it over the top to Membry. Fumbled at his toes. Clean bowled him in the end. Butts can gather at the back. Gave it to Michael Annie. His kick cut off sideways. Wanganeen Malera came across. Kicks towards goal. It's a minor score on the right-hand side. Wanganeen Malera couldn't finish. But gee, what a great cut-off as he charged through with the intercept and the shot on goal. Back to a 27-point margin, Adelaide lead.
I so wanted him to kick that, Berkey.
It would have been a great goal, but he did have Jack Higgins 20 metres dead in front of him all by himself too.
Adelaide, meanwhile, have worked the ball all the way to centre wing. Forward hand pass from Murphy, finds Laird. One bounce and then inside 50 he goes, looking for Fogarty. Couldn't pull it down. Towards the boundary line, Wilkie just content to escort it over about 20 metres around from the goal face as Adelaide moved the ball down the ground very, very quickly.
Speaking of Wilkie, Crossy, Dave on the text line from Modbury North says Wilkie, drafted as a rookie from North Adelaide, has played every possible game since his rookie draft.
Ball comes back into play. He hasn't missed one, and once he's got in the side, he's been very, very good and very, very consistent. So the Saints come out of forward 50, of defensive 50, I should say, through Sinclair off his left foot. Game number 150. Off he goes to Higgins, and then Higgins drops in a pass, and it's intercepted by Scholl for Adelaide. He goes inboard dangerously, but effectively, as it turns out, to Laird.
So Laird just forward to centre wing, broadcast side. 50's pretty open.
Saints pushing high up the ground. When they win it, they've got no one to go to.
Laird heads to the pack, sports away from Walker. Front square with Sinclair. Underground handball to Hill, didn't quite work. Pedler can gather, close to the boundary line. He just misses Fogarty, and it rolls over the line to be tossed back into play. 25 out left forward pocket. Northern end for the Crows, or the left of your radio dial this afternoon.
A lot of commentary around Brad Hill. He looks really loose. He's covering the ground really well.
Only had 6 possessions in that first half, so they need a bigger half from him.
So Sinclair off the ruck contest, foot the ball very quickly, only went as far as Shell, and Scholl had a snap at goal then, and it was 3 for the minor score. Saints quick to play on. Out of defence, they come through Mason Wood.
28-point margin. Adelaide up at the moment. Saints with possession though.
Here's their issue.
Good little dummy there from Battle as he exits up towards left half forward. Got around the man on the mark. High ball up to half forward. Although off the pack, Thilthorpe was waiting. Hands it wide to Miller. Adelaide now look to rebound. Hinge Nice low stabbing ball to Jones. Marks on the logo, then heads up to right half forward. Murphy takes it. Looks inside. Millerer still too far out to score. Marks gives it off to Jones. Lowered the eyes. He could have gone for home from 50 and instead dinks it to Rochelle. 35 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
It's just too hard to defend. You know, you do zone off. You give yourself a little bit of space, and we've just seen Adelaide being so clean with their foot concession there all the way through. 4-5 kick, handball. And when you feel there's an opposition or a defender, you're just going to say, look, this has to hit, or otherwise I'm a half a chance. And it's been really challenging for the Saints to be able to do that.
Methodical approach from Josh Rochelle. Breaks into a run late, kicks for home, and hits the left-hand goalpost. Minor score to the Crows. So 4 behinds in this third term. 1 to the Saints, 3 to Adelaide. Has the home side up by 29 points. 10-5-65, plays 5-6-36. 7 minutes in, and it has been the trend of the game. It's generally taken about 10 minutes for the quarters to open up.
And this is from an Adelaide perspective. This is where you want to see. They've kicked 3 behinds, 1's rush, but they've had 4 inside 50s and haven't been able to nail it.
Sinclair brought the ball back in. It came off the pack. Thilthorpe off his left just sent it back in, and Walker was outmanned 3-1. And Stocker took the mark defensively just inside the attacking 50 of the Crows. He goes back centrally with a kick, dangerous, but as it turns out, it works for Membry. Chips it wide. On the run, Caminetti. Caminetti inside 50 with a bounce. Goes to goal. Drops it.
Terrible.
Just at the top of the goal square. Owens ran all the way back to the goal square, so he missed him, Adelaide. Intercept mark too easy.
Terrible play. He had Mitch Owens streaming back to goal. He just had to pop it out in front of him. There was no need to bounce. It just enabled the Crows defenders to push back, and a terrible kick in the end. So, young fella, he'll hopefully learn from that. I'm sure Ross will remind him.
Chase Jones has given the Saints a second chance. His kick went wide and over the boundary line. Tossed back in. It falls to Wood. Gives it to Filippo. He heads for home, but Michael Annie's sitting back. Back with the flight. He takes the intercept mark for the Crows and heads towards the broadcast wing. His kick's a little wider. Saligo, who did well in the end, got across in time, takes the mark, and they're out here, Adelaide. Rochelle in the square, turns, heads up through the circle. He's looking down the line to Thilthorpe, who outmarks Owens. He has a runner outside in Murphy, gives it to Dawson at the edge of the square, pops it towards the top of the goal square. Big fly from Rochelle, couldn't bring it down, but Rankin was waiting. He crumbs and goals. A Sunday special from Isaac Rankin. He's deadly, 30 out. Adelaide 11-5-71. St Kilda 5-6-36. 9 minutes into the third term on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, I think, was it the Saints? He just took a bounce, didn't he, too? And I think he realised then that he should have probably kicked it, and then in second mind go for the short kick, and Caminetti just missed the player altogether. But Saligo around his body, the quick kick on through the middle of the ground, just running in numbers, clean once again. Fogarty probably unlucky, but Rankin, just his ability to be able to be in the right place at the right time, and Soccer just found himself a few yards behind him.
And Saligo's quick play on Mitch Owens just didn't quite get onto Thilthorpe quickly enough, because he moved on really, really quickly, and it just makes a difference when players just take the game on like that.
It's as good a defensive side as the Saints are. You can't defend the ball moving that quickly. So we've had a reset in the middle, and it's come Adelaide's way, and the umpire's going to bring it back and pay a free kick for holding to St Kilda's Ross. Quick hand pass off to Sinclair. Sinclair with a little dummy and a dodge, and then kicks it long inside forward 50. Membry, easiest of marks. He got away from Butts and took the chest mark. 45 out. Well, not even that. Maybe 35 out. And with a 45-degree angle.
Well, they need to take every opportunity that comes their way, because they're not coming easily. This is a set shot, 45 degrees, probably kicking from 40. Experienced full forward like this has to go through.
So without a goal this afternoon, Membry stands outside 50, trots in and sends it straight. No problem for the experienced one. Just his third goal of the season. Only the Saints' sixth of the afternoon. St Kilda 6-6-42, still trailing Adelaide 11-5-71, 11 minutes into the third term here on Grandstand AFL.
Jack Sinclair just continues to get a hold of the football, the run from behind, the sidestep around Rory Sloane, and then the delivery. Tim Membry, he had plenty of room. Jordan Butts, I'm not quite sure, wasn't looking that far behind the football, but in the end, 2 options and an easy chest mark.
I wonder if Ben Keys might be the answer for Matthew Nicks. He's done a couple of defensive tags the past month, but Jack Sinclair certainly seems to be the Saints' best player this afternoon.
He's now gone back to the half-back line on Ben Keys. So he found Keys. Keys didn't find him.
In the middle, O'Brien won it down straight to Steele, though. The Saints skipper got it to Wood. He's taken high by Rankin. Free kick just outside the circle. Wood pops it short to Steele. He turned. He played on, I reckon. He turned straight into a Jones tackle, but the umpire's given him the benefit of the doubt. Paid the mark. Steele heads towards the 50, right in the hole. Hinges crunched. Slammed into the back by Higgins. And he's popped up okay and received the free kick as a result. Short pass, just the required 15 to Parnell. Now out to right half back, he finds Smith.
Parnell looks up to the pace, doesn't he? Smith, he stabs the ball all the way to centre wing, and Sinclair taken high as Dawson, who was the original target, got him. Turned around and said to Brodie Smith, you need to send it higher. Sinclair down to half forward. Saligo came late, knocked it away from the target. Inboard for Adelaide. O'Brien just the back end of the centre square. Quick hand pass off, finds Hinge. Runs his full measure. Says Taylor Walker, here you go. And Taylor Walker just dismissed his opponent was able to take the easiest of marks. That wasn't a good contest put up there by Dougal Howard.
It was just really lost his way. I felt he had him covered. I thought Taylor Walker was certainly in the better position to be able to just dig his feet into the ground and hold Dougal Howard from coming back, but he just missed the body completely. Easy mark in the end.
Walker, one of 9 goal kickers for Adelaide this afternoon. He already has 2, and now he has 3. Adelaide has the answers at this stage. That margin back to 35 points. Adelaide 12-5-77. St Kilda 6-6-42. 13 minutes down in the third term on Grandstand AFL. Your experts Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Both sides at times have looked dangerous when they've brought the ball really quickly through the middle of the ground. That 45-degree kick into the middle. That time it was to Riley O'Brien, who handballed the ball off to a running player. Gets the ball to a one-on-one Tex Walker, and that's a really, really hard thing to stop. So the Saints are going to get back into this. They've got to take far more risks with the football. Their defensive structure fell away completely. That's what Ross Lyon doesn't allow. He doesn't want you to kick that ball into dangerous spots of the ground, but the Crows are able to, and they're capitalising.
20 more disposals in this third quarter to Adelaide.
35-point lead to the Crows. Marshall won it down. Crouch fumbled. Sloane capitalised. Heads towards the top of the goal square, waiting one-on-one. Fogarty entangled with Howard, went to ground. Fogarty can gather, hands it off to Keys. It was just a tad bit wide. He manages to pull it away from 3 anyway. Snaps from 15 and just does enough. Oh, it's a minor score. He's almost curled that around the right-hand goalpost, but just couldn't get it through. Adelaide 12-6-78 to 6-6-42, 15 minutes into the third. Game high score, a margin rather, was 37 at the start of the second, so Adelaide's getting closer to it.
Much better defensive work by Dougal Howard, but again, Taylor Walker was the one just leading out. It was just a 20-metre lace out coming straight at Rory Sloane.
Wanganeen Malira out to Stocker, just on 50, hard against the boundary line, down the line to Hill. He plays on. Sends it long to half forward. Off the pack it comes for Millera. Off to Parnell, quickly to boot. Found Saligo. Long hand pass in front of Laird, who gave it to Millera again, who gave it to Walker on the chest. Brilliant move by Adelaide. Walker goes bang! Right to the goal square. Oh, mistake. Pidler tried to put the ball through for a goal, and the ball came off his opponent in battle. And in the end, Adelaide has a goal. Or does he? Wait on the umpire.
Is he saying
It was
that Battle
Keys, I
may
think, who
have...
put it through in the end.
Is he saying Battle knocked it out of Pedlar's hand? I think that's what Pedlar's saying as we look at the replay here.
I'm sure Pedlar played on. He thought he was by himself. It was a beautiful pass to the square by Walker. And then Keys, who happened to be there as well, just got the drive-by goal, really. No, Pedlar was about to play on, dropped it. Did the umpire call play on? Who knows? One way or the other, Adelaide has another goal and another goal scorer. Keys has his first. Adelaide 13-6-84. St Kilda 6-6-42. We've gone 16 and a half in the third term.
That spread off the half-back line by the Adelaide Crows was, boy, that's dangerous when they run in numbers and sprint. I hate to be a defensive, but see that coming at you.
Well, Hinge and Miller are now the two leading disposals, 5 apiece off the half-back.
So it is now a game-high margin of 42.
In this quarter, that is, too.
From the ruck contest, the ball held up just outside the circle. Wood was tackled by a couple, so we'll try again. Owens in the ruck against O'Brien. The Crows ruckman wins it down easily, but sandwiched by 4. Owens comes through, can't get it away cleanly. Another ball up to come.
Mitch Hinge, 5 kicks, 100% disposal.
See if third time's the charm. O'Brien tapped it over his head to Laird, but it's pulled away by Owens. The youngster heads high up to the attacking edge of the square for the Saints. Miller bounced off Burns but couldn't take the intercept mark. Membry can crumb. Hands it off to Sharman. Now forward looking for Burns. Turns straight into the butts tackle. Bulldozed him to the ground. Ball up to come just outside the attacking 50 for the Saints.
Umpire waits, settles, sets the ruck contest. O'Brien just manhandles Owens, knocks it down off the boot of Sloane, 20 metres away. And Keys slides in as possession was taken on the ground by Sharman. Forces a ball up close to the boundary line, about 5 metres in. And just on our broadcast side, ball goes in the air. Off hands, slick hand pass there by Clark. And they go inside 50, the Saints. Ball picked up. Was that a trip? Caminetti still on the ground. Releases a hand pass. Butts intercepts. Gives it to Miller. Off to Parnell for Adelaide. Clears the area. Outside defensive 50. Brad Crouch stood under it. Now he's got it. He couldn't take the mark. Dawson gave a hand pass out to Scholl. And then on to Pedlar for Adelaide. And they're down to centre wing just beyond. And that'll be a free kick, I thought, against Walker. Gee, I thought he pushed Wilkie in the marking contest over the boundary line. Anyway, it's a throw-in. Everything falling Adelaide's way with a 42-point lead.
Dawson was incredible there. He got around the Shepherd for the spoil and then got the clearance as well. Toss back in. O'Brien wins it down straight to Laird. Quick kick, almost a low torpedo up towards the 50. Takes a bounce. Only goes as far as Battle. He centres his kick poorly. It's a little long for Sinclair. Did well to gather against Rochelle. Dart away and complete the switch to Wood. Out on the eastern side. Charging through left half back. He goes down the line. Spots Membry. Marks in some space ahead of Butts. Too far out to score. He'll look inside. Phillippo takes it at the attacking edge. Plays on. Around Hinge. Heads into the left forward pocket. Finds Higgins. End-to-end footy from the Saints. And Jack Higgins will have a shot on goal from 25 out. Very tight angle. He'll almost start outside the boundary line.
Jack Sinclair once again, Berkey, just setting it up for the Saints. Wins the football, the kick inside and just the sidestep, and away they went.
Well, what about Jack Higgins too? He was the only St Kilda forward darting around. All the rest were standing with their hands up in the air.
Jack Higgins opens the angle. It's tough work, but he makes it look easy. St Kilda pip one back. 36 points the margin. 13-6-84, I should say, to 7-6-48. Jack Higgins has 2. Time on in the third. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
I'm keeping a close eye on St Kilda's sub, Jack Vitale. At the moment, he's just been given a rub down by the physios, and I reckon they might be planning a little tactical sub soon.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they use that. Jack Vitale's just an added midfielder, so whether they chuck an extra one in there, go short up forward, they need to create some goals somehow. And the best way that they're going to get those goals is to move that ball lightning quick through the middle of the ground. And haven't been able to do that with a great defence so far from the Crows.
Been able to curtail the influence of Rowan Marshall. 6 hit-outs, both for O'Brien and Marshall 3 to advantage O'Brien 2. So better performance by Adelaide in this third quarter.
Underway again. And it's Sinclair again, sets up another St Kilda assault. Clark was taken low as he received the hand pass and tried to run away from Murphy. Now comes across the ground with his kick. Owens took the mark immediately, off and playing on into the forward pocket. He goes. Membry goes back bravely, trips over his own man in the end, thumped the ground, but he took the mark, and he did thump the ground too. He may have knocked his head. It was Higgins he tripped over.
He's in some strife. He's hit the ground really hard.
Yep. Trainer signalling straight away for some additional help. Doctor coming out, or at least the physio and the doctor. So play will pause. He's got the mark about 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle on this broadcast side, and he's not going to be able to take the kick.
No, it was a really brave mark going back with a flight of the ball, but it was unfortunately his own man took out his... Oh, he's got the wobbles up, which is not good. Let's get the boy's stretcher, I think, and get him off. No, he's got the wobbles up, but as he hit the ground on his back, it was just that whiplash action with the back of his head coming down, hitting the ground. So, courageous mark. It's a tough game, this one. Tough game.
I don't think there was anything untoward in how it came about.
No.
I think in fact Jack Higgins pulled out so that Membry could take the mark. Trouble was he had nowhere to go.
I guess just with the momentum when the footy was coming, he was going back a little bit with it, was it? And then his feet has been taken out, so it sort of almost catapulted him down and whiplashed his head into the turf.
Liz Walsh
still struggling.
Liz Walsh down on the boundary.
Yeah, he doesn't look good at all. He's just being led down to the bench. Interestingly, though, Jack Bytel still has his training top on, so they're obviously just waiting before they absolutely rule him out for the rest of the game. But Jack Bytel is getting rubbed down at the moment.
Don't think that's going to be a long assessment. I think we know what's going to happen there. Meanwhile, Higgins has the kick. He goes with the left foot around the corner, goes straight across the goal face from this right pocket to the left forward pocket. Hand pass comes out to Wanganeen Miller. Adelaide has plenty of support there, but Keys tried to take off, took his time, and Clark snapped him in a tackle. And so he receives the free kick just inside attacking 50. Out on that eastern side of the ground for the Saints.
As good as Jack Higgins is on that snap, and a lot of players do it now, Berkey, you're on the opposite foot, and it's an easy drop punt, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, I get on the preferred foot from way out, but the opposite foot, not really.
So Hunter Clark sends it into the forward line. He pulled the kick beautifully, and Marshall just led up and took an easy mark straight out in front, 25 metres.
Oh dear. Really poor defensive work by Adelaide, and Riley O'Brien, his direct opponent, 5 metres behind. Really poor defensive work by Adelaide.
This will be one of the few occasions Saints have been able to get back-to-back goals. We've still got another 5 minutes in this quarter. If they're going to make a game of this needs to go through, and a couple more.
He's had a good afternoon in the ruck, Rowan Marshall, but not in front of goal. Straight off the boot, the head went down. Minus score for the Saints. They've hit the... no, they haven't hit 50. They haven't got there yet. 7-7-49 plays Adelaide 13-6. 84, and we're well into time on in the third term.
Quick counter from the Crows as they exit defensive 50 up the broadcast wing, but it wasn't effective. Sitting back, gathered by Howard. His kick smothered as Rankin came across. He's done very well. Philthorpe to Rochelle, now Dawson. This could be the turnover they need for a goal. Into the 50, Fogarty wrapped up with Wilkie. Off hands, spilled to Murphy, front and square, and he's wrapped up without the footy. Free kick, Adelaide. 25 out, side angle to the left.
I think, and again, this is where Adelaide are really hurting the Saints, isn't it? Like, they are getting from their defensive to their half forward really quickly too. And they were able to defend, but it was a great smother by Rankin in the end to be able to stop that kick, I think, from Dougal Howard going back the other way, and then get a loose ball in the Adelaide forward 50 and a poor free to give away.
Murphy starts just inside the arc. He'll kick to the northern end and hand Adelaide their 14th goal of the afternoon. Adelaide 14-6-90, St Kilda 7-7-49, a 41-point lead as we approach three-quarter time. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Just making it official that Jack Vitale has been subbed into the game for St Kilda, with Tim Membray out after that head knock.
11 goal scorers to Adelaide. Taylor Walker with the 3, Isaac Rankin with the 2. Just the spread of goals. And we spoke about that's ultimately where the Saints had to get them from, wasn't it? They've got 6 at the moment, 2 to Jack Higgins. 6 goal scorers, but only 2 to Jack Higgins. So 1 not enough on the ball, but not enough goal scorers.
It shows the importance of a smother. Everyone was expecting Dougal Howard to just bang the ball long into the Saints forward line. Crows players smothered the footy. The Saints weren't ready for that and caught on the hop. Ball goes inside Crows forward line for a goal. So just great defensive action again by the Crows.
Riley O'Brien with the knockout that time. Went to Pedler for Adelaide. Out on the eastern side, hand passed into space. Yeah, it went to Saligo from Laird, and then he dropped it over the top down to Keys at half forward. Goes around on the left leg, sends it high inside forward 50. Offhand straight down to Walker. Steps around 1, and on the left foot he snaps another goal. Walker now with 4. And it must be said, Adelaide are crashing the Saints. Absolutely crushing them. 15-6, 96. St Kilda 7-7, 49. 27 down in the third term. Mother's Day massacre at the moment from Adelaide.
Again, I'm just going to highlight the efficiency of Adelaide on which they've been able to do it, and that out the other side, Saligo got the ball over to Laird, and then a St Kilda defender then left, and then the overlap started too, and it was just going to be numbers in the end. And just how clean Taylor Walker has looked today and how sharp he has with his 4 goals.
His 4th goal of the afternoon ties him with Brad Johnson in 47th spot in the all-time AFL, VFL goal-kicking list. So another goal you pass him, and then up next is Paul Salmon on 561. So I don't think you get there this afternoon. But
the man that's been struck twice by lightning.
Bounce in the middle.
I'll tell you a story in a sec.
Marshall down in front of Sinclair over around the footy. Dawson gathers. He hands it straight up and down. Laird was there. Got it to Sloane. Now Saligo out to the eastern wing. Parnell off a step up down the line. Keys flew early, went through his hands. O'Brien was at the back, shoveled one to Sloane. Now Keys. They're just surging the Crows. It's electric footy. Saligo runs into a wall though, and here comes the Saint turnover. Burns over the top. Got it wide to Clark. Kicks on the 45 to Wood. Turns, but there's nothing really ahead of him. Heads into the forward pocket, but no one was looking. Smothered as well in the process, so it just sits up for Smith. Handed it to Dawson. Nice double paddle under pressure to Duday. Now they'll switch across to Miller. Tell us your yarn, Jamo.
Well, apparently Paul Salmon sometimes used to just decide to go outside. He lived in a regional area, just in the buff, and go and have a wee outside. And he was out there one night and got struck by lightning. Like, he's 6'9".
He's the biggest thing outside.
And I'm not doing it justice. You need to actually get him on to tell the story. Apparently he's woken up again 2 weeks later and thought, I'll try and do the same thing. Blow me down, he's been struck again.
Meanwhile, Adelaide has found open space on the eastern side of the ground, and they're fiddling around a little bit with the ball. It's almost showtime. Down to half forward goes the kick, and Murphy leads out, takes the mark ahead of Wanganeen Malira.
Just go to the bathroom inside your house was probably the best outcome.
Yeah, if you want the story of the bathroom and Paul Salmon,
we've got to get him on. I need him to tell the story.
Adelaide's going back and around. I've had enough. Aaron, go.
Let's see if we can get back to the action. It is the Crows by 47 at the moment. They're on the broadcast wing. Miller up, down the line, hits Scholl uncontested, just behind left half forward. Adelaide kicking to the left of your radio dial, the northern end, the cathedral end. Scholl heads into the pocket. Plenty of players are waiting. Fogarty gets a run at it, but forced to spoil in the end as Howard had position. Boundary throw in to come, 25 out.
Saints are starting to look tired. They're just jogging up to the player on the mark now. More space opening up for the Crows. This should be time to put the foot down and really put this game beyond doubt.
Toss back in, Marshall. The toes of Patton couldn't control it. Marshall clears, but only as far as Parnell. Takes it at centre half forward. Wheels around and heads to the top of the goal square. Walker's likely being held by Wilkie, but Whistle stays away. Rolls over the boundary line, scoreboard pocket. Walker certainly didn't have a chance at that one. So it'll be just a boundary throw-in the end. It is concerning for the Saints. Obviously, a big margin at the moment. They've got the Giants next Sunday, and I guess Tim Membry won't be playing that.
40 more disposals in this quarter to Adelaide, and Adelaide are going at 82%.
Off the ruck contest, Rankin took the ball for Adelaide, and then across the goals with his snap. So it'll be a chance for the Saints to attack. Hill receives the short pass, and he decides to play on. Gets it to the point of the square at right half back. Finds a couple of chain hand passes to Wanganeen Malira. And now the kick down the line finds Bytel. And Bytel, who's the substitute, is just on the ground, sends it inside forward 50. Adelaide again have numbers. Miller, he just got away enough to get a hand pass out as he was caught in the tackle. But in the right forward pocket, the Saints tackling hard and force a ball up. And that's a win for them, even though they're trailed by 47 points, 31 minutes down in this third term.
Game high margin. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Nathan Burke with you. Marshall wins it down. No one was really waiting for it. Crouch got there in the end, but gave it straight to Sloan, his former teammate. Now Laird, clearing kick. Wanganeen Malira was underneath it, but couldn't control it against Thilthorpe. Comes to ground just outside the arc for the Saints, and it's not going anywhere. We'll get a ball up, 55 out.
You can just tell the Saints forward line of Sharman, Caminetti, Philippou, they're just not experienced enough. They're just not leading to the right spots. They're just running back with their hand in the air. No one really presenting forward, making it really difficult for the kicker.
Max King likely back next week, much needed from the ruck contest. It came to Smith, check side clearance. As far as the logo to Walker, now gives it off to Rankin, open 50, so we'll put it in the path of Keys and the siren will beat them. The Crows fans won't mind regardless. They're up by 47 points against a St Kilda side, 6-2 heading into this contest, and at times have felt like a top 4 team. Almost a standing ovation for the home team. We've been up for the fight this afternoon to start your Sunday doubleheader. It's Adelaide 15-6-96 to St Kilda's 7-7-49. Goal scorers heading into the final term. Walker has 4, 2 to Rankin, singles to Jones, Keys, Murphy, Thilthorpe, Rochelli, Pedler, Saligo, Fogarty and Smith. Meanwhile for St Kilda, 2 to Higgins, singles to Burns, Butler, Membry, Wood and Caminetti, with Membry now subbed out of the game with concussion, and as a result should miss next week's game against the Giants. Plenty happening at the Adelaide Oval. A lot to come next at the MCG as well. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, this is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen. It's hard not to love Bluey, whatever your age. So here's your chance to take a deep dive behind the scenes.
We showed a whole game of cricket, just shots of seagulls and churches in Adelaide. The cricket commentator was voiced by Adam Hills, who's an Australian comedian. He actually came up with a lot of the little puns, and they were really quite funny, so we sort of slipped them in where we could.
The new podcast, Behind Bluey, only on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Murphy gives it to Dawson at the edge of the square, pops it towards the top of the goal square. Big fly from Rochelli, couldn't bring it down, but Rankin was waiting. He crumbs and goals. A Sunday special from Isaac Rankin. He's deadly, 30 out.
Quick hand pass off to Sinclair. Sinclair with a little dummy and a dodge, and then kicks it long inside forward 50. Membry, easiest of marks. He got away from Butts. Membry stands outside 50, trots in, and sends it straight. No problem for the experienced one.
Philippo takes it at the attacking edge, plays on, around Hinge, heads into the left forward pocket, finds Higgins. End-to-end footy from the Saints. And Jack Higgins will have a shot on goal from 25 out. Very tight angle. We'll almost start outside the boundary line. Jack Higgins opens the angle. It's tough work, but he makes it look easy. St Kilda pip one back.
Keys at half forward. Goes around on the left leg. Sends it high inside forward 50. Offhand straight down to Walker. Steps around one, and on the left foot he snaps another goal. Walker now with 4. And it must be said, Adelaide are crashing the Saints.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's starting to become a procession for the Adelaide Footy Club. They're eyeing off a spot in the 8. They're in there on the live ladder at the moment. Speaking of teams eyeing off top spot, Collingwood will be looking to move into first this afternoon when they play the Giants following this contest at the MCG. 4:20 Eastern Standard Time will take you there. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy and Jess Webster, your call team. There's a lot to look forward to in this game. Collingwood down at Ash Johnson in the ruck. And they also have a couple of injury concerns. Jordan De Goey and John Noble didn't train yesterday. To find out if they're going to play and what's likely to come up next, Matt Clinch can join me now. Clinchy.
Aaron, good afternoon to you. The Giants travel to the MCG for the first time this year in round 9 of the AFL. And as you said, waiting for them are the Adelaide and Collingwood, who continue to find ways to win. Started the season 7 wins and 1 loss from their opening 8 games. The Magpies have a great record here at the MCG. They won 15 of their last 16. Their only loss came against Geelong in the qualifying final last year. The Giants are in 13th position, 3 wins and 5 losses, following a 15-point loss to the Western Bulldogs in Canberra last week. Third-year Giant, medium defender Cameron Fleeton will make his debut from Geelong, so he comes in with Isaac Cumming failing to take his spot, and Toby Green unfortunately out for a second consecutive week, while the Pies are without Billy Frampton in another injury blow to their tall stocks. We're waiting for the final team sheets to lob. They're only a couple of minutes away, given that Darcy Moore was under an injury cloud. An infection in his elbow meant he only trained really yesterday for the first time. So 21 degrees at the MCG, a pleasant day. Going to be joined by Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and Jess Webster. Collingwood and GWS, the final game of round 9, coming up on your radio next.
Looking forward to it, Clinchy. When we get those final teams, we'll let you know.
Geez, the height of Collingwood really being dismantled, isn't it? Billy Frampton out, and then Darcy Moore.
Well, the good news is Darcy Cameron should be back next week, but yeah, they don't have a ruck right now. I think Darcy Moore's going to play, as Clinchy mentioned, he trained yesterday, but De Goey and Noble could miss as well. So it could be a gimme, or not a gimme game, but a nice little upset possibility for the Giants. I mean, they've got a pretty good list. They just haven't performed so far this year. So looking forward to that contest next. All eyes at the moment on the Crows and the Saints. Adelaide's up by 47 points. You'd think it's almost wrapped up, but St Kilda need to show something. That they're supposed to be this top 4 team, in the last few weeks they just haven't been that impressive, Berkey.
No, the first 6 weeks we saw a really distinctive brand and style of football that they played, and it was very, very effective. Today and probably last week, and for parts of Port Adelaide the week before, they've just looked like any other team. And I don't think that is what Ross wants. He doesn't want them to look like any other team out there. And today, that's pretty much what they are. You can't really tell what type of brand of football that they actually play, which is very un-Ross Lyon-like.
Adelaide, meanwhile, hoping to snap a 2-game losing streak. They're in the top 8 at the moment on the live ladder, just behind Geelong on about 10% difference. In the middle, Philthorpe stayed down. Marshall flew early. There's a whistle on the play, and it's going Adelaide's way. Jordan Dawson will receive it. He'll play on immediately. They're kicking to the Riverbank stand end, into the 50. Didn't really favour Walker, who was late to the contest, and standing in the hole, Battle will cut it off for the Saints. He's in the right back pocket and exits out to right half back. It sits up a bit for Sharman, though, and Miller comes late to bring it to ground. Wanganeen Malira was there, little 1-2 with Burns, but it didn't come back to him. A little wide and over the boundary line. Costly error there from the Saints. It'll be tossed back into play, left half forward for the Crows.
Well, I haven't seen all of their games, Berkey too, but you'd have to say that was probably one of their more disappointing quarters this year in the way Adelaide really touched them up in all areas.
Dawson, off the ruck contest, somehow got it out to Murphy off the foot, and then Murphy with a little hand pass to Laird. Inside 50, he goes with a kick. Walker tries to push off Wilkie. Umpire says there was holding. Free kick to Taylor Walker. So he's out there on the eastern side of the ground, and he just takes a couple of steps and goes, oh, that's a goal. He has got phenomenal power in that right leg, and the left for that matter. And Walker just looked up and thought, no, play on. 2 steps and cracked it every bit of 55 metres for the goal. He has 5 for the afternoon. Adelaide has 16. 16-6, 102 plays St Kilda. 7-7, 49. Nathan Burke. The Saints are kicking to the cathedral end. I think that's the only sign they can look to that's going to help them.
I think they might even need more than that this afternoon when Tex is bombing them from 55 out off 2 steps. Yeah, he's just been powerful today. It's been a good battle between he and Wilkie at different stages, but you always get the sense that when two players are wrestling, it's always the defender who comes off second best. Jimmy, you'd hate to be a defender these days.
Oh, there's not too many forwards that would hang on to a defender either, would there be? But it's I think Cullen Wilkie's actually done a reasonable job. When the contest has been there, he's actually been quite physical and made it difficult. It's the space and the speed in which the football's gone to Taylor Walker that he's been able to settle down and then hit the scoreboard.
In the middle, high free kick to Marshall against Thilthorpe. He heads into the 50. Smith with a fist. Spalls it back to the square, and Rochelle is waiting. Weaves through traffic. Kicks wide to Rankin. Marks in front of Patton. Has a runner outside. Uses Hinge through the broadcast wing. Up to right half forward. Fogarty in a one-on-one. Battling with Howard. Beats both of them. Wilkie's at the back. He can't control it and has escorted over the boundary line. Adelaide is surging towards its biggest score of the season against what is supposed to be the number one defensive team in the competition.
And this will be their biggest loss, obviously, too. The margin 2 points and 7 points previously against Port Adelaide and Gold Coast. But so Adelaide have done a tremendous job to date against the quality side.
Crouch under pressure, sent the ball forward for Adelaide instead of forward for St Kilda. And then it went to Murphy. It took the mark, played on. They got it to Walker, and
was that a forward hanging on there?
I've got to declare that was Taylor Walker. He almost jumped on Wilkie's back as a piggyback.
So the Saints with a couple of short passes and now running. Wanganeen Malira out towards centre wing. Mark taken there by Burns. Inboard he went with a kick. Adelaide knock it away. Comes to Crouch for St Kilda. Receives it back from Bartel, and then they go forward through Sinclair, and then to Steele, and in the goal square, easiest of goals, Caminiti standing by himself. The kick goes over the back, and Caminiti turns around and kicks the easiest of goals. Not too many Saints fans here, and the crowd of Crows fans are very quiet at conceding a goal. So they finally cracked the half century. St Kilda 8-7-55, Adelaide 16-6-102. Caminiti with his second of the afternoon on Grandstand AFL.
It was one of the few times they've actually used their hands to get through the Crows' defence, and we haven't seen that happen hardly at any stage today. But a couple of speculative handballs did come off at that time as Jack Sinclair got on the end of it, and he always uses the ball very, very well. But those things throughout the day, Crows have been far better.
Back to a 47-point margin. Marshall feeds it straight to Crouch. Kick towards the 50, but Hinge got in front. Takes the intercept mark at centre half back. Heads wide out towards left half back.
Come out like a bullet, hasn't it, too? Got him in the breadbasket. Hinge just bent over after disposing.
Smith took the mark, then heads down the line. Speaking of piggybacks, Howard took one there on Thilthorpe. Spilled down. Lead is crunched like a bug in a windshield. He just turned and was absolutely swatted into the turf and receives the free kick. Almost a shirt front there, really.
He said the next player coming in was high.
Patton's stuck the shoulder right into Laird's chest as he turned.
Well, he's jumped up and he's at full stretch, isn't it, to grab the footy. And as he came down, he was open and exposed. And he's sucking in some big ones at the moment.
Looks a little winded, but took his kick to Hinge, who heads inside 50. It's low. Cleared the pack, though, somehow. Pedler was at the back. Kicks it high. It's sitting up through the heavens and somehow has curled through for a goal. Pedler has 2 with a bit of luck. Adelaide has 17. Back out to an equal game high 53-point lead. 17-6-108. Plays 8-7-55. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
More bad news for St Kilda down here. Jack Steele is on the bench. I'm waiting for the official line from the club, but it looks like he's done for the day with his left knee iced.
Massive news.
Is that an interrupted?
He's just come back from the collarbone break.
Yeah, not good at all. They need him. He's the player who really leads. He's their captain and sets the scene in so many aspects of how they want to play. They cope without him initially, but they're playing a completely different brand of football to what they were playing then.
Falling apart for the Saints in more ways than one. Tim Membry already out, concussed. And now to lose Steele, two-time All-Australian. Adelaide comes away from the centre and Jordan Dawson had the opportunity for a hand pass. He was tackled, turned it over to Hill, and then he was tackled. And finally, we'll get a ball up on this broadcast side of the centre square. It'll go in the air, and Phil Thorpe will go against Marshall, who hasn't had a bad afternoon. He got it forward, Marshall, with the kick out of there. But Adelaide again have the answers.
Smith was waiting against Butler, went back to Hinge, and he exits to Rankin. Right half back, close to the boundary line. He's been good so far this afternoon. Couple of goals to his name.
It's been good under pressure, actually, in the contested mark.
Heads up towards the logo, broadcast side in front of the benches. Thilthorpe floated across, Battle from behind. Battle's received a free kick for a push, so someone behind the pack has nudged him into it. And the Saints will receive it behind centre wing. He's calling for a lead. No one really wants it. We'll have to go long, banging it up to centre half forward for the Saints. In front position, Butts nearly claimed it, spilled down. Handball came out from Bytel, the sub. Cut off though. Mick Henry, speaking of, got it out towards Thilthorpe. Now wide.
I'm going to take a punt, maybe Rory Laird, is it?
Rankin chips over the top. We'll check in with Liz in a moment to see why McHenry is on. Down the line to Fogarty. We know Membry's out of the game for the Saints with concussion. Steele now has a knee problem. Fogarty inside. Retreats back to O'Brien, centre wing. They'll look to switch here across half back. Michael Annie walks into the square but had nothing to go to. Stops props and finally heads wide out to the eastern side. Duday marks behind the logo. Had plenty of real estate to run into. Heads into the 50. Walker battling with Wilkie. Kept his feet. Gathered on the bounce. Gave it to Rankin on the tight angle. Look away handball inside to Keys. Snaps from 25. And misses on the right-hand side. It won't even be a behind. It was taken right on the line. Although the clearing kick is poor. Battle. Look to exit. And charging across the spoil from Dawson forces a boundary throw. And let's check in with Liz.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear from the Crows as to the exact issue, but Rory Laird has been subbed out of the game for Adelaide with Ned McHenry in. He looks okay. He looks he's sucking in some big ones. I'll just wait to hear what Adelaide has to say.
Ball off the ruck contest on the ground, and a lot of players are over the ball, and the umpire eventually says give it to me, just outside Crows attacking 50.
What's hurting St Kilda too, early in this last quarter, Adelaide have had 32 disposals, again 84%. St Kilda 24 at 63, again just cleaner. Rankin.
That was quite brilliant. Couple of taps to himself off the ruck contest and then sent it forward under a bit of pressure. Dougal Howard took it straight away, sent it across the goals, and now coming out of defence, Battles turned it over, and Adelaide make him pay a price. The mark was taken 25 out, all but straight in front by Ned McHenry, the substitute. Chase Jones was the man who had the intercept, and then a beautiful little pass about 25 metres to McHenry.
That's sort of heading this way. Adelaide 40 more disposals in that third quarter, 81%, 68. Just ground ball gets more. Marks 40 to 21, so just controlling the football, and they've started again this way in this last quarter.
McHenry makes the goal umpire do a little bit of work, but the little man has a big goal for Adelaide. Adelaide really hammering home their advantage in this final quarter now. 18-6, 114. St Kilda 8-7, 55. And we've gone through 10 minutes in the final term. Liz Walsh is on the boundary for us.
In the last minute, I've heard from both clubs about injuries on their benches. St Kilda says that Jack Steele is out as a precaution, but he does have ice on his knee. As for Rory Laird, the official line from the Crows is they are managing him. He has no injury.
I think the league record is either 14 goals scored or 14 individual goals scored. Adelaide are up to 12 right now.
I reckon Port Adelaide had close to 16 yesterday against North Melbourne. I'll have to check that.
So it's either 14 or 16, I think, is the league record.
In the middle, Sloan gets the clearance for the Crows. Up towards Rankin, who turns. Nice kick in the path of Rochelle, who marks on the paint of 50, tightest of angles. He stepped up his line and he was outside the boundary line. Umpires let him come back in. Caught in the tackle. He hands it off towards Scholl from 55 to the top of the goal square. Fogarty caught behind him. He's towed up as well. Coming through. Big spoil. Gee, that was heavy. Good work from Sharman, but he's absolutely coat-hanging at Fogarty, who's popped up okay. We'll get a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Crows, who are up by 59 points. And we're still at the 12-minute mark of the final term.
A tough day, Darcy Fogarty, and the one goal, but very physical.
Toss back in, O'Brien won it down. Coming through battle, he's sandwiched by a couple of tacklers. We'll get a ball up. The Crows with the Western Bulldogs next Saturday away.
Ballarat.
Lions after that as well, so very important they picked up a W here. From the ruck contest, hands came out to Dawson. He snaps and misses to the left-hand side. Great afternoon, though, for the skipper once again. He's running plenty of the footy in season 2023. 29 touches and now behind to his name. Adelaide by 60.
Saints bring it into the eastern side. It's with Hill. He goes off his left foot effectively, just outside defensive 50 to Crouch. Hasn't been a great match against his old side for Brad Crouch. Best and fairest winner with the Crows. They're down to half forward by Tell for the Saints. Inside with their hand pass after he took the mark. Off to Ross. He sends it long inside 50. Butts will come and knock it down for Adelaide. O'Brien doing the roving. He's confident now, and they should be the Crows as a whole. They've been brilliant this afternoon. McHenry looks for an inboard kick to Fogarty. Set it up. Howard came from behind, knocked it away. And then it was taken away by Butler inside 50. A short pass finding Caminiti.
Dougal Howard really good to be able to get the spoil on Darcy Fogarty. Poor option again. He had eyes at Rankin. McHenry down the line. It had to go there. Adelaide would have been away. And here they are, the Saints now having a shot on goal.
Caminiti, as I said, returning. Great confidence from Ross Lyon, putting him in after a 3-match suspension.
I like him.
So he'll have to kick this every bit of 55. He sends it high and long. It's right on the line and knocked through by the Adelaide defenders. Or was it? Hang on. It's fumbled and they were stumbling around there just for a moment. In the end, umpire signalling yes, or the goal umpire saying it did hit the post. So just a minor score. And it's back to a 59-point game in favour of the Crows.
They'll head out to the scoreboard pocket. Butts marks on the boundary line. Hands it forward to Sloan. On the defensive arc, he heads long up the eastern side. Dawson's in front position. Slipped through his hands. Walker's at the back and threw it out almost tunnel ball style. Umpire wasn't falling for it. Nick Foot blows the whistle. St Kilda free. They'll take the advantage. Ross, not sure what he was thinking. Long ball into the 50, but not really intended for any particular target. He gave it straight to Butts. And Adelaide switch across defensive 50 again. Exiting kick. Out towards right half back. A little poor. Rankin's under a bit of pressure. Kept it in play. St Kilda's trying to force it over the line. Adelaide want to keep going. Butler hands it back, looking for Stocker. He goes to ground. McHenry hands it inside. Kick across the body, tumbling up towards the attacking edge of the square. Keys can gather. They're queuing up. He hands it wide to Fogarty. Fogarty takes a bounce, runs to 20. Low kick towards goal and finishes for his second. It wasn't a pretty kick, but Adelaide, they're rocking and rolling at the Adelaide Oval right now. Game high 65-point lead. 19-7, 121 to 8-56. It's Adelaide's highest score of the campaign. St Kilda's worst defensive effort of the season. Gee, they'd be loving life right now, Matthew Nicks and his crew.
Just looking at the replay there, Isaac Rankin was the one that kept it in. Debatable whether it actually went out of bounds. But the footy was kept alive. It's gone forward. And again, I'm just looking. So Dougal Howard just stood there and allowed the football and Adelaide players to run past him, and then realising, I don't know whether he was waiting for the umpire to maybe call it back, but it just looked really poor. And
yeah, there was a free kick they played, and the umpire just waited until he actually picked it up before he called play on. So he's expecting the ball to come back, not thinking that the umpire had called play on.
Yeah, right.
Or actually advantage, not play on.
Adelaide with a centre break. Kick from Sloan wasn't fantastic. St Kilda turns it over and then gives it back to Adelaide. So now it's with Scholl. Hand pass over the top into the middle of the play. Finds Dawson. It wasn't his greatest kick inside the forward line either. Wilkie fumbled. Now the ball's on the ground, picked up by Keys. Back he goes to McHenry. McHenry sends it sky high into the forward pocket. Rankin going back, watching the ball, couldn't take the mark. Stocker comes away. Outside defensive 50, turns it over again for the Saints. Sloan with the ball. in the shade of the stand on this broadcast side of the ground. Into the forward pocket he goes. And it's knocked away from Rankin, who says, I could not see that ball. Josh Battle did. Knocked it over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in. It's about 35 around from the goal face in the right forward pocket for the Crows. Handsome lead. They should be very happy. 33,805. Mostly Adelaide fans will be happy as well.
O'Brien tapped it in the path of Rankin. Quickly wrapped up by Stocker. We'll get a ball up. 45 out.
11-6 inside 50s Adelaide. 4-1 to 1-1. 10 minutes remaining.
O'Brien again won it down. Was trying to get it to Dawson, but put it over his head. Patton will retreat with the kick. Finds Wilkie. Now wide to the right back pocket to Crouch. Still to come today. Well, coming up next, Collingwood and the Giants at the MCG are a couple of minutes away from final teams. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy will be with you there.
ABC's number 2 team.
Pump yourself up some more, Jamo. Clearing kick from the Saints. O'Brien brought it to ground. Out on the eastern side. Pedler pushed as he kicked it. Or is it just Berkey being over here, Jamo, that's elevated us to A status?
That's why it's been elevated.
Out on the full, free kick, St Kilda.
Well, they've got a 300-game player too on the other side.
Kick inside by Tell. Finds Higgins on the logo. He skies it up towards right half forward. Wood gets some fly. Can't bring it down for the footy. Handball came out from Patton. Wood again goes for it. Retreats back to Bytel. They're not really efficient at the moment, St Kilda, and don't really know what to do. Clark just handballs and hope forward. Smith was waiting. Cuts it off. He's wrapped up in the Wood tackle, but got it to Duday. Smothered as he tried to dispose of it. Clark now heads inside 50. Higgins holds on. He's under a lot of pressure. Butts behind him, but he pulls in the mark. 40 out. Scoreboard pocket. 45-degree angle.
Well, that was a bit of an ugly piece of play there, Aaron. You did well to figure out what was actually going on over there. It was a lot of pressure, but I think it mainly came from the Crows haven't let up. And I think if you're a Crow supporter, potentially they could have just let the Saints, roll home with 3 or 4 goals in this last quarter and take the foot off the pedal, but there's been no signs of that at all.
Jack Higgins opting the drop punt this time after a couple of snaps. He kicks it from 45 and would you know, it works. Jack Higgins has 3. The shining light on St Kilda's dark day at the Adelaide Oval. 9 goals now for them. 9-8-62. Adelaide 19-7, 121 as we approach time on in the final term. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Perhaps a little worry for the Crows. Wayne Miller has been on the bench for about the past 5 or 6 minutes, just with it looks like a groin complaint. He's been talking with the physio. I'll let you know how he goes there.
And Mitch Hinge has just come. It looks like it might be cramped down there too, Liz, I think, as he sucks back a bit of pickle juice. So you can see Brad Crouch albeit the team hasn't gone as well as he'd like. He's had 28 disposals, 16 contested, 10 ground balls, 7 clearances, 3 inside 50. So he's had a reasonable day back here at Adelaide Oval.
59 the margin. Just ticked over into time on in the final term. It's been a really disappointing day for the Saints. It's confirmed what we've known or thought about Adelaide, that they, at their best, they are very much a finals contender. Out of the middle, it's taken by the Saints and wide with the kick. It's fallen to the back. Sloane picks it up for Adelaide. Off to McHenry. From half back, inboard he goes with a kick, turns it over. Wanganeen Miller had the ball and then turned over with the kick down the ground by Patton. McHenry with an intercept mark. Long he goes, looking for Thilthorpe, comes off hands. Well done by Pedler, just crashes through. Hand pass back, finds Murphy. Thought about inside, went outside. And it's taken by Pedler, 60 from goal.
2 goals for him this afternoon, Luke Pedler. Nearly got a 50-metre as well that would have marched him right to the top of the goal square. Umpires helped out Wanganeen Malira there. Pedler skies it up towards the top of the goal square. Walker went down early. Thilthorpe stayed up, couldn't control it. Walker keeps going though, trying to gather 25 out. He paddled it straight towards Burns. He exits for the Saints out towards Wood. It was a little high for him and he couldn't reel it in against Duday. Over the boundary line to be tossed back into play. A reminder, if you do want to get in touch with us or the team coming up at the MCG, the text line 0437 774 774. Flick some text to Lids and Murph. We're very happy to hear from you. Toss back into play. O'Brien takes it out of the ruck, hands it back to McHenry. Looks inside. Nice kick for Rochelle, or was it? A little wide in the end. Wanganeen Malira gathers. He skies it for the Saints. A hit and hope up towards the centre circle, but it works. Butler takes one, but got one high in the process. Thankfully, they've taken the advantage anyway. Hill will gather. Heads up towards the half forward. Gets it to Higgins. He looks inside. Wood is crunched underneath the footy. Sinclair fighting for it in game 150. He's been one of their better players, but just can't win out there. Murphy got it to McHenry, then Dawson. And now Smith can spear it up to the eastern side.
Missed his man. He was looking for Pedler. He found Battle. Battle goes down to half forward. McHenry comes the opposite way to Patton. He gave up the free kick. Patton straight off. He goes to Ross. And in front of goals, it's the blindside wingman, if you like. Coming in was Chase Jones to take the defensive mark for Adelaide. Flares it wide to the boundary. Michael Annie. He dropped it in short. They're still inside defensive 50, but they've got it to Saligo.
Jack Sinclair's been so good for the Saints. That contest with Rory Sloane, they just hip and shoulder both just will get up slow.
Saligo up towards the broadcast wing. Philpott got a hand on it. Spilled to Rankin. His handball not clean. Under a bit of pressure. Trying to get it out is Patton. He becomes the tackler in the end. Ball held up close to the boundary line. Good news for Collingwood fans. No late changes for the Pies and Giants games. So DeGoey, Noble and Moore will all play. The subs are McInnes and Ward. Tossed up close to the boundary line. Off a couple of hands, it'll roll over. What are you chuckling at, Gemmo?
The heat. I mean, it's a tough afternoon. It is pretty warm here. I think Jake Saligo looked like Kerry Saxby-Joyner just as the way that he came off the ground with cramp in maybe both calves.
So the ball hurled back into play. They'll be pleased they're in the shade of the grandstand. O'Brien just belts it 20 metres forward. The pace coming there from Scholl. He took it towards the boundary line, and then a strong tackle as Battle picked it up. It was Rankin, in fact. He just closed on Battle and took him down in a bear hug of a tackle.
Really liked his game today, Isaac Rankin. Been really strong defensively as well as kicking a couple of goals.
Umpire won't penalise Sloane. He'll force another ball upright. Bit of love for Jack Sinclair. His mum, Kerry, her husband, Dan, father, Ian Sinclair, sister, Georgia. Her uncles, Andrew and James, are all at the game this afternoon, and Charlotte is one of his sisters. Is listening in LA. She'll be disappointed at the result. There's no doubt about that.
You've timed it perfectly, Crossy, because Adelaide just retreated all the way from right half forward to right half back. So
it's a lot of tickets.
Not too much happening out there, but yes, the Sinclair family out in force.
They've actually booked out one of the restaurants here at the Adelaide Oval for tonight for the family.
They'll be very happy with Jack's performance regardless of the result. Adelaide head back up the broadcast wing. O'Brien in the pack clunks one. Just outmatched Owens.
That's his first for the day too. That's what he's known for.
O'Brien heads inside 50 in the hole. It should have been taken by Stocker. Slipped through his hands. Walker gave it off to Murphy. Spent it before he earns it. Gets another crack. Hands it off to Sloane, who snaps from 35. Just can't get the angle. And it's out on the full. Free kick St Kilda. They're trailing by 59 points. 25 played in the final term. 19-7, 121 to 9-8-62.
So Saints switch sides. They go to that eastern side. Burns with the ball. Hand pass over the top to Patton. Gave it to Wanganeen Miller, but he had to turn his back. And once he turned his back, Adelaide came at him, turned it over. McHenry with a hand pass back. They're on centre wing, Adelaide. Back to Sloane. Controls the ball to Smith. He goes long inside 50. Ball forward, falls to Stocker for the Saints. He goes across the goals. And he's out on this side, the broadcast side of the ground, and they're out in a bit of space, Saints, that they haven't seen for a while. Kick long inside forward 50 from Caminiti, and he finds Butler in the forward pocket, certainly within his repertoire to kick this goal. He's maybe 6 or 7 metres in from the boundary line. Had every chance to swing the ball across the body, as the modern player does.
1 goal, 1. Kick both of those in the second quarter. Caminiti, great kick to get it over the top.
So Dan Butler comes in, starts it way too wide, goes through for the minus score. Played 45 games with Richmond, was traded to the Saints in 2019, and he hasn't been at his best this afternoon like many of his Saints teammates.
Ever since losing his mullet. Sinclair mullet is
Well,
a ripper, isn't it?
He's,
Do you have a mullet,
Jack
Bert?
Sinclair just
no.
refuses to change it too.
Yeah, no mullet here.
Mullet?
Despite coming from Frankston, which is probably one of the homes of the mullet over there in Melbourne.
Jones heads to right half back. Dawson nearly claimed it off hands. It spilled to Crouch. Tumbling footy up towards the arc. It's cut off by Smith. Gave it to Scholl. Then Parnell. Now Rochelle didn't know what to do. Nearly run down. Got it late back to Parnell, and they've switched out to the eastern side. Left half back. McHenry takes it for the Crows. He turns. Heads down the wing. Finds Keys. Races around Wanganeen Malira and heads to left half forward. Walker's battling in a one-on-one as he's done all day, and this time he's run out against Wilkie. Tapped it to his own advantage and pulled it in on the second bite.
Crowd want him to have a shot.
Can make the distance from 60, I reckon. Instead, off a step, he's pierced it towards Rochelle. Almost had so much pace he couldn't control it. May have put a hand on the way through because he did juggle the grab. Mark hasn't been paid and will get a ball up close to the boundary line.
Umpires calling touched because he really drilled that.
So umpire throws the ball up 25 around from the goals. O'Brien just takes it out of the ruck contest, shares the ball back with McHenry, who couldn't handle it, and was eventually over the line as Clark handballed the ball forward. He was looking for Crouch for St Kilda, but they've got it outside defensive 50. But they've been absolutely under siege this afternoon, and the Crows have shown their potential. 19 goals on the afternoon and a very, very good 58-point lead at the moment.
In front of 33,805 people.
O'Brien won it down, but St Kilda will get the clearance. Spilled out wide towards Crouch. Long ball down the line, only as far as Dudate. He'll look to switch cross half back to Smith. We're with you for the next 32 minutes, so plenty of time to get some reaction from the winners, break down what's going on with the Saints as well. Then from Melbourne's texted and said, do you think the Saints will go down or steady the shit from here? We'll break that down in a moment. Out on the eastern side.
He gave it up, didn't he, too?
Oh, yeah, Rankin just conceded the tackle and the free kick.
Gave it to Higgins. Off to Clark inside. It was a dangerous kick, but Philippou marks. Just behind centre half forward. St Kilda get an entry here into the scoreboard pocket. Wood can get a fly from behind and marks over the head of Butts, which is a tough thing to do considering his height. He'll get a shot on goal. 25 outside angle to the right.
Just that 8 handballs, I think it was, consecutive out the other side. Adelaide just worked their way and Isaac Rankin received it and then just went on court, done, and held on to it. Mateus Philippou, after being hit early and struggling, had a reasonable day. If there's any knock-on, he's only in his 9th game. It's just his kick has probably got too much of a loop, but in the end, found Wood.
Mason Wood comes in, kicks from 35 on the left, and finishes with an excellent goal. St Kilda have 10 for the afternoon. Wood has 2, and the margin's down to 52 points. 19-7, 121 to St Kilda. 10-9, 69 as we approach the final siren here at the Adelaide Oval. How's this for a text, Jamo? We've got a message in, no name unfortunately, but says, hi team, happy Mother's Day. Enjoying the call on a beautiful sunny day in South Korea. Looking forward to the next game. Go Pies.
Well, I'll say good day to the ex-CEO of the Adelaide Football Club has just texted me, and he's having a beer in Fiji, listening to the call.
We're everywhere.
My father-in-law, Saskatoon, Canada, he's always tuning in.
Saskatoon now, do my calculation. What is it now in Saskatoon? 10 to 3? Yeah, it's about 10 to midnight in Saskatoon. Actually, no, it'd be
no, you're right.
A little earlier than that, I think.
You're right.
Okay.
Never doubted you, Crossy.
Out of the middle, Adelaide again. Rankin, who's taking his time in there, gives it forward to Sloan. His pass, he missed Phil Thorpe on the lead. Through Walker's hands, ball on the ground. And Sharman comes away. And a complete performance by Adelaide. Impressive goals that were there with plenty. There's no doubt about that. And a big win in the end. 19-7, 121 to 10-9, 69.
Just stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide goes.
The Crows led all afternoon. They unravelled the Saints' defence. Ultimately winners by 52 points and re-enter the top 8. They're led by 31 at quarter time, 27 at the half, 47 at three-quarter time, and the final margin 52. 5 goals to Walker, 2 to Fogarty and Rankin, singles to Jones, Keys, Murphy, Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Saligo, McHenry and Smith. And where to for Ross Lyons men, their third loss in 5 games. The dam wall certainly burst this afternoon. 3 goals to Higgins, 2 to Wood and Caminiti, singles to Burns and Tim Membry. But it was Adelaide's afternoon at the Adelaide Oval. Sets themselves nicely for what is a tough fortnight to come against the Dogs and the Lions before they play the Suns and the Eagles before their bye. To wrap it all up and break it all down, Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, it was a really classy win by Adelaide. I think we all came here. I think Berkey and I both suggested that Adelaide should win at home. Maybe not by the margin that it was in the end. And Adelaide really started exceptionally well. 6 goals to 1 in that first quarter. And it was always going to be challenging to play catch-up football the way Adelaide played. And they didn't really even drop off. The second quarter, the Saints came at them and kicked 4-goal-4. But you touched on it, Berkey, just Adelaide's ability to continually just chip away, apply the pressure, and never really gave the Saints a real solid looking.
No, I'm trying to find a redeeming feature of the Saints game today, and I really can't find any. I think every aspect of this game, the Crows were better than them. Right from the very start, they were very shaky early. I put that down to, playing outside, bit of sun, all that sort of stuff, interstate. But they didn't really recover greatly. But what I was really impressed with the Crows was, one, just their hardness and their pace to actually come and defend all around the ground. Every time a St Kilda play got it, they were closed down really, really quickly, had no time and space to actually deliver the footy. When compared to when the Crows got it, they had a lot of time and space, mainly because they ran in numbers and helped each other. And in the end, plus 91 in possessions to the Crows. It's almost 3 best on ground players. They had extra in possessions, and plus 47 in marks. So the Saints game is to take away marks and take away possessions from the other team, and they just completely obliterated any type of defensive plan that the Saints had in play. And to kick 19-7, I think it was 10-2 at half time, and then kick another 9-5 in the second half, really shows that they didn't take the foot off the pedal, kept it down, kept pushing. And if you're a Crows supporter, you would be absolutely wrapped with every aspect of that game.
Just the way that they were able to run. And Wayne Miller, who hasn't played a lot of footy in the last 18 months, looked really clean. Well, I just felt that they looked as if they were running on the surface today, as opposed to really trying to grind it out or slug it through. Brodie Smith, really good with his run off the half-back and getting to contest. He had 32 disposals. He's almost carried it, I think, a match or distance of 703 metres, just having a quick look at the Saints. So, yeah, he's the amount of football and where he's been able to give the advantage to Adelaide. His penetrating kick, he's had 19 of those and gone at 88%. So that just indicates again how clean that was. Jordan Dawson, whether it be in the middle of the ground, he had a tremendous first quarter. Wayne Miller, who spoke, I thought Lachie Scholl's game was actually really good today. Paddy Parnell in, Rory Sloane built it in. But their half-back line, I thought Butts did a tremendous job. Nick Murray was out today, and that's why Paddy Parnell came in. Would have been maybe a tougher decision if he had have been fit and ready to go with the 2 tools. It didn't really warrant that up forward, but a really good game from Adelaide and a consistent 4-quarter effort.
Paddy Parnell took probably, without doubt, I would have thought, the mark of the day early on, just to show, hey, I got some spring in the heels, just like Murray.
And Max Michelini as well. When you have a look at his day, it's not huge in terms of disposals, but he just continually does the job. Rochelle had the 15. Taylor Walker was, clean today with his 5, and just looked, he's bullet-like kicking, either on his right foot or his left foot, or from the distance out. He, really did deliver well.
Just on Michael Annie, Jamo and Berkey, it's a hard one to argue because defenders never win awards. But, I mean, Harry Sheasel's having a great year, Will Ashcroft's having a great year, but Michael Annie in the whole competition is rated the 4th best defender by Champion Data.
In his first year.
That's got to mean something.
Yeah, and Will Ashcroft too. Those type of quality kids coming in and to be able to perform at this level and the consistency and the regular, and when he gets it, and when it's a tight one-on-one contest, you just go, he could split this, as opposed to going, he's going to get touch up here. But and Will Ashcroft too, we've seen what he's been able to do with his almost, you would think, goal of the year.
Oh, they could spread the award to somewhere else, because Will Ashcroft surely's got the goal of the year tied up from the other week, mid-air outside of the right.
I liked Mychek's one last week, to be honest, but maybe I'm on the outer there. In terms of the score as well, so Adelaide 19-7, 121 is their biggest score under Matthew Nix's tenure, and their biggest score since round 17 of 2019. So up and about the Crows, and they did it against what was supposed to be the best defensive league team in the comp.
Yeah, well, again, it's just, I know we've harped on it all day. It's just the way they've used the football and used the football in front of goal. It makes it hard. It gets into the minds of the opposition. They look at the scoreboard, and it never really got, it got to 24, 27 points was probably the lowest it got to.
They got to 21 just before half-time, and that goal pushed it out to 27.
Yeah, so to be able to keep that margin and then maintain it and then build on it, look, it was tough, wasn't it? Memory goes down, Steele goes off. Caminetti, I really like the way he plays. I've seen a little bit of him, and then coming back after 3 weeks, and I was reasonably impressed with the way Saints went about it, considering.
Berkey, just on that, the Saints coming into this match had used 27 players, the fewest in the AFL. They'll be tested now in terms of depth. Do you think it's there?
Well, they've used 27, but that's mainly because the ones who are out haven't come back in. So they've actually been using their depth, if anything. So when you Max King, obviously Zach Jones, obviously Cap that missed quite a few. Dan McKenzie's a player. Jimmy Webster is another best 22. Jack Hayes is a big fella. So there are quite a few that haven't played yet.
Thoughts of Nathan Burke, Rod Jamieson, your experts this afternoon, with you for the next 21 minutes before we take you to the MCG for Collingwood and the Giants. Adelaide winners by 52 points. Let's head downstairs with Liz Walsh.
Here we are. Taylor Walker's just led them all off the ground. He's picked up two of his 3 children, and looks like they're about to join in the circle. It's a very busy change room in here today. So the Crows players' mums formed a guard of honour for them to run through onto the ground to start this game. And it looks like they've all stuck around, obviously, because it was such a great game for if you're a Crows fan. And they're all now here in the change rooms. Rory Sloane has his 2 young boys with him as well, all now getting together. There were some very tired bodies at the end of that game. Riley Thilthorpe has one of Sloan's kids on his shoulders. It's very sweet. Let's listen.
South Australia, with the mighty Adelaide Crows. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation and determination. With the pride of South Australia, with the mighty Adelaide Crows.
There you have it, a very happy Adelaide change rooms down here. I'll be back with a player interview shortly.
Almost a bittersweet result for the Adelaide Crows. They move into the 8th, so they're in 8th. They're 13% behind Geelong, but as a result, they've knocked St Kilda out of the top 4, and Port Adelaide's in there by a game. So the Saints are 20% ahead of the Dogs, sitting in 5th right now. And Adelaide, the season's wide open for them. They've got obviously a difficult fortnight to come, and then they've got a couple of good games they'll be favourites in before the bye. And yeah, they should be playing finals by the end of the year, Jamo. I think their brand certainly matches up against the best.
Well, I think it shows too how critical it is to have a healthy list, and Adelaide have been able to certainly do that up to this particular point. You wouldn't want to lose too many along the way, but you're right, Western Bulldogs in Ballarat, Brisbane at home, Gold Coast away, and what we're seeing of them, they are certainly a quality side. You don't want to miss your mark there or be off your day, and that could be challenging. And then, look, unfortunately, the West Coast Eagles, they are just limping at the moment. And then Adelaide go into a bye before they then play Collingwood away again.
Speaking of the Eagles, Rob sent us a text and says, as a long-time Eagles supporter, I don't feel quite so bad after listening to a top 8 team get absolutely smashed. Well done, Adelaide. It's been a rough year for those out west. And Bill has followed up a Michael Annie discussion by saying, hi team, do you think he's actually a chance for All-Australian selection?
He'd certainly be one of the better small defenders, I would have thought. I don't know if he's certainly in that calibre just yet.
What tends to happen with those All-Australian defenders is those guys don't watch every single game, so they rely a lot on stats. And so today he had the 9 touches. Even though he defended really, really well, I just get call me a cynic, but you need to also defend well and get a lot of the footy before those people notice you.
He's certainly not a league leader for intercepts per game, but what he does is he restricts his opponent. Most of the time, I think, I haven't got the exact stat, but I'm pretty sure in the first 6 weeks he had 1 goal kicked on him.
He does what a halfback flanker should do, and that's what the number one thing you want them to do. But these very stat-crazed days where you have all these points and added things that they add up and to determine whether you played a good game or not, I'm sure Matty Nix wouldn't be looking at Supercoach points to determine whether he plays a good game. And I didn't say how many times did your opponent get it. Very, very few. Well done, young fella.
Totally.
Just back to most individual goal kickers, Aaron was right. It is 16.
16.
It's five teams have done it. But now Adelaide with 12 goal kickers in a match is outright second. So it's 16, then Adelaide at 12, and then a few teams at 10.
Adelaide winners by 52 points at the Adelaide Oval. 19-7, 121 to 10-9, 61. An incredibly impressive performance. Let's get some reaction from the rooms with Liz Walsh.
Thanks, Aaron. I am here with Crow's Ben Keys. A very big win today. He's just pumping his arm in the air there. You're back on the winners list, and if the club was wanting a big scalp, this was it, but also such a big win.
Absolutely, yeah, summed it up pretty well. St Kilda had a really good year, and we knew they'd be really strong defensively, so I guess to kick a big score is awesome for us, and some reward of hard work over the last few weeks.
What do you think it actually means, this win, in the context of your season?
It's just another important step in the journey. I think, we've had a few close games this year. Some have gone our way, some didn't. So to have sort of a convincing win gives us a lot of confidence, and it's still early in the season. We're not at the halfway point yet, so plenty of footy to be played and something to build with.
Speaking of that big score that you did kick, I do note no one has actually kicked this high score against St Kilda. I think Port Adelaide kicked 83 points against them. That was the highest. The Saints have obviously had that number one defence, so it sort of seemed like a tough assignment for your forward line, but it's one you answered.
Yeah, I think we prepared really well. We're really well coached, especially up forward with James Rahili. He's a real mastermind of footy, and I think he prepared us really well in the forward line. But it was really a whole team effort. I think across the board, everyone bought into what we wanted to do. Everyone played their role, the old cliche, but it really was true today. And we were able to get the win.
Before we head up to our experts, I've got to ask you as well. You started on the bench next to Riley O'Brien, and I think you might have started every quarter on the bench next to Riley O'Brien, if I've got that right. What was the thinking there?
I'm not sure. I started off, and then when I came on, I ran out the quarter. So I guess with my running ability, sort of just run out the whole quarter and able to sort of get on top, especially in these conditions. These are the conditions that I love, and so I'm not too sure. You have to ask Nixie, but I didn't mind it. I thought it was fun.
That's great. Let's head up to our experts in Rod Jamieson and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, Ben, congrats, Rod Jamieson. I thought that's as clean as I've seen Adelaide pretty much for the full 4 quarters today.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I think, obviously the conditions were pretty perfect. I think the last few weeks we played in, a bit of wet weather, a bit of wind and stuff. So, I think the conditions suited us, and, we're really clean with the ball, as you said.
Are you enjoying the role, that high half forward and predominantly back there?
I really am, I really am. I've bought in. The coach has really helped me sort of buy, and he's really teaching me the role, Riles, who I just mentioned before. So, it's so fun when you've got guys like Rochelle and Rankin buzzing around, and McHenry, and obviously we're led by the big Texans, so there's a lot of characters down there. So I really enjoy it. I'm really enjoying being at the club at the moment.
Ben, Nathan Burke here, mate. Well done today. It must be exciting. I'm just looking down the possession list here, and some of the names right up the top is Miller and Scholl and Parnell and Hinge and Soligo and Murphy, and it's a new crop coming through that are really contributing for you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. I think so many guys are taking big steps. The guys you mentioned especially, and even at sample level, we've really got guys that are pushing the spots, and I think that's where all the good clubs want to be. But some of our boys have been fantastic. They're taking really big strides, and just the game style we're playing is makes it easy for that to happen.
And to kick 10 goals first half, 9 goals second half, didn't take the foot off the pedal. Is that something you want to expand on? That we've got a team down, we've got a foot on their throat, we're going to keep it there?
Yeah, I think so. What happened there? All good. Sorry. Yeah, I think so. We had a few games. Collingwood sticks out where we probably had a big lead and we let teams sort of come back. And previous years we probably teams we get a big lead and teams sort of come back and then run over the top of us. So I think we've really matured as a group. And then not just to hold on, to actually keep kicking ahead and really put a big score on the board and hold them to a pretty low score as well is really impressive.
Ben Keys is with us on Grandstand AFL. Ben, it's Aaron Bryans here. It's been an incredible season for this footy club. I think most expected you to improve, but you've certainly taken that next leap, and most of us believe you're now in finals conversation as a contender for that. You've been there since the start of the rebuild. So can you tell us through, I guess, your emotions having got to this point now that you've got the success you've been chasing?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel like I've been around for a while, and obviously I played at Brisbane before and sort of through the dark years, and then when they got good I was out of the team, and then I got here and we bottomed out, finished last. So I really haven't been a part of a team that's really push for finals hard, and obviously get a bit wary throwing that word around, especially as I mentioned we're still early in the season. But yeah, to be a part of a really strong side is what you play footy for, and to play in those big games, hopefully tail end of the season we get some really big games where we're playing for a lot on the line. So that's why you play footy, and everyone's journey's different. Some take a while longer to be able to play in those sort of games, and I'm really hoping that we can continue this form and I can play in some tough games towards the end.
There's obvious belief within the group at the moment. I mean, every player in that list would feel like you could win on any given day, but how far can you go in season 2023?
I'm really not sure. We're strong and healthy at the moment. As I said, it's early in the year. We'll just have to wait and see what other teams do, and we just have to turn up and try and play like that every week. We know it'll be difficult at times. We'll go up and down, and we've got some really sort of tough away trips. We're going to places like Ballarat next week and Darwin, so we're sort of all over the place, and the Gabba later in the year. So it's such a long season, still a lot of footy to be played. But look, if we can come out and play like that, then we'll give ourselves a good chance.
Well spoken, mate, and all the very best in Ballarat and in advance to your 100th game. I know when you've come to the club and the work ethic that you've shown and displayed on field and off field, both I guess mentally but also physically too, you've been a testament to the club and yourself, so all the very best in advance to your 100 next week.
Really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Ben, Neil Cross here, just one from me. Just to take you back to the midfield role that you'd previously played, you've had a run through the midfield a couple of times, unless I'm wrong, this season. How does that work out? Is that, do you get a sign that at some stage you are going to have a 2 or 3 minute burst in the middle?
Yeah, pinch it a bit. It's actually sort of just run with the players out there, I guess. If someone goes off, the message sort of spreads around, and it's really random. It's not really a planned thing, but, to have guys that are versatile and, guys like myself that have played multiple roles, I think that helps the team because, guys go down injured, some guys go off cramping, whatever, and someone has to do a stint in the midfield and they need to know how to play that role. That's another reason why I've enjoyed playing a different position, really sort of growing that versatility to do those things.
Keezy, just a quick one. Like most times, there's obviously minutes per game and what have you, but when a player kicks a goal, they tend to run off and come to the bench. Is there any rationale behind that, or is it generally just down to plan?
Just managing game loads, I think. Yeah, we've got Darren Burgess, who I think's the best in the business, so we all trust his call and go to the bench when we have to.
Ben, thank you so much for your time. Go enjoy the win. It was a great performance, and best of luck next week.
Thanks a lot, fellas. Really appreciate the chat.
Ben Keys downstairs for the Adelaide Footy Club. Great afternoon for them. He had 17 touches and a goal in the end, and Adelaide won by 52 points against St Kilda, 19-7, 121 to 10-9, 69. Has been a hell of a journey for Ben Keys. So, started at the Lions, came to Adelaide, injected into the midfield, found plenty of footy, but always really struggled with his efficiency. And now he's taken on this new role where he's playing up forward, which kind of started at the back end of last year. And at times he's playing a defensive tag, at times he's more of a scorer, and obviously he's rotating through the middle as well.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a knock-on too because he'd get 30 touches, Berkey, and he'd sort of turn over 10 of them and So he was getting a lot of the football, and his work rate, all accounts, it's just extremely high, and that's just the way he operates. He's not necessarily a footy nufty, but he actually just looks after his body, looks after himself. I think he had another operation in the off-season as well, but just takes care and prepares really, really well. And I guess not only you're viewing that and seeing it, he's actually being able to grow and develop the other players around him that, need to step up to perform at the level he does. And I think we are critical in front of goal. He can let himself down with that left foot, but, geez, he works hard.
Went at 82% efficiency today.
Yeah.
Kicked 1 goal, 1, but 7 score involvements. That's a good day for a forward.
Yep.
Berkey, I'm curious. This gets mentioned a bit in terms about growing as a group together.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't in your day mentioned as much, but any idea how long you played with the likes of Robert Harvey and that just formed, that you just knew what you were going to do with each other, and that built to playing in finals?
Yeah, no doubt that it takes a while to get that sort of synergy. So you just know instinctively what the other players can do and are going to do. And if you look at the Saints today, they were on the back foot. A play would get the footy and turn, and then the next play down the line to go, oh, that's me, I've got to go. And, oh, that's me, I've got to go. And against a swarming defence like the Crows, that just doesn't come off. And I think we saw a lot of that today. There was a couple of times there where, quite a few times, they come bursting off the half-back line, look up, and there's no one there. That's because the players down the field don't know the qualities and the characteristics of the people who are getting it, that they're going to get off and they're going to run, or they're actually going to win that one-on-one, because they always do. I think today was just a really disjointed Saints team, and it's not, you don't get it overnight, that's for sure.
What do you think Ross's message would be? I've watched his press conferences, and I quite enjoy watching, and I feel some people ask a question and it's just a bit random and just to ask it, and he cuts it down really quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, his messaging today to the team might be, what do you think?
Ross can pull stats from the champion data don't even have.
Yeah.
And he'll justify every single part of this game, stats-wise, and he'll use the ones that work for him, and he'll throw out the ones that don't work for him. That's just what he does. You can't argue with the man, because he'll have a stat for every single reason of why we did things. Today was a long way away from the game style that they played in the first 5 rounds, and you can't escape from that. So the question is, was that a sugar hit of a new coach, of no expectation, just go out there and have a crack? And goodness me, it actually came off. And now that we're actually getting to the real stuff, there's no substance behind it. And I think that's what the footy world will be arguing. Okay, over the next couple of weeks, you've got to show us that there was substance behind that start to the season, because what they'll also hone in on is, hey, weren't you 8-3 at the halfway mark last year? And yeah, you were. Probably going to be lucky to be 8-3 again this year.
They fell over after the bye last year, and
yeah,
it's kind of heading towards that direction a little bit. And they're 6-3, so
yep,
their record is still good, and they're in 5th. But it's almost like that Carlton. You look at the way they've been playing the past month, and you've just lost so much confidence in what they could do.
If I'm critical of Carlton, we called him here on that Friday or the Thursday night of gather round, and even watching him since then. Like, Sam Walsh can get a bucket load of it. Cripps can get a bucket load of it. Ed Kerno didn't play, but Charlie and Harry, if they don't stand up and kick goals, and those 4 players, or Saad is not running off the halfback line, they've got some good quality players, but they're not the same team. They rely too heavily on those too few. So, again, as under Ross, I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen enough of St Kilda at the moment, but looking ahead, GWS, Hawthorn, and then they got the bye, and then they come out of that with Sydney, Richmond, Brisbane Lions. So, look, I like the way they play defensively. I like the way they play.
They need to win the next 2.
Yeah, or maybe it was an anomaly today. The margin, they're in the games. They win them by a lot. But, keep an eye on them.
Your votes, gents. Who's drawn the short straw? It looks like Jamo.
I'm tipping they're Adelaide players. I don't think we can squeeze any Saints in there. So, Jamo, I'll give you the honour. And
I think that's only fair considering you've made the trip in and out of Adelaide today on Mother's Day. I think Jamo can do the heavy lifting this afternoon.
I'll do the heavy lifting then too. I'm going to go. I actually thought...
it's
Wayne
tough
Miller's
because
game.
there was 12 Crows players who had 20 possessions or above. That's a wonderful team effort sharing the footy around.
Yeah. Rory Sloane apology. I'm going to go Wayne Miller with the 1 vote for his game today. Just almost a new recruit for Adelaide. I'm going to go 2 votes, Taylor Walker, because of the impact that he's had on the scoreboard. Kicked 5 goals, was really good for the majority of the day and dangerous. And it's hard to go past Jordan Dawson with his game and the amount of football he had. He had the 33, 12 contested, 10 ground balls, 6 clearances, 6 inside 50, 9 score involvements. He kicked 1 behind, but there were multiple other players that you could certainly offer votes for, and even a couple, maybe Brad Crouch is also I mentioned on the other side for St Kilda.
You did the cheesy game show earlier today with our top 10 in the ABC Footballer of the Year. I'm pretty sure Jordan Dawson was in that conversation, so he'll be up there by the end of the round for sure, although Marcus Bontempelli might have jagged a few votes last night as well.
Did you guys know how good he was when he came over?
Jordan? I think they knew his quality use of the football.
The year prior at Sydney, his final year there, statistically he was the most improved player in the competition. So he'd taken this huge step before he left.
Top 6 or top 10. He was in their best and fairest, I think, wasn't he, in that last year? Character high quality, but really stepped up in terms of his leadership. I've been in the rooms a couple of times when the group is assessing with the coaches, and he doesn't say much, but what he says is really pointed and delivered in the right manner as well. And since being handed or anointed as captain, he's certainly taken it to a new level again and spent more time in the midfield. And you've seen teams try to push him back, but he's now moving to the half-back and through the middle.
I think that's the surprising part, is he was always an accumulator of half-back, but this midfield role has completely changed him and elevated him to that next level.
Yeah, and I mean, he and Matty Nick spoke about it a fair bit, but they weren't able to execute it too, because I think maybe through the inexperience and maybe the form of Adelaide in the back half, they weren't quite sure to, put him in there and leave him out of that half-back line. But the rotate, like Rory Sloane's really stepped up too in his role, just not so much in the middle of the ground and just swinging through there. But again, testament to the back line. Brodie Smith, Wayne Miller, these guys have stood up today, and as is, I thought Jordan Butts, another reasonable job as a key defender.
Adelaide winners by 52 points. Jamo, rest up. I'm going to see you on Friday night, Port Adelaide and Melbourne. Berkey, you got a plane to catch. Thank you for coming over.
I have, and I will keep an eye on the Crows for you in Ballarat next week.
Crossy, good fun as always. Liz, well done downstairs. To Andrew Williamson and Ben Cameron as well. I take him back in the studio. I thank you for your assistance. We're off to the MCG. Collingwood and the Giants up next to conclude round 9. Matt Clinch, Corbin Riddlemass, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, Jess Webster, your call team. There are no late changes there. The subs, Reece McInnes and Callan Ward. So Darcy Moore is playing, as is Jordan De Goey and John Noble. Here at the Adelaide Oval, the Crows winners in the end, 19-7, 121 to St Kilda's 10-9, 69. They're in the 8. They've got a big game next week coming up against the Dogs.